211. Coal industry was nationalized in 1973. The Foreign Exchange and Regulation Act (FARA) was passed in 1973, putting numerous restrictions on foreign investment and the functioning of foreign companies in India, making India one of the most difficult destinations for foreign capital in the world. At the same time, East Asian countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Taiwan were opening up their economy for foreign capital. The government also decided to take over and run sick companies, such as a number of textile mills, rather than allow such loss-making companies to close down. Higher growth phase of 1980s. From the early 1970s, the importance of openness and light regulation had begun to receive prominence in global fora concerned with economic development. When Indira Gandhi returned to power in 1980, she realigned herself politically with the organized private sector and dropped her previous rhetoric. The national government's attitude towards business went from being outright hostile to supportive. Indira Gandhi's switch was further reinforced in a more explicit manner by Rajiv Gandhi following his rise to power in 1984. Raj Krishna. The below figure represent the savings, investment, and growth rate of Indian economy in the 20th century. 1900, U1950, U1965, U1980, U1990 GDP growth 0.7%, 3.5%, 3.5%, 5.5%, savings 3%, 11%, 20%, investment 5%, 14%, 22%. Poverty. It is undeniable that poverty declined percent during the Indira Gandhi years. In fact, the decline had commenced early in her tenure. The reason is the faster growth in agricultural production due to green revolution rather than anti-poverty interventions, as it was too soon for poverty reduction schemes of Indira Gandhi to have influenced the trajectory of growth. There can be no better indication that the nature of growth matters for poverty reduction. In this case, wherein the economy growth is occurring for about a decade and a half from the mid-1960s. While the growth of the economy slowed, agriculture grew faster as a result of the green revolution. The latter development was significant as the largest number of poor persons at that time were located in rural India. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 212. Structural bottlenecks during the period 1950 to 1991. 1. The license Raj. The purpose of licensing was to create the planned pattern of investment to counteract monopoly and the concentration of wealth, to maintain regional balance in locating industries, to protect the interests of small-scale producers and encourage the entry of new entrepreneurs, to encourage optimum scale of plants and advanced technology. All these were good intentions, but the way the bureaucracy went about administrating the licensing system created a nightmare for the entrepreneur. Since the system was based on first come, first served, the bigger houses cornered a considerable amount of targeted capacity by putting in multiple and early applications for the same product. Thus, they could foreclose capacity without any intention of implementing the successful license application. Tragically, the system ended in thwarting competition, entrepreneurship, and growth without achieving any of its social objectives. The endless delays in clearing applications discouraged the entry of efficient and honest entrants and rewarded wily, inefficient producers who could manipulate the system. The administrative mechanisms for implementing the policies of the license Raj provided incentives to circumvent bypass laws and regulations. Regulation was complex, and it was implemented more with courage than with wisdom, covering industrial licensing, import and export regulations, price controls, capital issue controls, and the allocation of indigenously produced materials. It created large and powerful group of vested interests. These comprised politicians, bureaucrats, and a large section of private industry. The rigidity of the license Raj, where businessmen could not shape their firm's destinies, was perhaps one factor leading to the decline of India's share in global commerce. In the mid-1970s, an assessment of the system noted that detailed controls put strain on the administrative machinery and delayed implementation. Yet, for political compulsion, the government led by Mrs. Indira Gandhi reinforced the control system. 2. Monopolistic and Restrictive Trade Practices (MRTP) Act 1969. Indira Gandhi enacted the MRTP Act in 1969 and crippled the private industry for a generation. The MRTP Act turned out to be one of the most damaging in modern Indian history. Any business group with combined assets above Rs. 20 crores were declared a monopoly and effectively debarred from expanding its business after 1969. The Tatas, who used to control the largest industrial empire in India, made over 100 proposals for new business projects or to expand existing ones over the 20 years period since the MRTP law, but all of them were rejected. Thus, Indian firms lost numerous opportunities to derive economies of scale, and they never had a chance to launch their own industrial revolution. In the mid-1980s, Rajiv Gandhi's government raised the MRTP asset limit fivefold to Rs. 100 crore, and finally in September 1991, the Narasimha Rao government scrapped this ridiculous law. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 213. 3. Reservation for small-scale industries. India's lack of manufacturing prowess might have resulted from the reservation policies made for small-scale firms, and Indian industry was unable to reap the benefits of economies of scale. Small-scale enterprises, which belong to organized and unorganized sectors both, were not able to bring in technology and capital, and they did not have the professional management experience to run these enterprises. With limited capital, they were not able to achieve economies of scale and increase their productivity and efficiency. Small-scale industries were recognized for its importance in providing employment to educated men as well as women in their homes. Thus, a concern with employment and an anxiety about shortage of capital led to initial reservations for small-scale and cottage industries. The first formal definition of small-scale units was given in 1955, and in 1967, reservation of production of 47 items by the small-scale sector was introduced. By March 1987, the reservation had been extended to over 800 items. These items were produced by other countries through better technology and at a larger scale at a much lesser cost, and they flooded our domestic market once we reduced the import duties after 1991 reforms. 4. Import Substitution Industrialization (ISI). The Import Substitution Industrialization (ISI) strategy adopted after independence based based on heavy protection to indigenous industries was very effective in deepening and widening India's industrial base and giving the economy a lot of freedom from foreign dependence. However, over time, the excessive protection through tariff, customs duty, and quota restrictions started leading to inefficiency and technological backwardness in Indian industry. India's inward-oriented development path after independence failed to make a timely shift from the export pessimism inherent in the first 3 5-year plans. Basically, it failed to take advantage of the globalization process in which the East Asian countries like Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, etc. participated. While the reasons for adopting a centrally directed strategy of development were understandable against the background of colonial rule, however, soon became clear that the actual results of this strategy were far below expectations. Instead of showing high growth, high public savings, and a high degree of self-reliance, India was actually showing one of the lowest rates of growth in the developing world with a rising public deficit and a periodic balance of payment crises. Between 1950 and 1990, India's growth rate averaged less than 4% per annum, and this was at a time when the developing world and other least developed countries showed a growth rate of over 5% per annum. An important assumption in the choice of post-independence development strategy was the generation of public savings, which could be used for higher and higher levels of investment. However, this did not happen, and the public sector, instead of being a generator of savings for the community's good, became, over time, a consumer of community savings. 6.4 Economic reforms of 1991. LPG reforms, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Liberalization means removal of state restrictions on private individual activities. Privatization means transfer of business, industry, or service from public to private ownership and control. And globalization is the flow of goods, services, capital, and labor across international borders. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 214 was not given a chance to present the budget. June 21, 1991. P.V. Narasimha Rao, sworn in as PM. Congress, coalition. July 24, 1991. Budget was presented by Dr. Manmohan Singh, FM. Background: the Rajiv Gandhi government, 1984 to 1989, introduced certain reforms in the second half of the 1980s to mitigate the rigors of the control regime. The license Raj, like relaxation in the grant of licenses, reduction in import restrictions, introduction of export incentives, etc. However, these changes were marginal, rather than fundamental in nature, amounting more to loosening controls and operating them more flexibly, rather than a comprehensive shift away from regime of controls. But certainly, it led India to a higher growth of over 5.5% of GDP in the decade of 1980s and broke the 3.5% growth record of the previous 3 decades, called the Hindu rate of growth. In the second half of the 1980s, there was enormous deficit on the trade front as imports were nearly double that of exports. Export earnings were only 55% of imports. By the late 80s, all this forced India to resort to more and more short-term borrowings. Until the early 80s, the government had managed the fiscal, revenue, and expenditure situation conservatively, but began indulging in fiscal profligacy, recklessly wasting of money, by substantial borrowing to support various development programs and keep growth going, and which led to the problems in the late 80s and early 90s. This resulted in weak macroeconomic fundamentals, fiscal deficit of 8.4%, current account deficit of 3.1%, high inflation of 17%, and high external debt, etc. in 1990 to 91, and created a lot of pressure on the balance of payment front. The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in August 1990, leading to increase in oil prices and import bill, and a fall in Indian exports to the Middle East or Gulf region, partly contributed to the alarming foreign exchange situation. India's international credit rating, sovereign rating, was sharply downgraded, and it was becoming extremely difficult to raise credit loan abroad. In such a situation where foreign lending had virtually dried up, the government Indian economy, 1947 to 2014, 215, was forced to pledge as collateral 67 tons of gold to the Union Bank of Switzerland and Bank of England to raise over $600 million in between April to July 1991 to tide over its immediate transactions. The country was at the edge of default as India had to repay its short-term loans which it had raised from abroad. And this formidable economic challenge was juxtaposed with continuing political uncertainty. See the chronology of events. In the backdrop of this alarming situation, the economic reforms were introduced between June 21, 1991, when the P.V. Narasimha Rao government took over, and July 24, 1991, when Dr. Manmohan Singh presented the budget. The blueprint of the reforms was already there in the budget, which never got presented by Mr. Yashwant Sinha in March 1991 as the Congress did not allow the budget to be presented. And the credit for reforms goes to Narasimha Rao more than Manmohan Singh for his deft political management, as there was opposition to reforms from outside the government as well as inside. The economic reforms of 1991 were carried out mainly in 3 directions. 1. We dismantled the complex regime of licenses, permits, and controls. 2. We reversed the strong bias towards state ownership of means of production and proliferation of public sector enterprises in almost every sphere of economic activity. 3. We abandoned the inward-looking trade policy. The main objective of the reforms was to integrate the Indian economy with the global economy through trade, investment, and technology flows, and for this purpose to create conditions which would give Indian entrepreneurs an environment broadly comparable to that in other developing countries, and to do so within the span of 4 to 5 years. Following lists down the details of the major reforms carried out in June-July 1991. 1. Fiscal stabilization. Fiscal stabilization is an essential precondition for the success of economic reforms. A reduction in the central government's fiscal deficit was therefore critical for the reforms to take off, which had reached to 8.4% in 1990 to 91. The following steps were taken to reduce the fiscal deficit: abolition of export subsidies in 1991 to 92, and the partial restructuring of fertilizer subsidy in 1992 to 93. Budget support to loss-making public sector units in the form of government loans to cover their losses was progressively phased out. Certain development expenditure was restructured, including expenditure on social and economic infrastructure. agriculture. 2. Industrial policy. The most radical changes implemented in the reform package have been in the area of industrial policy. The system of pervasive industrial licensing, License Raj, prevalent earlier, which required government permission for new investments as well as for substantial expansion of existing capacity, was abolished. Licensing is now required only for small list of industries, primarily because of environmental and pollution considerations. The parallel but separate controls over investment and expansion by large industrial houses through the MRTP Act were also eliminated. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 216. The list of industries exclusively reserved for public sector was drastically pruned and many critical areas were opened for private sector like power generation, hydrocarbon, exploration, production and refining of oil and gas, air transport, telecommunication, etc. 3. Delicensing of items reserved for MSME sector. Since 1991, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry was progressively delicensing the items reserved for MSME sector through a forward-looking policy. Over the years since 1991, the list of items reserved for manufacturing by MSME sector was reduced from over 800 to nil by April 2015. The items which were reserved consisted of pickles and chutneys, mustard oil, except solvent-extracted, groundnut oil, wooden fixtures, exercise books and registers, wax candles, laundry soap, glass bangles, steel almirah, rolling shutters, steel chairs and tables, padlocks, stainless steel and aluminium utensils, etc. 4. Foreign investment. Before 1991, India's policy towards foreign investment was very selective and was widely perceived as being unfriendly. The percentage of ownership allowed to foreign investors was generally restricted to 40%, except in certain high-technology areas, and foreign investment was generally discouraged in consumer goods sector unless supported by strong export commitments. The new policy was much more actively supportive of foreign investment in a wide range of activities. Permission is automatically granted for foreign equity investment up to 51% in a large list of 34 industries, and for more than 51% government approval was required. Various restrictions earlier applied on the operation of companies with foreign ownership of more than 40% were eliminated by replacing the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act (FERA) 1973 with Foreign Exchange Management Act (FEMA) 1999, and all companies incorporated in India were now treated alike, irrespective of the level of foreign ownership. 5. Trade and exchange rate policy. The complex import control regime earlier applicable to imports of raw materials, other inputs, capital goods were virtually dismantled. Now all raw materials, other inputs required for production, and capital goods can be freely imported except for a relatively small negative list. Import of certain consumer goods were allowed against special import licenses which were given to certain categories of exporters as incentives. The exclusion of consumer goods from trade liberalization was a restrictive element in trade policy which the government promised will be gradually liberalized, but for all other sectors, quantitative restrictions on imports were largely eliminated. The removal of quantitative restrictions on imports was accompanied by a gradual lowering of customs duties. Before 1991, the Indian rupee was converted into foreign currency on the basis of officially fixed exchange rate by RBI. In July 1991, rupee was devalued by about 24% for alignment of the exchange rate with the market rate. And in March 1993, India moved to market-based exchange rate system, floating rate managed float. Rupee was made fully convertible at current account. On capital account, rupee is still partially convertible. 6. Tax reforms. The maximum marginal rate of personal income tax was 56% in June 1991. This was reduced to 40% Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 217. Corporate income tax was reduced from 51.75% to 46% for public listed companies. Customs duty was considerably reduced from an average of around 200% to 65%. 7. Public sector reforms. Reform of the public sector is a critical element in structural adjustment programs all over the world and was also included on India's reform agenda. Instead of outright privatization, the government initiated a limited process of disinvestment of government ownership equity in public sector companies, with government retaining 51% of the equity and management control. Public sector companies were given a clear-cut signal that in future their investment plans must be financed either by internal resource generation, profit, or by resources raised from the capital market, both alternatives being bound to encourage and reward efficiency and commercial orientation. The government announced that budgetary support to finance loss-making PSUs will be phased out over 3 years, and this shall be supplemented with a policy for active restructuring of these units wherever it is possible to make them economically viable, and with closure combined with adequate compensation for labor where it is not. 8. Financial sector reforms. Banking sector was opened up to private competition from new private banks, and several new banking licenses were granted. Transparency and supervision in trading practices in capital markets. SEBI, established in 1988 but given statutory powers in April 1992, was established as an independent statutory authority for regulating stock exchanges and supervising the major players in the capital markets. Capital market was opened for portfolio investments, and Indian companies were allowed to access international capital markets by issuing equity shares abroad through Global Depository Receipts (GDR). The requirement of government permission of companies issuing capital, as well as system of government control over the pricing of new equity by private companies, was abolished with the repeal of the Capital Issues Control Act in May 1992. The aforementioned reforms implemented were necessitated by the macroeconomic compulsions, but were also put as a precondition by the IMF and the World Bank for the additional financial assistance. And it is remarkable that even if the reform process was put in place by a Congress-led government, the successive non-Congress governments have carried forward the reforms in a much bolder way. The 1991 crisis compelled India to create a new framework in which the fundamental principle would be that competition is the key to improving efficiency. Therefore, there has been a common thread running through the various reform measures that have been implemented since 1991, which is to improve productivity by infusing competition. 218. Impact of reforms on poverty reduction reduction. Long-term, growth helps in reduction of poverty in two ways. First, through the percolation, trickle-down effect, and second, through the ability to raise more resources on the part of the government to provide for increased social sector expenditures. Therefore, to make a dent in the poverty, a twofold strategy is needed: letting the economy grow fast and focusing on targeted programs to help the poor and disadvantaged. As we initiated the reforms in 1991, the Indian economy moved on a higher growth trajectory of 6.3%, which helped the government to raise more resources, and it also pulled in a lot of population in the growth process. And this led to an accelerated reduction in poverty in the post-reform period. The proportion of nationwide population living below the poverty line, as per the Planning Commission estimates, fell from 36% (40.7 cr) in 1993 to 94 to 27.5% (35.5 cr) in 2004 to 2005. So, there is evidence that the reforms augmented the growth process and have reduced the poverty in India. And that is why we moved away from the old socialist policies with their deleterious effect on economic performance, as it had failed to deliver on poverty reduction and other social goals. But despite all the reforms, many Indians continue to remain poor, and there are still 21.9% (26.9 cr) of the population below the poverty line as per the Tendulkar Committee estimate in 2011-12. They are not only poor but are also deprived of the basic amenities of which we have been talking since independence and before that. Reforms will not become acceptable to the people of India until and unless we take care of them through direct government action and ensure that they are provided the basic amenities. Reforms are the first important step towards raising the growth rate. But as our experience over the last few years shows, reforms alone are not enough. They must be supplemented by a proactive government which is focused on development and not distracted by other considerations. And it must be recognized that reforms are means and not ends in themselves. The essential objective of development is to eradicate poverty and improve the living conditions of the people. Impact of reforms on the disparity between rich and poor. Long-term, data from the National Council of Applied Economic Research says that the Gini coefficient in income, rural plus urban, which was 0.52 in 2004 to 2005, increased to 0.55 in 2011 to 12. Higher the Gini coefficient, higher the inequality. If we consider non-income indicators like the health and education, then inequalities between the poor and rich have increased further after the reform period. So, the conclusion is that poverty declined faster but inequality increased in the post-reform period. But certain economists claim that we have not been able to establish direct relation between reforms and its impact on inequality. Economic reforms should focus more on efficient delivery systems of public services. Many reckon that poor governance is the biggest constraint in achieving the aspirations of a new generation and reduction in poverty and inequality. A major institutional challenge is the accountability of service providers, particularly the public sector. Recent literature also focused on eradication of corruption for reduction in inequalities. Issues like electoral reforms, crony capitalism, election funding, and corruption should be part of the reform agenda to reduce inequalities. Fiscal instruments like public investment in physical and social infrastructure can be used to reduce inequality. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014, 219. For reducing inequality, some advocate measures such as redistribution of assets and wealth in favor of the poor via higher taxes for the rich. However, these may not be pragmatic solutions. The tax-GDP ratio has to be raised with a wider tax base rather than increasing the tax rate. The new generation wants equality of opportunity rather than redistributive measures. Comment: the post-reform period has been termed as jobless growth as we have not been able to create enough employment opportunities for the youth. India's most pressing challenge currently is to generate a large number of good jobs, as it is the only sustainable solution for persistent poverty. Otherwise, the demographic dividend could become a nightmare of unemployment and underemployment. The other major problem in India is the low growth in rural productivity, unlike China where rural entrepreneurship was the biggest growth driver for years. According to Raghuram Rajan, 2014, India simply shifted resources to rural areas through transfer programs, redistribution, like the Guaranteed Rural Job Scheme and Minimum Support Price (MSP) for crops, without the concomitant rise in farm productivity which fueled demand for goods and services and led to higher inflation. But in the past few years since 2014, government has increased the budgetary expenditure on rural infrastructure. A comparison with China started its reforms in 1978 under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping in agriculture sector and then moved up to the industrial sector bottom-up approach. It dismantled the commune system. In case of commune system, individuals forfeited their private plots to common ownership in land holdings and established household responsibility system, and by and large freed up the agricultural prices from controls. The real income of farmers grew in double digits, which increased the demand for manufactured products, resulting in a manufacturing boom in China. By making agriculture the starting point of market-oriented reforms, a sector which gave majority of the people their livelihood, China could ensure widespread distribution of gains and build consensus and political support for the continuation of reforms. Reform of incentives resulted in greater returns to farmers and in more efficient resource allocation, which in turn strengthened the domestic production base and made it more competitive. Besides, prosperity in agriculture favored the development of a dynamic rural non-farm (RNF) sector, regarded as one of the main causes for rapid poverty reduction in China, as it provided additional sources of income outside farming. The rapid development of the RNF sector also encouraged the government to expand the scope of policy changes and put pressure on the urban economy to reform as well, since non-farm enterprises in rural areas had become more competitive than the state-owned enterprises (SOEs). Reforms of the SOEs, in turn, triggered macroeconomic reforms, opening up the economy further. In contrast, India liberalized the industrial and services sector in 1991, and it did not touch the agriculture sector where reforms are being introduced now, a top-down approach. When in India, industrial manufacturing and services sector liberalized in 1991, most of the companies went into services and did not enter into manufacturing as major bottlenecks were present for the manufacturing manufacturing sector like issues in land acquisition, costly transport, costly electricity, labor laws, etc. As our rural economy remained weak, the demand of manufactured products never came from this section and resulted in less and inefficient production, and whatever was required we started importing from China, as this period also coincided with WTO's free trade policies. In 1978, China's per capita income was lower than India, but now it is 5 times that of India. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014, 220. 6.5 economy jumped from agriculture to services. Agriculture, industry services, agriculture, forestry, fishing, mining and quarrying, 2.3%. Manufacturing, 17.3%. Construction, 8.1%. Electricity, gas, water supply, 2.3%. Trade, hotel, financial, defense, etc. Percent share in GDP, 2022 to 23, 16%, 30%, 54%. Percent labor force, 2022 to 23, 43%, 25%, 32%. Percent share in GDP, 1947, 55%, 15%, 30%. Introduction. As we can see from the above table, the share of agriculture in India's GDP was 55% at the time of independence, while services sector constituted 30% and industrial sector a meager 15%. In the last 73 years after independence, Indian economy has moved from a dominant agricultural sector to the services sector constituting 54% share in India's GDP. Generally, the economies move from agriculture to industry, manufacturing, and then to services in their process of development, but India is an exception and shifted directly from agriculture to services while ignoring the industrial sector. We will be able to understand why India ignored manufacturing only when we know what were the basic requirements of manufacturing sector and whether we fulfilled those requirements in India or not. Manufacturing growth depends on the following basic factors: availability of land, easier land acquisition processes, better and cheaper transportation infrastructure like railway and roads, efficient ports for import of raw materials and export of finished goods, 24/7 availability of cheap power, simple labor laws, easy to comply labor laws, simplified tax system, simple procedures for getting clearances like environment, forest, water, power, etc. Now let us see whether the previous governments in India fulfilled the above requirements in the last 75 years to the entrepreneurs, businessmen trying to enter into manufacturing sector or not. 1. Availability of land, or easier land acquisition processes. With very high population density and the second largest population, there is less availability of land per person. Further, complicated land acquisition procedures made it very difficult to acquire large tracts of land required for industrial purpose. A services industry may get established on a small piece of land or on a rented floor like software, IT, education, banking, etc. But to establish a manufacturing industry, thousands of acres of land is required. Until now, we have not been able to provide land easily to set up an enterprise. 2. Better and cheaper transportation infrastructure like railway and roads. Any manufacturing industry requires connectivity to source the raw materials and supply the finished products in the market. In India, we have not been able to provide better quality roads, and the connectivity in the rural areas is still an issue. In case of railway, Indian economy, 1947 to 2014, 221. The freight fare is one of the costliest among the world, and we have not added the railway tracks as per the demand, which has created a huge congestion leading to poor average speed and inordinate delays. All this makes Indian transportation system a costly and time-consuming affair, which hurts the efficiency of our manufacturing enterprises, making products costly and less competitive with other economies like China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, etc. 3. Efficient ports for import of raw materials and export of finished goods. In India, majority of the export and import of goods traffic goes through the major ports under the central government and are controlled and operated through trusts. These trusts have not been able to manage the ports efficiently, creating huge delays in export and import of goods and making the goods more costly in the export market. Due to this, our manufacturing firms have not been able to globally compete and explore the world market, leading to reduced share of manufacturing in GDP. 4. 24/7 availability of power. Till now, we have not been able to supply power all across the country 24/7, which is one of the basic requirements of a manufacturing enterprise. Every manufacturing firm requires uninterrupted and cheaper power supply to produce cost-effective products. In many parts of UP and Bihar, several industries got closed as government was not able to provide cheaper power. A service industry can run on a diesel generator set for an hour or two if there is hindrance in power supply, but a manufacturing firm cannot. 5. Simple labor laws, or easy to comply labor laws. In India, we had 44 central labor laws. Now government has merged into 4 labor codes and more than 100 state labor laws, making it one of the most rigid labor markets all over the world. It is almost impossible for any manufacturing firm to comply with all the labor laws. Companies cannot fire a worker on its own and require government approval, which is very difficult to come by if they employ more than 100 laborers. Service establishments are required to abide by only with few labor laws, but for a manufacturing firm, a whole gamut of laws exist which deters entrepreneurs to venture out in manufacturing industry. 6. Simplified tax system. In India, we had one of the most complicated tax structures. Due to federal structure of taxation, both center and state levy and collect taxes, leading to cascading effect and double taxation, and in turn the product produced in India becomes costlier. Now it has been simplified through GST in 2017. 7. Simple procedures for getting approval clearances like environment, forest, water, power. Most of the industries in the manufacturing sector require approvals from the government regarding environment and forest clearances. Since the industries also require very large amount of water and power supply, they need to take approval of the government, which may not be required for a service industry. These approvals are difficult to get and time-consuming because of red tapeism, and also there is no fixed time frame provided by the government to grant these clearances. As the government in India was not able to fulfill the above requirements in the years after independence until now, we are still a laggard in the manufacturing sector. Indian economy, 1947 to 2000 2014, 222. But why services industry leapfrog? India has a huge entrepreneurial talent, which was not able to showcase it as we followed a socialist model of development in the years after independence. As time passed, the entrepreneurial energy got crippled with the burden of License Raj, MRTP Act, FARA, and reservation of several industries for the government only. The economic reforms of 1991 opened the product and capital markets. On paper, we changed our economic policy and opened the doors for foreign firms in India, allowed most of the sectors for private competition, removed License Raj, reduced trade barriers, etc. This period got coincided with the internet and telecom revolution, a necessary ingredient for services in India, and the vast entrepreneurial talent lying at the bottom of the pyramid moved into the services sector, propelling the growth of the Indian economy. But the major infrastructural bottlenecks and land and labor issues, in which reforms were must for manufacturing industry to flourish, still remained as it is and prevented India from becoming a manufacturing hub like China. 6.6 Planning Commission and 5-year plans. The Planning Commission, although no longer active, was an important feature of policymaking and governance in India. The Planning Commission was set up by a resolution of the Government of India in March 1950. The prime objectives of the government were to propel a rapid increase in the living standard of Indians by the productive exploitation of the country's resources, raising production and securing opportunities for everyone for employment in the service of society. The Planning Commission was assigned the responsibility of assessing all the resources of the country, enhancing scarce resources, drafting plans for the most productive and balanced usage of resources, and ascertaining priorities. Pandit Nehru was the first chairman of the Planning Commission. The following were the functions of Planning Commission: to make an evaluation of the material, capital, and human resources of the country, including technical employees, and investigate the possibilities of augmenting those related resources which are found to be deficient in relation to the nation's requirement; to devise a plan for the most effective and balanced utilization of country's resources; to define the stages, on the basis of priority, in which the plan should be implemented and propose the allocation of resources for the due completion of each stage; to specify the factors that tends to retard economic development; to determine the conditions which need to be established for the triumphant execution of the plan within the incumbent socio-political situation of the country; to determine the nature of the mechanism required for securing the successful implementation of each stage of the plan in all its aspects; to evaluate from time to time the improvement achieved in the implementation of each stage of the plan, and also recommend the adjustments of policy and measures which are deemed important for successful implementation of the plan; to make required recommendations from time to time regarding those things which are deemed necessary for facilitating the execution of these functions. Such recommendations can be related to the current economic conditions, current policies, measures, or development programs. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014, 223. 5-year plans. Although the planned economic development in India began in 1951 with the inception of first 5-year plan, theoretical efforts had begun much earlier, even prior to the independence. Setting up of National Planning Committee by Indian National Congress in 1938, the Bombay Plan and Gandhian Plan in 1944, People's Plan in 1945 by Post-War Reconstruction Committee of Indian Trade Union, Sarvodaya Plan in 1950 by Jayaprakash Narayan were steps in this direction. 5-year plans, FYPs, were centralized and integrated national economic programs. Joseph Stalin implemented the first FYP in the Soviet Union in the late 1920s. Most communist states and several capitalist countries subsequently adopted them. China and India both adopted the FYPs, although India discontinued in 2017 and China renamed its 11th FYP from 2006 to 2010, a guideline rather than a plan, to signify the central government's more hands-off approach to development. After independence, India launched its first FYP in 1951 under socialist influence of first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. The process began with setting up a planning commission in March 1950 in pursuance of declared objectives of the government to promote a rapid rise in the standard of living of the people by efficient exploitation of the resources of the country, increasing production and offering opportunities to all for employment in the service of the community. The Planning Commission was charged with the responsibility of making assessment of all resources of the country, augmenting deficient resources, formulating plans for the most effective and balanced utilization of resources, and determining priorities. For the first 8 plans, the emphasis was on a growing public sector with massive investments in basic and heavy industries. But since the launch of the 9th plan in 1997, the emphasis on the public sector became less pronounced and the thinking on planning in the country, in general, changed increasingly to indicative in nature. FY Plan Description. First Plan, 1951 to 56, target growth 2.1%, actual growth 3.6%. It was based on Harad-Domar model. Influx of refugees, severe food shortage, and mounting inflation confronted the country at the onset of the first 5-year plan. The plan focused on agriculture, price stability, power, and transport. It was a successful plan primarily because of good harvests in the last 2 years of the plan. Objectives of rehabilitation of refugees, food self-sufficiency, and control of prices were more or less achieved. Second Plan, 1956 to 61, target growth 4.5%, actual growth 4.3%. Simple aggregative Harad-Domar growth model was again used for overall projections, and the strategy for resource allocation to the various sectors was prepared by Prof. P.C. Mahalanobis. Plan is also called Mahalanobis Plan. Second Plan was conceived in an atmosphere of economic stability. It was felt agriculture could be accorded lower priority. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014, 224. The plan focused on rapid industrialization, heavy and basic industries, advocated huge imports through foreign loans. The industrial policy 1956 was based on establishment of a socialistic pattern of society as the goal of economic policy. Acute shortage of forex led to pruning of development targets. Price rise was also seen, about 30% vis-a-vis decline in the earlier plan, and the second FYP was only moderately successful. Third Plan, 1961 to 66, target growth 5.6%, actual growth 2.8%. At its conception, it was felt that Indian economy has entered a takeoff stage. Therefore, its aim was to make India a self-reliant and self-generating economy. Based on the experience of first two plans, agriculture was given top priority to support the exports and industry. The plan was thorough failure in reaching the targets due to unforeseen events: Chinese aggression 1962, Indo-Pak War 1965, severe drought 1965 to 66. Due to conflicts, the approach during the later phase was shifted from development to defense and development. Three annual plans 1966 to 69, euphemistically described as Plan Holiday. Failure of third plan, that of the devaluation of rupee to boost exports, along with inflationary recession, led to postponement of fourth FYP. Three annual plans were introduced instead. Prevailing crisis in agriculture and serious food shortage necessitated the emphasis on agriculture during the annual plans. During these plans, a whole new agricultural strategy was implemented, it involving widespread distribution of high-yielding varieties of seeds, extensive use of fertilizers, exploitation of irrigation potential, and soil conservation. Fourth plan, 1969 to 74, target growth 5.7%, actual growth 3.3%. Refusal of supply of essential equipments and raw materials from the Allies during Indo-Pak War resulted in twin objectives of growth with stability and progressive achievement of self-reliance. For the fourth plan, main emphasis was on growth rate of agriculture to enable other sectors to move forward. The plan was considered as a failure. Fifth plan, 1974 to 79, target growth 4.4%, actual growth 4.8%. The final draft of fifth plan was prepared and launched by DP Dhar in the backdrop of economic crisis arising out of runaway inflation fueled by hike in oil prices and failure of the government takeover of the wholesale trade in wheat. It proposed to achieve two main objectives: removal of poverty, Garibi Hatao, and attainment of self-reliance. Promotion of high rate of growth, better distribution of income, and significant growth in the domestic rate of savings were seen as key instruments. Rolling plan 1978 to 80. There were two sixth plans. Janta government put forward a plan for 1978 to 1983 emphasizing on employment, in contrast to Nehru model, which the government Indian economy 1947 to 2014 225 criticized for concentration of power, widening inequality, and for mounting poverty. However, the government lasted only for 2 years. Congress government returned to power in 1980 and launched a different plan. Sixth plan 1980 to 85, target growth 5.2%, actual growth 5.7%. The plan focused on increase in national income, modernization of technology, ensuring continuous decrease in poverty and unemployment. Seventh plan 1985 to 90, target growth 5%, actual growth 6%. The plan aimed at accelerating food grain production, increasing employment opportunities, and raising productivity with focus on food, work, and productivity. The plan was very successful. Eighth plan 1992 to 97, target growth 5.6%, actual growth 6.8%. The eighth plan was postponed by 2 years because of political uncertainty at the center. Worsening balance of payment position, rising debt burden, widening budget deficits, recession in industry, and inflation were the key issues during the launch of the plan. The plan undertook drastic policy measures to combat the bad economic situation and to undertake an annual growth of 5.6% through introduction of fiscal and economic reforms, including liberalization under the Prime Minister Shri P.V. Narasimha Rao. Ninth plan 1997 to 2002, target growth 6.5%, actual growth 5.4%. The plan prepared under United Front government focused on growth with social justice and equality. Ninth plan aimed to depend predominantly on the private sector, Indian as well as foreign FDI, and state was envisaged to increasingly play the role of facilitator and increasingly involve itself with social sector as education, health, etc., and infrastructure where private sector participation was likely to be limited. 10th plan 2002-2007, target growth 8%, actual growth 7.6%. Recognizing that economic growth can't be the only objective of national plan, 10th plan had set monitorable targets for few key indicators 11 of development besides 8% growth target. The targets included reduction in gender gaps in literacy and wage rate, reduction in infant and maternal mortality rates, improvement in literacy, access to potable drinking water, cleaning of major polluted rivers, etc. Governance was considered as factor of development, and agriculture was declared as prime moving force of the economy. 11th plan 2007 to 2012, target growth 9%, actual growth 8%. 11th plan was aimed towards faster and more inclusive growth. India had emerged as one of the fastest growing economies by the end of the 10th plan. The savings and investment rates had increased, industrial sector had responded well to face competition in the global economy, and foreign investors were keen to invest in India. But the growth was not perceived as sufficiently inclusive for many groups, especially SCs, STs, and minorities, as borne out by data on several dimensions like poverty, malnutrition, mortality, current daily employment, etc. 12th plan, the broad vision and aspirations which the 12th plan sought to fulfill were Indian economy 1947 to 2014, 226, 2012 to 2017, target growth 8%, actual growth 6.5%, reflected in the subtitle, faster, sustainable, and more inclusive growth. 6.7 Previous year's questions. 1. Which of the following has occurred in India after its liberalization of economic policies in 1991? 2017. I. Share of agriculture in GDP increase enormously. 2. Share of India's exports in world trade increase. 3. FDI inflows increased. 4. India's foreign exchange reserves increased enormously. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I and 4, only B. 2, 3, and 4, only C. 2 and 3, only D. I. 2, 3, and 4. Answer 1. B. Mains question. Normally countries shift from agriculture to industry and then later to services, but India shifted directly from agriculture to services. What are the reasons for the huge growth of services vis-a-vis industry in country? Can India become a developed country without a strong industrial base? 2014 Indian economy after 2014, 227. 7 Indian economy after 2014, 7.1 Niti Aayog Government of India, in keeping with its reform agenda, constituted the Niti Aayog to replace the Planning Commission. This was done in order to better serve the needs and aspirations of the people of India. An important evolutionary change from the past, Niti Aayog acts as the quintessential platform for the Government of India to bring states to act together in national interest and thereby fosters cooperative federalism. National Institution for Transforming India, also known as Niti Aayog, was formed via a resolution of the Union Cabinet on January 1, 2015. Niti Aayog is the premier policy think tank of the Government of India, providing directional and policy inputs. Apart from designing strategic and long-term policies and programs for the Government of India, Niti Aayog also provides relevant technical advice to the center, states, and UTs to evolve a shared vision of national development priorities, sectors, and strategies with the active involvement of states. Niti Aayog works towards the following objectives functions: to evolve a shared vision of national development priorities, sectors, and strategies with the active involvement of states, to foster cooperative federalism through structured support initiatives and mechanisms with the states on a continuous basis, recognizing that strong states make a strong nation, to develop mechanisms to formulate credible plans at the village level and aggregate these progressively at higher levels of government, to ensure, on areas that are specifically referred to it, that the interests of national security are incorporated in economic strategy and policy, to pay special attention to the sections of our society that may be at risk of not benefiting adequately from economic progress, to design strategic and long-term policy and program frameworks and initiatives and monitor their progress and their efficacy. The lessons learned through monitoring and feedback will be used for making innovative improvements, including necessary mid-course corrections, to provide advice and encourage partnerships between key stakeholders and national and international like-minded think tanks, as well as educational and policy research institutions, to create a knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurial support system through a collaborative community of national and international experts, practitioners, and other partners, to offer a platform for resolution of intersectoral and interdepartmental issues in order to accelerate the implementation of the development agenda, to maintain a state-of-the-art resource center, be a repository of research on good governance and best practices in sustainable and equitable development, as well as help their dissemination to stakeholders. Indian economy after 2014, 228. To actively monitor and evaluate the implementation of programs and initiatives, including the identification of the needed resources so as to strengthen the probability of success and scope of delivery, to focus on technology upgradation and capacity building for implementation of programs and initiatives, to undertake other activities as may be necessary in order to further the execution of the National Development Agenda and the objectives mentioned above. The Governing Council of Niti Aayog comprises the Prime Minister of India, Chief Ministers of all the states and union territories. It is the premier body tasked with evolving a shared vision of national development priorities, sectors, and strategies with the active involvement of states in shaping the development narrative. The Governing Council presents a platform to discuss intersectoral, interdepartmental, and federal issues in order to accelerate the implementation of the National Development Agenda in the spirit of Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat. The following are the various initiatives and programs of Niti Aayog. Aspirational District Program Pasan Abhiyan Atal Innovation Mission with emphasis on outcomes. Niti finalized indices to measure incremental annual outcomes in critical social sectors like health, education, water, and sustainable development goals (SDG). For example, Health Index, School Education Quality Index (SEQI), SDG India Index, Digital Transformation Index (DTI). Difference between Niti Aayog and Planning Commission. Planning Commission was an advisory body, and so is Niti Aayog. Main difference between Planning Commission and Niti Aayog is that while the former had powers to allocate funds to ministries and states, this function is now a finance ministry. The role of states in the Planning Commission era was restricted. The states yearly needed to interact with the Planning Commission to get their annual plan approved. They had some limited function in the National Development Council. Since Niti Aayog has all chief ministers of states and administrators of UT in its governing council, it is obvious that states are expected to have greater role and say in planning implementation of policies. Niti Aayog has adopted a bottom-up approach in planning, which is a noteworthy contrast to the Planning Commission's tradition of top-down decision-making. 7.2 Manufacturing. After India liberalized its economy in 1991, the services sector was among the fastest-growing part of the economy, contributing significantly to GDP, economic growth, international trade, and investment. Manufacturing contributes just 16% to India's GDP, compared to a 54% contribution by services. But the services sector employs fairly skilled people, and India's most abundant resource is unskilled labor. That is why Indian economy after 2014, 229. It has not been able to provide employment to the large unskilled Indian population. At present, 12 million people enter the Indian workforce each year. A substantial part of them is low-skilled workers, many having migrated from rural India to the urban centers. The scale and nature of employment that is required to employ these people with limited skills and education can only be provided by low and semi-skilled manufacturing. While India is good at making complex things, which require skilled labor and frugal engineering, cars and automotive components, it is quite uncompetitive at low-skilled manufacturing. For manufacturing to take off in India, we must create hubs that are ecosystems for innovation, specialized skills, and supply chains, as it is difficult to make a country the size of India into a uniformly attractive manufacturing location. Even China started its manufacturing journey by creating a few oases in the form of 4 special economic zones, which were remarkably easy places to manufacture in. Pune, Chennai, Bengaluru, and Delhi are already emergent hubs, but we must give incentives to attract the world's leading companies to establish establish global innovation and manufacturing centers in these hubs. India must stop tax terrorism, improve infrastructure, reform labor laws, invest in skills development, make it easier to acquire land, remove GST hurdles, and fast-track approvals. And through these measures, it can become a manufacturing powerhouse to gainfully employ its demographic dividend. With China's competitive advantage in manufacturing eroding because of higher wages, India has the opportunity to take some share of global manufacturing away from China. Unfortunately, we have two major natural advantages of a big labor pool and a large domestic market. Challenges: there is only one time-tested way for a country to get rich. It moves farmers to factories and imports foreign manufacturing technology. When surplus farmers are moved to cities, their productivity soars. So far, no country has reached high levels of income by moving farmers to service jobs en masse. This may be because manufacturing technologies are embodied in the products themselves and in the machines that are used to make the products, while service businesses get their productivity from organizational models, human capital, and other intangibles that are harder for poor countries to imitate and tougher to grow quickly. But the problem is that manufacturing is shrinking. Although the total amount of physical stuff that humans make keeps expanding, the percent of our economic activity that we put into making physical goods keeps going down. This is happening all across the globe, even in China. This may be partly because manufacturing has been a victim of its own success. This sector has grown so productive that it is now pretty cheap to make all the stuff we need. And after all, that is what happened in agriculture. The main engine of global growth since 2002 has been the rapid industrialization of China. By channeling the vast savings of its population into capital investment, and by rapidly absorbing technology from advanced countries, China was able to carry out the most stupendous modernization in history, moving hundreds of millions of farmers from rural areas to cities. And that in turn also powered the growth of the countries like Brazil, Russia, and many developing nations which exported oil, metal, and other resources to the new workshop of the world. But now China has started slowing down. Comparison with China, there is a risk in focusing on manufacturing and attempting to follow the export-led growth path that China followed. Indian economy after 2014, 230. First, the slow-growing advanced industrial countries will be much less likely to be able to absorb a substantial additional amount of imports in the foreseeable future, and the world as a whole is unlikely to accommodate another export-led China. Second, industrial countries have been improving capital-intensive flexible manufacturing, so much so that some manufacturing activity is being reshored, brought in their own countries. Emerging markets wanting to export manufacturing goods will have to compete with this. Third, when India pushes into manufacturing exports, it will have China to compete with. Export-led growth will not be as easy as it was for the Asian economies who took that path before us. Accordingly, China might have been the last country to hop on board the industrialization train. And in that case, India, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East might get left behind and may not be able to catch up as China did. Comments: as building things, manufacturing, becomes less important and doing things becomes more important to the global economy, human capital will be more crucial than ever. This requires enhancing the quality and spread of healthcare, nutrition and sanitation, better and more appropriate education and training for skill valued in the labor markets. So, while we should continue to push to improve infrastructure of the country, but it may be even more important to focus on education. Human capital. 7.3 Make in India Government of India launched the Make in India campaign in September. Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade is coordinating action plans for manufacturing sectors. 15. While Department of Commerce is coordinating service sectors. 12. The main targets under the scheme are increase in manufacturing sector growth to 12 to 14% per annum, increase in the share of manufacturing in countries' GDP from 15% to 25% by 2025, create 100 million additional jobs by 2022 in manufacturing sector, increase in domestic value addition and technological depth in manufacturing. Manufacturing or services. India's most abundant resource is unskilled labor, but the services sector employs fairly skilled labor, and if India wants that its growth is driven by services, then it must focus on skilling India aggressively. But skilling, which requires greater focus on education, will take time, and a major portion of the present unskilled population can be left out. If we want our growth to be driven by manufacturing, then we should start building the infrastructure that supports unskilled intensive manufacturing. Indian economy after 2014, 231. Enhance the global competitiveness of the Indian manufacturing sector, create appropriate skill sets among rural migrants and urban poor for inclusive growth, ensure sustainability of growth, particularly with regard to environment. Challenges faced by the Make in India initiative: labor productivity is low. India's manufacturing sector's productivity is low and the skills of the labor force are insufficient. According to McKinsey's report, the Indian workers in the manufacturing sector are, on average, almost 4 to 5 times less productive than their counterparts in Thailand and China. Investment from shell companies. The major part of the FDI inflow is neither from foreign nor direct. Rather, it comes from Mauritius-based shell companies that are suspected to be investing black money from India. The size of the industrial units is small and therefore, it cannot attain the desired economies of scale. It also cannot invest in modern equipment and develop supply chains. Complicated labor laws. The Indian labor laws were conceived during the independence period and are based on import substitution and status, state intervention and control, model of economic development, which are not suited to the present time of highly competitive world. Our strategy for Make in India: while focusing on Make in India, we should not follow export-led strategy that involves subsidizing exporters with cheap inputs as well as an undervalued exchange rate, simply because it is unlikely to be as effective at this juncture. And we should accept that India is different from China and is developing at different times. Further, we should also not see Make in India as a strategy of import substitution through tariff barriers. This strategy has earlier not worked because it ended reducing domestic competition, making producers inefficient and increasing costs to consumers. Instead, Make in India shall mean more openness, creating an environment that enables our firms to compete with the rest of the world and encourage foreign firms to create create jobs in India. Successful examples of Make in India: manufacturing of railway coaches, Indian Coach Factory Chennai, Rail Coach Factory Kapurthala, defense manufacturing, HAL Tejas light combat aircraft, mobile phone manufacturing, Samsung Mobile Factory in Noida, and automobiles. India is set to become the world's third largest auto market by 2021, are quite successful examples of Make in India initiative. Defense manufacturing. India is among top 5 military spenders and one of the emerging defense manufacturing hubs in the world. To support the growth of the defense sector and enhance manufacturing capacity in the sector, 2 defense industrial corridors are being set up in India, one in Uttar Pradesh and the other in Tamil Nadu. Indian economy after 2014. 232. 7.4 Smart manufacturing. Industry 4.0 data is often referred to as the raw material of the 21st century. First Industrial Revolution. 1765. The first industrial revolution began in Britain in the late 18th century with the mechanization of the textile industry. Tasks previously done laboriously by hand in hundreds of weavers' cottages were brought together in a single cotton mill, and the factory was born. It witnessed the emergence of mechanization, a process that replaced agriculture with industry as the foundations of the economic structure of society. Mass extraction of coal, along with the invention of the steam engine, created a new type of energy that thrusted forward all processes. Second Industrial Revolution. 1870. Nearly a century later, at the end of the 19th century, new technological advancements initiated the emergence of a new source of energy: electricity, gas, and oil. As a result, the development of the combustion engine set out to use these new resources to their full potential. Methods of communication were also revolutionized with the invention of the telegraph and the telephone, and so were transportation methods with the emergence of the automobile, Ford's mass production techniques, and the plane at the beginning of the 20th century. Third Industrial Revolution. 1969. Nearly a century later, in the second half of the 20th century, a third industrial revolution appeared with the introduction of electronics and information technology. For industry, this revolution gave rise to the era of high-level automation in production thanks to 2 major inventions: automatons, programmable logic controllers, and robots. The first industrial revolution used water and steam to mechanize production. The second used electric energy to create mass production, and the third used electronics and information technology to automate production. Today, a fourth industrial revolution is underway which builds upon the third revolution and the digital revolution that has been taking place since the middle of the last century. This fourth revolution with exponential expansion is characterized by merging technology that blurs the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres to completely uproot industries all over the world. The extent and depth of these changes are a sign of transformations to entire production, management, and governance systems. Fourth Industrial Revolution. Industry 4.0. Present with rapid development in the fields of information technology and hardware, the world is about to witness a fourth industrial revolution, i.e. Industry 4.0, which is rooted in a new technological phenomenon: digitalization. This digitalization enables us to build a new virtual world from which we can steer the physical world. While Industry 3.0 focused on the automation of single machines and processes, Industry 4.0 concentrates on the end-to-end digitization of all physical assets and their integration into digital ecosystems with value chain partners. Driven by the power of big data, high computing capacity, artificial intelligence, and analytics, Industry 4.0 aims to completely digitize the manufacturing sector. Driven by the amalgamation of emerging technologies like Indian economy after 2014. 233. Advanced robotics and cyber-physical systems, it is making it possible the meeting of the real and virtual worlds. Industry 4.0 is the next phase in bringing together conventional and modern technologies in manufacturing to create smart factories. Such factories consist of machines in the entire production chain that are digitally connected and can learn from the large amount of data generated and then make autonomous decisions. Challenges for the labor force. Industry 4.0 and Labor 1.0. The shift in employment caused by adoption of Industry 4.0 will be gradual but profound, and existing jobs will require to be transformed with the aid of virtual reality and augmented reality. The existing workforce would require large-scale reskilling to adjust to the new reality, as there is fundamental incompatibility of Industry 4.0 and our labor standards 1.0. There will be a need for massive upskilling as digital labor would become integral to most work profiles. At the very core of Industry 4.0 is the fact that lifetime or permanent employment as we know it, that is becoming increasingly rare, and even Industry 3.0 will more or less cease to exist with workers. Instead of finishing their education and then looking for a job as they do today, the labor force will continuously be retooling themselves depending upon what the market wants and what robots can't do better. The maximum impact of the emergence of intelligent automation will be felt on the global industry of IT services and BPO workers. A technology research firm had predicted in 2015 that 1 in 3 jobs will be converted to software, robots, and smart machines by 2025. Industry 4.0 in India. Usually, physical systems in any industry go through a technology ladder, from electrification, automation to digitization, and then smart factories. Most parts of the manufacturing sector in the country are still in the post-electrification rungs of the ladder. Similarly, the use of IT in manufacturing is dominated by embedded systems and machine units that operate independently of each other. The integration of physical systems on cyber platforms, too, is at a very nascent stage. Also, a huge number of MSMEs have just started to enter the automation phase. To achieve the ambitious target of making India a global hub for manufacturing, design, and innovation, and augmenting the share of manufacturing in GDP from the current 16% to 25% by 2025, the adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies becomes imperative to increase competitiveness and build efficient value chains. In its pursuit to foster best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure in India, the Make in India initiative is spearheading wider adoption of Industry 4.0. Banking on India's strength in information technology and a large workforce of IT professionals, the transformative journey of manufacturing manufacturing through Industry 4.0 has already begun in the country. Under the Government of India's Smart Cities mission, the projects to build 100 smart cities across India are being touted as the forerunners of the Industry 4.0 environment. In 2015, General Electric (GE) established a smart factory in Pune which can be termed as Industry 4.0. While most factories take weeks to switch over from one production line to another, GE has produced a multi-product factory that reduces this switchover time Indian economy after 2014, 234 dramatically, as a result of which it can produce items as diverse as locomotive engines and wind turbine blades within days from the same factory. Designs coming in from engineers automatically get converted into 3D drawings that are fed into the machines. Overhead cranes take parts from one machine to another while an optimizing solution reconfigures the assembly line depending upon the need of the day. The latter, in turn, is decided by the fact that the factory's equipment talk to one another over the internet and can take decisions based on what customers across the world want. Future strategy. The biggest challenge that we face today is job creation. Traditional economic thinking for a country transitioning from low to medium income is to focus on large-scale manufacturing and merchandise exports to the developed world as big job creators. Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China all followed this path. But that was before Industry 4.0 and growth of economic nationalism hit global manufacturing. Today, global merchandise trade is stagnating while services trade, especially digital services trade, is growing. Intra-Asia trade among the region's developing countries is growing more than 2 times faster than trade with the developed world. Manufacturing offshoring by developed economies, driven by labor arbitrage, seems to have peaked, and inshoring by these countries is beginning to happen. Large manufacturing companies are not creating jobs as they replace people with machines, but at the same time, the gig economy and MSMEs are creating more jobs. Finally, the potential for consumption of mass services creating millions of service jobs is growing from a combination of digital technologies, competition, and good regulations that drives down the cost of services by anywhere from 3 to 10 times, as we have seen in the telecom sector in India. So, in light of all these radical changes, the policymakers will have to bring in fresh and radical thinking on strategies for job creation. 7.5 Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises (MSME). Introduction. Economic development of a nation is closely associated with the growth of its industrial sector. Industrial sector is composed of large, medium, small, and micro enterprises. While large industries help in the overall economic development of a nation, the contribution of MSMEs is quite significant in employment generation, industrial production, and exports. MSME industries have the advantage of labor intensiveness, low-cost technology, low capital investment, short gestation period, and their strong forward and backward linkages with other sectors. The following are certain facts regarding MSMEs. MSMEs contribute 30% to India's output GDP. MSMEs contribute 45% to manufacturing output GDP. MSMEs contribute 40% to exports. There are around 6.34 crore MSMEs, out of which 90% are informal, employing more than 11 crore workers. MSMEs' role in socio-economic development. MSME sector has emerged as a highly vibrant and dynamic sector of the Indian economy over the last 5 decades. MSMEs not only play a crucial role in providing large employment opportunities at comparatively lower capital cost than large industries, but also help in industrialization of rural and backward areas, thereby reducing regional imbalances, assuring equitable distribution of national income and wealth, and leading to socio-economic development of the country. MSMEs don't compete with large-scale industries' Indian economy after 2014, 235. Rather, they complement them as ancillary units and play a critical role in manufacturing value chains. They also play a key role in the development of economies with their effective, efficient, flexible, and innovative entrepreneurial spirit. The sector has huge potential in addressing the structural problems like unemployment, regional imbalances, unequal distribution of national income and wealth across the country, but is fraught with various issues. Following are the major challenges faced by the MSME sector. Role of government in the promotion of MSME sector. The majorities of people living in rural areas draw their livelihood from agriculture and allied sectors. However, the growth and balanced development of other sectors such as industry and services is also necessary to sustain the growth of Indian economy in an inclusive manner. The socio-economic policies adopted by the Indian government since the Industries Development and Regulation Act 1951 have laid stress on MSMEs as a means to improve the country's economic conditions. The primary responsibility of promotion and development of MSMEs is of the state governments. However, the Government of India supplements the efforts of the state governments through various initiatives. The role of the Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises and its organizations is to assist the states in their efforts to encourage entrepreneurship, employment, and livelihood opportunities and enhance the competitiveness of MSMEs in the changed economic scenario. Following are some of the new initiatives undertaken by the Government of India for the promotion and development of MSMEs. Raising and accelerating MSME performance. Ramp. The scheme aims at strengthening institutions and governance at the center and state level, improving center-state linkages and partnerships, improving access of MSMEs to market and credit, technology upgradation, addressing issues of delayed payments, greening of MSMEs Indian economy after 2014, 236. Aspire. Government has launched a scheme for promoting innovation and rural entrepreneurs, Aspire, with the objective of setting up a network of technology centers and incubation centers to accelerate entrepreneurship and promote startups for innovation and entrepreneurship in rural and agriculture-based industries. Employment exchange. Government of India has launched employment exchange for industries to facilitate matchmaking between between prospective job seekers and employers. Government has created a framework for revival and rehabilitation of MSMEs. Faster access to credit. MSMEs are provided in principle approval of working capital and term loan worth Rs 1 lakh to Rs 1 crore in 59 minutes. Champions. In May 2020, the GOI launched Champions online platform to help and handhold the MSMEs. Champions stands for Creation and Harmonious Application of Modern Processes for Increasing the Output and National Strength. It is an ICT-based technology system aimed at making the smaller units big by solving their grievances, encouraging, supporting, helping, and handholding them throughout the business lifecycle. The platform facilitates a single window solution for all the needs of the MSMEs. Change in definition of MSMEs. MSMEs can expand their business up to a turnover of Rs 250 crore and investment up to Rs 50 CR and can still enjoy the benefits of being MSMEs. Schemes launched under Atma Nirbhar Bharat, Distressed MSME Funds, Fund of Funds, Mother Funds, Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme. UK Sinha Committee and KV Kamath Committee have recommended several reforms for MSMEs. Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development MSMED Act 2006. The MSMED Act was notified in 2006 to address policy issues affecting MSMEs as well as the coverage and investment ceiling of the sector. The Act seeks to facilitate the promotion and development of these enterprises as also enhances their competitiveness. It provides the first ever legal framework for recognition of the concept of enterprise, which comprises both manufacturing and service entities. As per the recent changes, the new classification definition of MSMEs is classification micro, small, medium, manufacturing and services, investment 1 CR and turnover 5 CR, investment less than 10 CR and turnover less than 50 CR, investment less than 50 CR and turnover less than 250 CR. Further, the turnover with respect to exports will not be counted in the limits of turnover for any category of MSME units, whether micro, small, or medium. This will help in bringing more units under MSME classification, even if their exports are more. Indian economy after 2014, 237, 7.6 Index of Industrial Production and Core Industries. The All India Index of Industrial Production (IP) is a composite indicator that measures the short-term changes in the volume of production of a basket of industrial products during a given period. The IP data is compiled and published monthly by the National Statistical Office (NSO) and is released with a time lag of 6 weeks. The scope of the Index of Industrial Production (IP), as recommended by the United Nations Statistical Office (UNSO), includes mining, manufacturing, construction, electricity, gas, and water supply. But due to constraints of data availability, the IP compiled in India has excluded construction, gas, and water supply sectors. Base year 2011 to 12 Index of Industrial Production (IP). Mining, manufacturing, electricity weights 14.37, 377.63, 37.994. The 8 core industries, which comprises 40.27% of the weight of items included in the Index of Industrial Production, is compiled and published monthly by Ministry of Commerce. Khadi and Village Industries Commission (KVIC). KVIC is a statutory body established in 1956 as per the Khadi and Village Industries Commission Act 1956. Objective of KVIC: the social objective of providing employment, the economic objective of producing saleable articles, the wider objective of creating self-reliance amongst the poor and building up of a strong rural community spirit. Functions of KVIC: to plan and organize training of persons employed or desirous of seeking employment in Khadi and Village Industries, to build up reserves of raw materials and implements tools, and supply them to persons engaged or likely to be engaged in production of Khadi or Village Industries, to promote sale and marketing of Khadi or products of Village Industries or handicrafts, to encourage and promote research in the technology used in Khadi and Village Industries, to provide financial assistance to institutions or persons engaged in the development and operation of Khadi or Village Industries, and guide them through supply of designs, prototypes, and other technical information, to promote and encourage cooperative efforts among the manufacturers of Khadi or persons engaged in Village Industries, to ensure genuineness and to set up standards of quality and ensure that products of Khadi and Village Industries do conform to the said standards, to undertake studies of the problems, challenges faced by Khadi or Village Industries. 238. An industry and comes with a time lag of 1 month. Core industry: crude oil, natur, al gas, refinery products, coal, steel, cement, electricity, ferty. Lizards: weights 8.98%, 6.88%, 28.04%, 10.3%, 17.9%, 5.73%, 19.85%, 2.63%, 7.7%. Production Linked Incentive Scheme (PLIS). Government has launched this scheme for manufacturing of mobiles, medical devices, and pharmaceuticals, and is planning to extend this scheme for 8 more sunrise sectors which has export potential. Explanation of PLIS scheme: if a company's sales of goods manufactured in India increases from a particular year considered as base year, then the company will get an incentive of 4% to 6% on incremental additional sales. For example, earlier a company was selling goods worth Rs 1 lakh in a year and now its sales increased to Rs 1.2 lakh. Then the company will get incentive of 4% on Rs 20,000 equals Rs 800. There is condition of additional investment in plant and machinery also under this scheme. In similar way, it is being implemented for pharma sector also. The scheme intends to boost domestic manufacturing of identified key starting materials (KSMs), drug intermediates, and APIs by attracting large investments in the sector and thereby reduce India's import dependence in critical APIs. Fact: Indian pharmaceutical industry is the 3rd largest in the world by volume and 14th largest in terms of value. India contributes 3.5% of total drugs and medicines exported globally. Despite these achievements, India is significantly dependent on import of some basic raw materials from China, viz. bulk drugs and APIs used to produce finished formulations. 7.8 Startups and policy enablers for innovation. Innovation as per Ministry of Commerce and Industry (DPIT). An entity shall be considered as a startup up to a period of 10 years from the date of its incorporation. Turnover of the entity since its incorporation has not exceeded Rs. 100 crores in any FY the entity is working towards innovation, development, or improvement of products or process or services, or if it is a scalable business model with a high potential of employment generation and wealth creation. To facilitate the growth of startups, GOI had announced the Startup India, Stand Up India initiative. The action plan is based on the 3 pillars: simplification and handholding, funding support and incentives, and industry-academia partnership and incubation. Government has launched various schemes over the past few years to promote a culture of entrepreneurship, innovation, and startups in the country. Indian economy after 2014. 239. Stand Up India. It is aimed at promoting entrepreneurship and job creation at the grassroots level, especially keeping in mind the SCSSDs and women. Startup India. Aimed at promoting bank financing for startup ventures to boost entrepreneurship and encourage job creation. Rural India's version of Startup India has been named Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Swaniyojana Yojana, a tall innovation mission, AIM government's flagship initiative to promote a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in the country. AIM's objective is to develop new programs and policies for fostering innovation in different sectors of the economy, provide platform and collaboration opportunities for different stakeholders, create awareness, and create an umbrella structure to oversee innovation ecosystem of the country. Chunauti. Government of India might launch Project Chunauti Challenge, Next Generation Startup Challenge contest to further boost startups and software products with special focus on Tier 2 towns of India. It aims to identify around 300 startups working in identified areas and provide them seed fund of up to Rs. 25 lakhs and other facilities. Priority sector lending. PSL startups have now been included under the priority sector lending rules of RBI for credit from banks. Tax exemption. Startups can avail tax holiday for 3 consecutive financial years out of its first 10 years since incorporation. State rankings. DPIT provides ranking of states based on the various policy initiatives regarding promotion and support of startups. Knowledge involvement and research advancement through Nurturing Kiran Scheme. The Biotechnology Ignition Grant (BIG) Scheme. Government Connect Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying has conducted a grand challenge in association with Startup India to award top startups with Rs. 5 lakhs in 5 categories. With more than 70,000 startups registered and recognized by the government, India has the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. As per the Economic Survey 2019-20, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Delhi are the top 3 performers in terms of state-wise distribution of recognized startups in India. 7.9 National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Today, India is one of the youngest nations in the world, with more than 62% of India's population is in the working age group of 15 to 59 years. Indian economy after 2014. 240. Our country presently faces a dual challenge of paucity of highly trained workforce, as well as non-employability of large sections of the conventionally educated youth who possess little or no job skills. National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship 2015 supersedes the policy of 2009. Vision: to create an ecosystem of empowerment by skilling on a large scale at speed with high standards, and to promote a culture of innovation-based entrepreneurship which can generate wealth and employment so as to ensure sustainable livelihoods for all citizens in the country. Objective: to empower the individual by enabling him to realize their full potential through a process of lifelong learning where competencies are accumulated via instruments such as credible certifications, credit accumulation and transfer, etc. As individuals grow, the society and nation also benefit from their productivity and growth. Mission: create a demand for skilling across the country. Correct and align skilling with required competencies. Connect the supply of skilled human resources with sectoral demands. Certify and assess in alignment with global and national standards. The objectives and targets under the policy will be met in mission mode approach, and for that, National Skill Development Mission was launched on July 15, 2015. World Youth Skills Day July 15, to implement and coordinate all skilling efforts in the country towards the objectives laid down in the policy. The mission is housed under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship (MSD), and the key institutional mechanism for achieving the objectives of the mission has been divided into a 3-tier structure. Some initiatives of government: central level, Governing Council, Steering Committee, Mission Directorate; state level, State Skill Development Missions, Steering Committee, Mission Directorate; district level, District Committees at functional level. Indian economy after 2014. 241. Prime Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has partnered with NASCOM to create an online platform to upskill IT professionals in emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, OT, etc. to increase their employability, called Future Skills Prime Program for Reskilling Upskilling of IT Manpower for Employability. UPSC. In an endeavor to improve the information flow and bridge the demand-supply gap in the skilled workforce market, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship on July 10, 2020 launched Adam and Erber Skilled Employee Employer Mapping (USEM) portal to help skilled people find sustainable livelihood opportunities. USEM is an AI-based digital platform to bridge demand-supply gap of skilled workforce across sectors. The portal will map details of workers based on regions and local industry demands. DG Saksham. It is a digital skills program to enhance the employability of youth by imparting digital skills that are required in an increasingly technology-driven era. It is a joint initiative of Ministry of Labor with Microsoft India and is an extension of the government's ongoing programs to support the youth from rural and semi-urban areas. 7.10 Land Banks and National Single Window System (NSWS). Land Banks. Government of India, DPIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, is in the process of creating a national land bank portal which will map around 5 lakh hectares of land spread across various industrial belts and special economic zones. Building land banks allows government to offer land to private investors right away, rather than having to wait for the lengthy process of land acquisition each time an investor wants land. Investors also get interested to know that the land is acquired and available, and that they won't run into political problems down the road. 21 states already have GIS-enabled land banks, which will be integrated with the National Land Bank. State governments have built land banks from private land, common land, forest land, and if some land was acquired by a company but did not start the work. So government takes the possession of the land and puts into land bank. Land is a state subject, and hence, till now mostly states have created their own land banks. DPIT is just creating a national portal which will integrate all the land banks across the country with other useful information for the investors, and hence, if a foreign investor is coming, he will not have to look for land in every state. Rather, he can check the National Land Bank portal. Investors will be able to locate the land and will have access to details of logistics, land and rail connectivity, and even raw material supply, which will make it easy for them to start a project. Central government is planning to give a major boost to manufacturing, which has stagnated at around 16% of GDP in the last 3 decades post-liberalization of economy in 1991. DPIT is also in the process of creating an investment clearance cell, a kind of single window clearance, which will be one digital platform for investors to obtain all requisite central and state approvals in a time-bound and hassle-free manner. Indian economy after 2014. 242. National Single Window System, NSWS. DPIT has launched NSWS, which is a digital platform for guidance of investors to identify and to apply for approvals as per their business requirements. It will remove the requirement of running to government offices for approvals and registrations, i.e., ease of doing business and ease of living. NSWS would bring in transparency, accountability, and responsiveness in the ecosystem, and all information will be available on a single dashboard. An applicant dashboard would be there to apply, track, and respond to queries. NSWS is envisioned to address information asymmetry, duplication of information submitted across platforms and authorities, and inefficient tracking of approvals and registration faced by investors. NSWS has been designed keeping the needs of entrepreneurs and investors at the center. The NSWS portal hosts approvals across different central departments and states. 7.11 E-commerce. E-commerce includes buying, selling, marketing, or distribution of goods, including digital products, and services through electronic network. Delivery of goods, including digital products and services, may be online or through traditional mode of physical delivery. E-commerce and benefit to exports. Electronic commerce helps in minimizing cost of marketing. Advertising. E-commerce provides opportunity to sellers or traders and consumers to communicate and connect beyond the limitations of geography and time. It helps in improving outreach to new markets and consumers. Apparel, textile, and jewelry exporters are few examples. E-commerce has helped in better value realization for exporters because of reduction in costs due to multiple intermediaries in the traditional setup. E-commerce and the MSME sector. E-commerce marketplace is an excellent platform for Indian MSMEs to grow, as it allows them to expand and scale up their reach by getting access to world market and enjoying a level playing field. It opens up a global market for product categories such as diamonds, gems and jewelry, finished leather goods, granite and marble, handloom products, and handicrafts, and allows small-scale industries in India to reach an international consumer base. Digitization has ensured that many small industries, which were previously isolated, have now become a part of a larger economy. Amazon has partnered with Federation of Indian MSMEs to help MSMEs to tap into opportunities in the e-commerce sector and sell their products online. E-commerce and inequality. We are witnessing a new digital world. In this world, the presence of network effects means size begets size, be it an e-commerce platform, social media network, or search engine. The presence of network effects means that in the era of data, the larger the firm, the greater the access to potential sources of data and greater the likelihood of its success. Indian economy after 2014. 243. Greater access to data provides a greater digital capital to a corporation, granting it an advantage over its competitors. Without access to adequate data, MSMEs and startups remain at a disadvantage to develop a large number of innovative solutions. While people had hoped that the internet era would be a tool to minimize inequality and would give greater access to a larger number of sellers, benefits smaller sellers, etc., reality has been somewhat different. While consumers have had access to benefits of increased competition by way of lower prices and greater variety, selling at loss and cash burning and capital burning had anti-competitive consequences. A handful of companies today dominate the digital economy. They are successfully exploiting the significant first movers advantage in the data-driven ecosystem. Once a certain scale is reached, it becomes virtually impossible for this second mover on its own to make an entry in this ecosystem. E-commerce and WTO. India has thus far not been a party to negotiations on e-commerce at the multilateral level. These negotiations under WTO are intended to create binding obligations on all the WTO member countries regarding, among other things, permanently accepting the moratorium on imposing customs duties on electronic transmissions. By agreeing to the permanent moratorium, India has agreed not to impose customs duty temporarily for the time being. Countries which have tariff schedules which allow putting duties on these kinds of products will give up these rights forever and lose revenues. 7.12 FDI in retail. E-commerce companies can operate under two different models in India. The first is the marketplace model, where the e-commerce firm simply acts as a platform that connects buyers and sellers. 100% FDI is allowed in e-commerce companies in this model. The second model is inventory-based, where the inventory of goods sold on the portal is owned or controlled by the e-commerce company. FDI is not allowed under this model. Indian economy after 2014. 244. What was happening earlier was that large e-commerce companies such as Amazon and Flipkart, while not owning inventory themselves, were providing a platform for their group companies such as Cloudtail and WS Retail respectively. This was skewing the playing field, especially if these vendors enjoyed special incentives from the e-commerce firm over others. These controlled or owned vendors may then be able to offer discounts to customers that competitors may not be able to match. Hence, government in December 2019 made made the following clarifications changes in the FDI policy in e-commerce. 1. Vendors that have any stake owned by an e-commerce company cannot sell their products on that e-commerce company's portal. 2. Any vendor who purchases 25% or more of its inventory from an e-commerce group company will be considered to be controlled by that e-commerce group company and thereby barred from selling on its portal. 3. E-commerce marketplace entity will not mandate any seller to sell any product exclusively on its platform. Only 4. E-commerce firm will not be allowed to influence the price of a product sold on its portal by giving incentives to particular vendors. 7.13 FDI in insurance business was nationalized in 1972 with the passing of the General Insurance Business Nationalization Act 1972, which became effective from January 1, 1973. The key objectives of the IRDA include promotion of competition so as to enhance customer satisfaction through increased consumer choice and lower premiums, while ensuring the financial security of the insurance market. Government, in February 2015, raised the foreign investment ceiling in insurance sector from 26% to 49% under automatic route, and then in 2021 it has again been increased to 75%. Insurance brokers represent the customers and are licensed to give you policies from any insurance company. They can provide expert advice on the insurance policies suitable to you and are paid a brokerage by the company whose policy you finally choose. Government has allowed 100% FDI in insurance intermediaries brokers in February 2020. There are two main types of insurance, namely life insurance. Life insurance is an insurance coverage that pays out a certain amount of money to the insured or their specified beneficiaries upon a certain event, such as death of the individual who is insured. General, non-life insurance. General insurance is an insurance policy that protects you against losses and damages other than those covered by life insurance, such as fire, marine, motor, home, etc. Indian economy after 2014. 245. Insurance sector in India. The Indian insurance market is currently dominated by Life Insurance Corporation (PSU), which captures nearly 75% of the market. Raising the foreign investment limit to 49% is expected to generate inflows of $6 to $8 billion in the insurance sector that is looking for growth capital. The Indian insurance industry has evolved significantly over the past decade or so, but the insurance penetration and insurance density levels are significantly lower than the developed as well as comparable developing countries. The underpenetration is due to lack of overall financial awareness, lack of understanding of insurance products, low perceived benefits, propensity to purchase insurance based on reactive drivers such as insistence by financiers, statutory requirements, etc. 7.14 Atmanirbhar Bharat. Corona resulted in one of the biggest and most unprecedented crises that the world has ever seen. It impacted every country on the earth, infecting more than 50 crores people and causing 62 lakhs deaths. World all over is still engaged in a battle to save precious lives. As a nation today, we stand at a very crucial juncture. Such a big disaster is a signal for India, and it has brought a message and an opportunity for India. For example, when the corona crisis started, there was not a single PPE kit made in India. The N95 masks were produced in small quantity in India, and now we are producing PPE kits, N95 masks, as well as COVID-19 vaccines in large volumes for our own use, as well as exporting it too. We were able to do this because India turned this crisis into an opportunity. 246. We have been hearing since the last century that the 21st century belongs to India. We have seen how the world was before corona and the global systems in detail. When we look at these two periods from India's perspective, it seems that the 21st century is the century for India. This is not our dream, rather a responsibility for all of us. The state of the world today teaches us that Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, is the only path. But today the meaning of the word self-reliance has changed in the global scenario. The debate on human-centric globalization versus economy-centralized globalization is on. India's fundamental thinking provides a ray of hope to the world. The culture and tradition of India speaks of self-reliance, and the soul is Vasudhaiva. India does not advocate self-centric arrangements when it comes to self-reliance. India's self-reliance is ingrained in the happiness, cooperation, and peace of the world. This is the culture which believes in the welfare of the world for all the living creatures and the one which considers the whole world as a family. Its premise is Mata Bhumya Putro Aham Pramivya. Land is our mother and we are her son. The culture that considers the earth to be the mother. And when the Bharat Bhumi becomes self-sufficient, it ensures the possibility of a prosperous world. India's progress has always been integral to the progress of the world. India's goals and actions impact the global welfare. When India is free from open defecation, it has an impact on the image of the world. Be it TB, malnutrition, polio, India's campaigns have influenced the world. International Solar Alliance is India's gift against global warming. The initiative of International Yoga Day is India's gift to relieve stress. Indian medicines, including COVID-19 vaccine, have given a fresh lease of life to the people in different parts of the world. These steps have brought laurels for India, and it makes every Indian feel proud. The world is beginning to believe that India can do very well. So much good for the welfare of mankind can give. The question is, how? The answer to this question is a combined resolve of 130 crore citizens for a self-reliant India, i.e. Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today we have the resources, we have the power, and we have the best talent in the world. We will make the best products, we'll improve our quality further, make the supply chain more modern. We can do this, and we will definitely do it. And this magnificent building of self-reliant India will stand on 5 pillars. First pillar is economy. An economy that brings quantum jump rather than incremental change. Second pillar is infrastructure. An infrastructure that became the identity of modern India. Third pillar is our system. A system that is driven by technology which can fulfill the dreams of the 21st century. A system not based on the policy of the past century. Fourth pillar is our demography. Our vibrant demography is our strength in the world's largest democracy, our source of energy for self-reliant India. Indian economy after 2014. 247. The fifth pillar is demand. The cycle of demand and supply chain in our economy is the strength that needs to be harnessed to its full potential. In order to increase demand in the country and to meet this demand, every stakeholder in our supply chain needs to be empowered. We will strengthen our supply chain, our supply system built up with the smell of the soil and the sweat of our laborers. But today's Atmanirbhar Bharat is different as compared to the self-sufficiency model of development followed in the post-independence period in the following ways. In the post-independence period, we restricted our private sector and most of the industries were reserved for government. But today we are encouraging entrepreneurs and businesses and are disinvesting the PSUs and opening all the sectors for private businesses like coal, railway, defense, space, etc. In the past we had license Raj, which required every industry to take government permission, but today we are focusing more on ease of doing business and giving timely clearance. In the past we followed import substitution and isolationism and did not focus on exports, but today we are willing to participate in the global supply chain and encouraging exports. Far from suggesting a centralized, top-down model directed from the commanding heights of the Planning Commission, the Atmanirbhar Bharat talks of freeing Indian entrepreneurship and innovation from bureaucratic hurdles. This is about decentralized localism that takes pride in local brands, emphasizes resilience and flexibility, and encourages local capacity building and indigenization. In the post-independence period, we restricted foreign capital, DFI, and devoid ourselves of foreign technology, but today India is willing to attract foreign capital in every sector for Make in India. We are supporting our MSME enterprises by providing them credit guarantee and other hand-holding support rather than reserving products which could be produced only by MSMEs, which we did in the period before 1991. This will help our MSMEs to participate in the global supply chain and become competitive rather than making them inefficient. In order to understand the intellectual underpinnings of Atmanirbhar Bharat, therefore, it is necessary to skip past the socialist era connotation of the term to an earlier era of thinkers like Swami Vivekananda. Today's Atmanirbhar Bharat reflects upon the idea of self-reliance given by Swami Vivekananda in the second half of the 19th century, which was about resilience, leveraging internal strengths, personal responsibility, and a sense of national mission. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not just a slogan but a vision with deep roots in India's intellectual tradition, and it means standing up confidently in the world and not about isolationism behind narrow domestic walls. In Indian culture, it is said that Sarvamatmarshang Sukham, i.e., what is in our control is happiness. Self-reliance leads to happiness, satisfaction, and empowerment. Our responsibility to make the 21st century the century of India will be fulfilled by the pledge of self-reliant India. Indian economy after 2014, 248. This responsibility will only get energy from the life force of 130 crore citizens. This era of self-reliant India will be a new vow for every Indian as well as a new festival. Now we have to move forward with a new resolve and determination. When ethics are filled with duty, the culmination of diligence, the capital of skills, then who can stop India from becoming self-reliant? We can make India a self-reliant nation. We will make India self-reliant. Proposed implemented reforms under Atmanirbhar Bharat: commercial coal mining, removal of distinction between captive and merchant mines, introduction of a seamless composite exploration cum mining cum production regime, change in definition of MSMEs by increasing the investment limit and including turnover criteria, global tenders, foreign companies disallowed in government procurement tenders up to Rs. 200 crores. This was done as Indian MSMEs and other companies have often faced unfair competition from foreign companies. It will help MSMEs to increase their business and support Make in India. Labor reforms: one labor return, one license, and one registration. Creation of National Land Bank portal which will map land spread across various industrial belts and special economic zones. Government allowed private companies in satellites, launches, and space-based services, future projects for planetary exploration, outer space travels, etc. to be open for private sector. Government released strategic disinvestment policy under which PSUs have been allowed to be present only in the notified strategic sectors with bare minimum presence. Research reactors in PPP mode will be established for production of medical isotopes to promote welfare of humanity through affordable treatment of cancer and other diseases. 74% FDI under automatic route in defense manufacturing from earlier 49% corporatization of Ordnance Factory Board to improve autonomy, accountability, and efficiency in ordnance supplies, making India a global hub for aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul. MRO. Government has reduced the GST on MRO services from 18% to 5%. This will attract companies to set up MRO business services in India, and the MRO service cost maintenance for Indian planes will get reduced as they can get all this domestically done. Electricity reforms: discoms will be penalized for load shedding, reduction in cross subsidies, smart prepaid meters, subsidy through DBT, privatization of distribution in union territories. Steps taken by RBI under Atmanirbhar Bharat: reduction in repo rate from earlier 5% to 4%, cash reserve ratio CRR was reduced from 4% to 3%, MSF borrowing increased up to 3% of SLR from the earlier limit of 2% of SLR. RBI allowed the banks to defer payment of EMIs for 6 months on various categories of loans without being downgraded. These loan papers to NPA. RBI conducted variable rate long-term repo operation LTRO worth Rs. 1 lakh crore. RBI provided special refinance facilities for a total amount of Rs. 50,000 crores to NABARD, SIDBI, and NHB to enable them to meet sectoral credit needs. Ways and means advance WMA limit of center and states increased Indian economy after 2014 249. In order to ease the liquidity position at the level of individual institutions, the liquidity coverage ratio LCR requirement for scheduled commercial banks was brought down from 100% to 80%. Amrit Kaal. India has completed 75 years of independence and entered into the Amrit Kaal, the 25-year-long lead up to India at 100. Prime Minister has outlined 5 commitments for the next 25 years for India called Panch Pran of Amrit Kaal. These are: 1. Country should move ahead with with a big result, and that big resolution is of a developed India too. Get rid of any signs of slavery. 3. We should feel proud of our heritage and legacy. 4. Unity and solidarity. 5. Duties of citizens. Addressing the 95th annual plenary session of the Indian Chamber of Commerce in Kolkata on June 11, 2020, our Prime Minister said that the time has come to take the Indian economy from command and control to plug and play. Command and control. In the period from 1950 to 1990, the central government used to plan everything regarding how much production of major items, steel, cement, coal, etc., will be done, what should be the capacity of the plant, on which technology the plant will be based, and accordingly government used to decide almost everything from top to down. Decisions were not based on market forces of demand and supply, rather were control commanded by the central government. This started easing out after 1991 LPG reforms. Plug and play. Plug and play in literal sense is used to describe devices that work with a computer system as soon as they are connected. For example, a video card or hard drive may be a plug and play device, meaning the computer will recognize it as soon as it is installed. But here our PM's interpretation regarding plug and play is that government will provide all the supporting stuff, policy, support, land and infrastructure, and the private businessmen will have to just set up their business and start activity without any red tape or bureaucratic hurdles. Control. 5 dynamic shifts that are underway in Indian economy. 1. Fortunes shifting in favor of the farm sector due to recent reforms in agriculture. 2. Changing energy mix in favor of renewable. 3. Leveraging ICT and startups to power growth. 4. Shifts in supply value chains both domestic and global. 5. Infrastructure as the force multiplier Indian economy after 2014. 250. 7.15 previous year's questions. 1. With reference to foreign-owned e-commerce firms operating in India, which of the following statements are correct? 2022. 1. They can sell their own goods in addition to offering their platforms as marketplaces. 2. The degree to which they can own big sellers on their platforms is limited. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 or 2. Answer 1. B. Inclusive growth and issues. 251. 8. Inclusive growth and issues. 8.1 Inclusive growth. The inclusive growth as a strategy of economic development received attention owing to a rising concern that the benefits of economic growth have not been equitably shared. Inclusive growth basically means making sure everyone is included in growth, regardless of their economic class, gender, sex, disability, and religion. Inclusive growth is economic growth that creates opportunity for all segments of the population and distributes the dividends of increased prosperity to every section of the society. The 11th plan defines inclusive growth to be a growth process which yields broad-based benefits and ensures equality of opportunity for all. It stands for equitable development or growth with social justice. This concept expands upon traditional economic growth models to include focus on the equity of health, human capital, environmental quality, social protection, and food security. Growth is inclusive when it takes place in the sectors in which the poor work, e.g., agriculture, occurs in places where the poor live, e.g., undeveloped areas with few resources, uses the factors of production that the poor possess, e.g., unskilled labor, and reduces the prices of consumption items that the poor consume, e.g., food, fuel, and clothing. The equality of opportunity and participation in growth by all, with a special focus on the most vulnerable people of the society, is the very basis of inclusive growth. Inclusive growth, as the literal meaning of the two words, refers to both the pace and the pattern of economic growth. The literature on the subject draws fine distinction between direct income redistribution or shared growth and inclusive growth. The inclusive growth approach takes a longer-term perspective as the focus is on productive employment rather than on direct income redistribution as a means of increasing incomes for excluded groups. In the short run, governments could use income distribution schemes to reduce the negative impacts on the poor of policies intended to jumpstart growth, but transfer schemes cannot be an answer in the long run and can be problematic also in the short run. In poor countries, such schemes can impose significant burdens on already stretched budgets, and it is theoretically impossible to reduce poverty through redistribution. Inclusive growth is, therefore, supposed to be inherently sustainable as distinct from income distribution schemes. While income distribution schemes can allow people to benefit from economic growth in the short run, inclusive growth allows people to contribute to and benefit from economic growth in a sustainable manner for long term. The inclusiveness involves 4 attributes. They are opportunity, capability, access, and security. The opportunity attribute focuses on generating more and more opportunities to the people and focuses on increasing their income. The capability attribute concentrates on providing the means for people to create or enhance their capabilities in order to exploit available opportunities. The access attribute focuses on providing the means to bring opportunities and capabilities together. The security attribute provides the means for people to protect themselves against a temporary or permanent loss of livelihood. Together, inclusive growth is a process in which economic growth is measured by a sustained inclusive growth and issues. 252. Expansion in GDP, which contributes to an enlargement of the scale and scope of all 4 dimensions. Rapid and sustained poverty reduction requires inclusive growth that allows people to contribute to and benefit from economic growth. Rapid pace of growth is unquestionably necessary for substantial poverty reduction, but for this growth to be sustainable in the long run, it should be broad-based across sectors and inclusive of the large part of the country's labor force. Apart from addressing the issue of inequality, the inclusive growth may also make the poverty reduction efforts more effective by explicitly creating productive economic opportunities for the poor and vulnerable sections of the society. The inclusive growth, by encompassing the hitherto excluded population, can bring in several other benefits as well to the economy. The concept inclusion should be seen as a process of including the excluded as agents whose participation is essential in the very design of the development process, and not simply as welfare targets of development programs. Features of inclusive growth. As per World Bank, inclusive growth focuses on economic growth, which is a necessary and crucial condition for poverty reduction. Inclusive growth adopts a long-term perspective and is concerned with sustained growth. For growth to be sustained in the long run, it must be broad-based across sectors. Issues of structural transformation for economic diversification, therefore, take a front stage. B. It must also be inclusive of the large part of the country's labor force, where inclusiveness refers to equality of opportunity in terms of access to markets, resources, and unbiased regulatory environment for businesses and individuals. Inclusive growth focuses on both the pace and pattern of growth. How growth is generated is critical for accelerating poverty reduction, and any inclusive growth strategies must be tailored to country-specific circumstances. Inclusive growth focuses on productive employment rather than income redistribution. Hence, the focus is not only on employment growth, but also on productivity growth. Inclusive growth has not only the firm, but also the individual as the subject of analysis. Inclusive growth is in line with the absolute definition of pro-poor growth, not the relative one. Under the absolute definition, growth is considered to be pro-poor as long as poor people benefit in absolute terms, as reflected in some agreed measure of poverty. In contrast, in the relative definition, growth is pro-poor if and only if the incomes of poor people grow faster than those of the population as a whole, i.e., inequality declines. Inclusive growth is not defined in terms of specific targets such as employment generation or income distribution. These are potential outcomes, not specific goals. Inclusive growth is typically fueled by market-driven sources of growth, with the government playing a facilitating role. Inclusive growth and issues. 253. Need for inclusive growth in India. Economic liberalization, which began in the early 1990s, has accelerated India's growth rate to 6% in the 1990s and about 7% to 8% in later decades from the meager 3.5% growth achieved in the first 3 decades after independence. During this period, India transformed itself from an agricultural economy to a services economy. Services now form 55% of the Indian economy. The growth and development of the information technology and information technology-enabled services have had a significant role in changing the face of the economy, and India has become the fastest growing among the big economies. However, this high growth continues to bypass a large section of people. A large majority of Indians living in the villages, women, children, backward castes and classes, and other minorities have been excluded from India's growth story. Exclusion continued in terms of low agriculture growth, low quality employment growth, low human development, rural-urban divides, gender and social inequalities, and regional disparities, etc. The sectoral, social, and spatial inequalities have raised questions about welfare approaches of government planning and emphasized the role of the private sector in addressing development issues in the country. Employment generation, social and developmental infrastructure, healthcare, and rural diversification are some of the major concerns. Due to faulty approaches and often politically motivated policies, growth has generated inequalities. It is imperative for the planners and policymakers to make growth inclusive through adoption of pragmatic policies. The journey towards balancing the outcome of economic growth involves many challenges. The dominant challenges include the imperative of maintaining the acceleration of economic growth without compromising on human development and sustainability. Inclusive growth has become the buzzword in policy spheres with recent phenomenon of rapid growth with characteristic patterns of exclusion. The government aimed at promoting inclusive growth as it recognized that high national income growth alone did not address the challenge of employment promotion, poverty reduction, and balanced regional development or improving human development. Inclusive growth is necessary for sustainable development and equitable distribution of wealth and prosperity. Achieving inclusive growth is the biggest challenge in a country like India. In a democratic country like India, bringing the 70% people living in rural India into the mainstream is the biggest concern. The challenge is to take the levels of growth to all sections of the society and to all parts of the country. The best way to achieve inclusive growth is through developing people's skills. According to former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, the key components of inclusive growth strategy include a sharp increase in investment in rural areas, rural infrastructure and agriculture, increase in credit for farmers, increase in rural employment through a unique social safety net, and a sharp increase in public spending on education and healthcare. For a developing country like India, the need for inclusive growth is vital to achieve the overall progress of the country. Following are the major concerns for developing countries like India to achieve the inclusive growth. Poverty. India is still having 30% of the population below the poverty line. As per Rangarjan Committee report, the poor people lack the education and skills required to be employed in a formal job, reducing their productivity and wages. Inclusive growth and issues. 254. Employment. The quality and quantity of employment in India is very low due to illiteracy and due to overdependency on agricultural employment. More than 90% of the labor is in the unorganized sector where wages and productivity are very low with no social security benefits. The generation of productive and formal employment for our labor force, as employment is key to inclusive growth, is the toughest task for the country. Agriculture. 43% of the population is still dependent on agriculture, contributing just 16% of the GDP. Productivity and wages are very low in agriculture sector as there is disguised unemployment. The agriculture sector suffers with fragmented land holdings, declining yield with more than 50% of the agricultural land dependent on monsoon. Agriculture sector has remained excluded from the high growth which the economy achieved after the reforms of 1991. Social development. Social development is one of the key concerns in inclusive growth. Various problems in the social sector like low level of public expenditure on health, poor quality of primary educational institutions, significant gender disparities, malnutrition among children, etc., is making the path critical to inclusive growth in the country. Regional disparities. Due to different levels of development in agriculture and industrial sector across regions, some regions in India developed fast and some areas are still facing scarcity. For example, per capita income of Punjab is 4 times than of Bihar. The increase in number of incidents such as theft, murder, Naxalism is a direct result of the economic exclusion and the unfulfilled aspirations of the bottom billion. These aspirations of the bottom billion cannot be wished away. If India is is unable to address these aspirations, the demographic dividend will become a demographic nightmare. This mammoth task cannot be done by government alone. Industry and civil society must partner with government to drive inclusive growth. Cognizant of income disparities and growing aspirations of the people, the government has been working to address these through programs like Nrega and Aadhaar. Civil society has contributed with design and governance oversight. But the greatest lever for driving inclusion is jobs. While it is quite evident that inclusive growth is imperative for achieving the equity objective, what is, perhaps, not so obvious is why inclusive growth is now considered essential even to sustain the growth momentum. Majority of the population living in rural areas is often identified with the agriculture sector. However, it is the unorganized non-farm sector that is increasingly absorbing most of the labor force. This sector has huge potential for growth once there is sufficient investment in infrastructure ensuring linkage to markets and easier access to assets and skills. Infusion of appropriate technology, skills, and easier access to credit, especially startup capital, apart from facilitating market development, can make this segment an expanding base for self-sustaining employment and wealth generation, and also foster a culture of creative and competitive industry. Entrepreneurial development has to be encouraged by having an enabling competitive environment and easy availability of finance for newer projects and enterprises. In Prof. C.K. Prahlad's words, if we stop thinking of the poor as victims or as a burden and start recognizing them as resilient and creative entrepreneurs and value-conscious consumers, a whole world of opportunity will open up. Inclusive growth and issues. 255. 8.2 Poverty estimation in India. Growth is not the sole objective of economic policy. It is necessary to ensure that the benefits of growth accrue to all sections of the society. Eradication of poverty is thus an important objective. Human beings need a certain minimum consumption of food and non-food items to survive. However, the perception regarding what constitutes poverty varies over time and across countries. Nevertheless, there is need for a measure of poverty. Only then it will be possible to evaluate how the economy is performing in terms of providing a certain minimum standard of living to all its citizens. Measurement of poverty has, therefore, important policy implications. In India, we have had a long history of studies on measurement of poverty. There are in fact many approaches to it. Some analysts focus on deprivations. There are, however, many problems associated with this approach, including difficulties in aggregating deprivations on several scores derived from different data sources. Perhaps the best approach is look at it in terms of certain minimum consumption expenditure per person, or preferably per household. Any household failing to meet this level of consumption expenditure can be treated as a poor household. This minimum level of consumption expenditure can be derived, in turn, in terms of minimum expenditure on food and non-food items. Minimum food consumption is related to fulfilling certain nutritional standards, but the estimation of minimum non-food consumption is more difficult. The official data on poverty used to be made available to the public by the Planning Commission. It used to be estimated on the basis of consumption expenditure data collected by the National Sample Survey Organization, NSSO. In pre-independent India, Dadabhai Naoroji was the first to discuss the concept of poverty line. The Planning Commission has constituted various working group task force expert groups consisting of eminent experts in the field from time to time to revisit the methodological issues related to the measurement of poverty so as to make the estimates more relevant to the contemporary economic situation. The various expert groups constituted by the Planning Commission after independence are Expert Group 1962, Working Group under Dr. Y.K. Ulugh 1977, Expert Group 1989 under Prof. D.T. Lakdawala, Prof. Suresh D. Tendulkar 2005, C. Rangarajan 2012. Lakdawala, Tendulkar, and Rangarajan have used the consumption expenditure per capita consumption over a month estimates from the sample surveys of NSSO to estimate the number of poor. The following are the poverty estimates by various groups: 1973-74, 1993-94, 2004 to 2005, 2009 to 10, 2011 to 12, 2009 to 10, 2011 to 12. Lakdawala, Tendulkar, Rangarajan. Rural 56.4%, 37.3%, 28.3%, 33.8%, 25.7%, 39.6%, 30.9%. Urban 49%, 32.4%, 25.7%, 20.9%, 13.7%, 35.1%, 26.4%. All India 54.9%, 36%, 27.5%, 29.8%, 21.9%, 38.2%, 29.5%. Absolute 32, County Route 32, CR 30.2, CR 35.5, CR 27, CR 45.5, CR 36.3, CR. Inclusive growth and issues. 256. As per the Tendulkar report, if people are spending less than Rs. 27 per day in rural area and Rs. 33 per day in urban area, then they will be considered BPL and arrived at a cutoff of 21.9% of the population as BPL in 2011-12. However, this amount was such low that it immediately faced a backlash from all section of media and society, and the government appointed another committee under C. Rangarajan to review the poverty estimation methodology. Rangarajan committee raised these limits to Rs. 32 per day in rural area and Rs. 47 per day in urban area and worked out poverty line of 29.5% in 2011-12. Defining a poverty line has always been a controversial issue in India. The new NDA government has not accepted both the above Rangarajan and Tendulkar committee estimates on the poverty line and has tasked Niti Aayog to define the new poverty line. So, the present situation is Niti Aayog has constituted a committee for the same but has informally supported the Tendulkar committee estimates on poverty line. The World Bank defines extreme poverty as people living on less than $1.90 per day in PPP exchange rate. Presently, in India, identification of poor is done by the state governments based on information from below poverty line BPL censuses, of which the latest is the Socio-Economic Caste Census 2000 2011, SECC 2011. The SECC census was conducted by the state's UTs simultaneously for rural and urban areas under the technical and financial support from the Government of India. It captured data on households, individual particulars, housing, deprivation, employment, income, assets, amenities, and land ownership. SECC 2011 captured data on socio-economic status of 17.97 crore rural households and 6.51 crore of urban households. The SECC 2011 ranked households in 3 categories. Automatically excluded, households meeting exclusion criteria, any of the 13 assets and income-based parameters. For example, one parameter is a household member government employee are automatically excluded from welfare benefits. Automatically included, households satisfying inclusion criteria, any one of the 5 acute social destitution parameters. Households without shelter, destitute living on alms, manual scavenger families, primitive tribal groups, bonded laborers are automatically included for welfare benefits. Others are ranked on the basis of 7 indicators of deprivation and would resources permitting be eligible for welfare benefits. Unlike BPL censuses, SECC 2011 allows for the first time to track the deprivation of households and address gaps effectively with focus on multidimensionality of poverty. Being outside the Census Act, it provides a rare opportunity to know the specific deprivation of each household. The Sumit Bose Committee 2017 recommended using SECC 2011 data to identify beneficiaries for all centrally sponsored, central and state government schemes as far as possible. The government has used SECC data for identification of beneficiary households while implementing its social welfare programs including Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Har Ghar Yojana, Inclusive Growth and Issues 257, and Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. It is also being used by several state governments to implement National Food Security Act. Use of SECC data in the implementation of government programs allows for evidence-based developmental interventions. With the use of SECC data, the program-specific priority list is generated keeping in view the fiscal space of the welfare program for targeting specific pro-poor interventions. The selection of beneficiaries gets validated through Gram Sabhas, while identity is established through Aadhaar wherever legally allowed. This leads to selection of right beneficiaries and minimizes duplication and fraud. This has substantially enhanced the effectiveness of government's efforts to tackle multidimensional poverty, going beyond income or expenditure-based poverty. The below figure represents how low economic growth and low levels of health and education results in poverty trap. National Sample Survey, NSS. The National Sample Survey, NSS, is a national socio-economic survey conducted in annual rounds with a cycle of rotating topics. For example, the purpose of the 71st round of the National Sample Survey, NSS, conducted in 2014 was to develop indicators on health and education. The purpose of the 68th round, July 2011 to June 2012, and 75th round, July 2017 to June 2018, of National Sample Survey was household consumption expenditure. The Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, CES, generally comes after every 5 years, quinquennial, during these annual rounds of NSS. The NSS Consumer Expenditure Survey, CES, generates estimates of household monthly per capita consumer expenditure, MPC, and the distribution of households and persons over the MPC classes. It is designed to collect information regarding expenditure on consumption of goods and services, food and non-food, consumed by households. The results, after release, are also used for rebasing of the GDP and other macroeconomic indicators. The 79th round of NSS is again going to be on household consumption expenditure, HCS, which has already started from July 1, 2022, and will continue till June 30, 2023. This HCS will also collect data on items received free from the government's welfare programs. Inclusive Growth and Issues 258. Since independence, government's approach towards poverty reduction is in 3 dimensions. 1. Growth-oriented, since first 5-year plan. 2. Poverty alleviation programs, since third 5-year plans. 3. Providing basic minimum amenities, since 5th 5-year plan. 8.3 Demographic dividend. Recent demographic trends. Total fertility rate, TFR, is defined as the total number of children that would be born to each woman if she were to live to the end of her childbearing years. Replacement level fertility, RLF, is the level of fertility at which a population exactly replaces itself from one generation to the next. Ideally, it should be 2.0, but generally it is 2.1 all over the world, as we cannot expect all the female children will survive till the childbearing ages. As per the latest National Family Health Survey, NFHS, India's TFR has declined to 2.0, which is below the replacement level fertility. But still there will be positive population growth in the next 2 decades due to population momentum. It occurs because it is not only the number of children per woman that determine population growth, but also the number of women in reproductive age, which is more for India. And B. Continued rise in life expectancy. Population growth in India has been slowing in recent decades from an annual growth rate of 2.5% during 1971 to 81 to around 1% in 2020s. The share of India's young, i.e. 0 to 19 years, population has started declining and is projected to drop to 25% by 2041. On the other hand, the share of elderly, 60 years and above, population is rising and will increase to 16% by 2041. Government's 3-dimensional approach towards poverty reduction. Growth-oriented approach. Trickle-down effect. Poverty alleviation programs. Work generation programs. X. NREGA. Providing minimum basic amenities. PDS, ICDS, Awas Yojana. Inclusive Growth and Issues 259. India's working age, 20 to 59. Population will continue to increase through 2041. India's demographic dividend will peak around 2041, when share of working age, 20 to 59 years, population is expected to hit 59%. Wanwa equals 59%, 41% equals 1.4 8.43. Demographic dividend is an episode of higher economic growth driven by changes in the age structure of the population. It is the additional growth due to demographic factors alone. The specific variable driving the demographic dividend is the ratio of the working age WA population 20 to 59 to non-working age NWA population. Both the level and the growth of the WANWA ratio have a positive impact on economic activity. India's demographic cycle is about 10 to 30 years behind that of the other countries like China, Korea, Brazil, etc., indicating that the next few decades present an opportunity for India to catch up to their per capita income levels. This does not mean that the demographic dividend will turn negative thereafter. Rather, positive impact will slow down. A distinctive feature in India is the large heterogeneity among the states in their demographic profile evolution. There is a clear divide between peninsular India, West Bengal, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh, where WANWA population ratio will peak early as compared to the hinterland states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar. The divide in the WANWA ratio of the peninsular India and the hinterland states is because of the difference in their levels of total fertility rate, the average number of children that a woman would have over her childbearing years. So demographically, there are two Indias with different policy concerns. A soon-to-begin aging India where the elderly and their needs will require greater attention, and a young India where providing education, skills, and employment opportunities must be the focus. Of course, heterogeneity within India offers the advantage of addressing some of these concerns via greater labor mobility, which would in effect reduce this demographic imbalance. 8.4 Labor laws in India employment data 2021 to 22. Total labor force equals 56 crore, employed equals 53.5 crore, formal equals 6 crore, 11%, informal equals 47.5 crore, 89%. Introduction. As per the Constitution of India, labor is a concurrent subject. Central government had enacted in total 44 labor laws, and every state has also enacted their own laws. Indian labor laws were conceived in the pre-independence period or shortly afterwards based on an import substitution and status, state intervention and control model of economic development. The object of formulating the labor laws was laudable, but the changing economic environment has made them outdated. The paradigm has shifted towards global competition, productivity, efficiency, and mutual cooperation. The country now needs new laws which provide safety standards, caters to the basic needs of workers, take care of their welfare, and are flexible enough to create rather than destroy jobs. Inclusive growth and issues. 260. Issues with the current laws and impact on economy. The Industrial Disputes Act 1947 ID Act states that an employer cannot lay off or retrenches any worker or close down operations of the establishment without prior permission from the appropriate government. According to employers and economists, it has been a major bottleneck of employment generation in the organized sector. The ID Act, through an amendment made in mid-1980s, requires that any firm employing more than 100 workers needs to get permission from the state government before retrenching workers. In view of these rigidities, the employers have been resorting to technology upgradation with the intention of keeping their workforce below 100. The clause relating to applicability of the ID Act has kept the Indian enterprises small. According to them, the average number of workers in Indian firms in the organized sector is 75, compared to 178 in Indonesia and 191 in China. The Government of India's Economic Survey 2012-13 stated that it could be due to the outdated labor laws. The ID Act has probably done more to hold back the growth of India's manufacturing sector than any other policy. What is remarkable about this and so many other Indian labor laws, like the Contract Labor Act 1970, is that they leave no room for free contracting. Suppose a firm wants to manufacture a product that has volatile demand, like garments. This firm may want to offer workers higher wages, but make it clear to them that they could be given a month's notice and asked to leave. Such a contract will have no legal standing because the ID Act says in advance how and when workers may or may not be retrenched. Similarly, the Contract Labor Act says that contract labor can be employed only for activities which are peripheral in nature and does not form core activity of an organization. This creates restriction for companies hiring contract labor for their core activity. At first sight, this law looks like a kind piece of legislation that protects the jobs of poor workers. But what this popular view misses out on is the fact that this law also keeps hundreds of thousands of workers unemployed because firms, wary of the fact that they will not be able to fire them, do not hire in the first place. Also, in areas of volatile demand, many firms have not even come into existence because they realize that India's current legal regime makes them non-viable. Labor data from the 1980s shows that employment in India is heavily concentrated in the small enterprises, and the number of people employed in firms of size greater than 100 workers has gone down. This is market's natural response to the amendment in the mid-1980s. So, what is needed is not freedom to firms to deliberately fire workers, but a legal regime whereby firms can write different kinds of contracts with their workers depending on their needs. One firm may offer a low wage and lifetime guarantee of work, and another a high wage and very short notice to quit. The Trade Unions Act 1926 requires that at least 10% of the workforce, or 100 workers, whichever is less, engaged or employed in the establishment, must be members of the trade union connected with such establishment at the time of application. And it is possible for more than one trade union to be. The Act empowers trade unions to strike and represent their members in labor courts in disputes with the employers. Because union officials can be outsiders, prospects of such disputes rise with the formation of unions. Firms can thus minimize labor-related problems as long as they have fewer workers. The dominance of tiny firms in the apparel sector has something to do with this fact. Inclusive growth and issues. 261. There is multitude of labor laws in India, around 200 including center and state, which creates confusion and are not entirely consistent with one another, leading to a remark that you cannot implement Indian labor laws 100% without violating 20% of them. Even if each of these and other central and state legislations are poorly enforced, they imply considerable burden on the smaller firms in terms of paperwork and filing requirements. Indeed, many firms are not even aware of their precise obligations obligations under the large number of central and state legislations. Unwittingly non-compliance in one or more areas is inevitable, especially for all but the exceptionally large firms, opening the door to corruption by Labor Department inspectors. This situation is further aggravated as often the central legislation gives the state the authority to extend the provision of the legislation to establishments not covered by it, which the states use unhesitatingly. It has been found that less rigid nations have more efficient economies, higher wages, and a smaller share of laborers who are long-term unemployed. An injection of flexibility in labor market regulation can attract foreign capital, create jobs, and unleash higher growth. Indian labor laws are chaotic, outdated, overlapping, and contradictory that is crying out for urgent overhaul. Given the reforms of labor laws are, contrary to popular perception, in the interests of the workers, government should get this topic debated and explained so that workers, instead of opposing such reform, become its advocate. New labor codes. Central government has merged the existing 29 labor laws into 4 labor codes. These 4 labor codes have become acts and may come into force very soon. 1. The Code on Wages, 2019. It has repealed 4 previous acts, viz. Payment of Wages Act, 1936, Minimum Wages Act, 1948, Payment of Bonus Act, 1965, Equal Remuneration Act, 1976, a statutory concept of floor wage introduced which will be applicable on all the workers, either organized or unorganized sector. Neither central nor state agencies can reduce the minimum wage below the floor wage for any kind of employment. The code provides that there would be a revision of minimum wages at intervals not exceeding 5 years. Further, the rate of wages for overtime work shall not be less than twice the rate for normal wages. Nrega wages have been kept outside the purview of Code on Wages. Method of fixation of minimum wage rate simplified. Factors to be taken into account are types of skills and geographical location as against the earlier system of wage being fixed employment-wise. In case the employee is removed, dismissed, retrenched, resigns, or becomes unemployed due to closure of an establishment, the wages are required to be paid within 2 working days. The provisions of the previous Minimum Wages Act and the Payment of Wages Act used to apply only to workers drawing wages below a particular ceiling and working in scheduled employments only. However, under the code, the minimum wages and the payment of wages provisions cover all establishments, employees, and employers. Inclusive growth and issues. 262. The definition of wages includes basic pay, dearness allowance, and retaining allowance. It specifically excludes components such as statutory bonus, utilities, light, water, medical, etc., conveyance allowance, house rent allowance, overtime allowance, etc. The specified exclusions, however, may not exceed 50% of the total remuneration. This is aimed at ensuring that companies do not adopt compensation structures which result in wages being reduced below 50% of total compensation. All employees whose wages do not exceed a specific monthly amount to be notified by the central or state government will be entitled to an annual bonus. Bonus is payable on higher of minimum wage or the wage ceiling fixed by the appropriate government for payment of bonus. Minimum bonus prescribed under the code is 8.33% and the maximum bonus payable is 20% of the wages. The cutoff date for salary disbursement has been advanced to the 7th of the subsequent month. Minimum wages. This will change once the new labor codes come into effect. Central government announces National Floor Level Minimum Wage, NFLMW, which is non-statutory but acts as a benchmark that pulls up the wages of the workers. NFLMW does not operate as a conventional floor wage to protect the lowest paid workers. Currently, NFLMW is Rs. 176 day. India was one of the first developing countries to introduce minimum wages with the enactment of the Minimum Wages Act way back in 1948. The act protects both regular and casual workers. Minimum wage rates are set both by the central and state governments for employees working in selected, scheduled employment. Minimum wages have been set for different categories of workers according to skill levels, locations, and occupations. Complex minimum wage system in India. The first set of complexity arises from issues related to its coverage. There are nearly 429 scheduled employments and 1,915 scheduled job categories for unskilled workers for which minimum wages is set. The second set of complexities arises from the lack of uniform criteria for fixing the minimum wage rate. In some states, minimum wages are linked to the cost of living through a variable dearness allowance, VDA, whereas other states do not include VDA component. The third set of complexities arises from the fact that Minimum Wages Act does not cover all wage workers. 1 in every 3 wage workers in India is not protected by the minimum wage law. Some major vulnerable categories, such as domestic workers, are presently covered only in 18 states and UTs. The main justification for persisting with different levels of minimum wages across states is that they reflect different levels of economic development. The proliferation of minimum wage rates and scheduled employments is a strong deterrent for compliance. A simple system covering as many workers as possible, understood by all, and easily enforceable is the key to improve the effectiveness of minimum wage. India's growth story has been powered by private consumption. Therefore, with more than 90% workers in informal economy, a well-designed minimum wage system can reduce inequalities in incomes, bridge gender gaps in wages, and alleviate poverty. But keeping the minimum rate at a much higher level may hurt investment in labor-based industries in India, as India will lose competitiveness in terms of cheap labor. Inclusive growth and issues. 263. 2. The Occupational Safety, Health, and Working Conditions Code, 2020. It has repealed 13 previous acts, including the Factories Act 1948. The code deals with the duties of the employer in respect of workplace safety and working conditions, and makes issue of employment letter a must for all employees, a move that will promote formalization of employment. The code specifies leave and working hours, which is limited at 8 hours, and any overtime requires workers' consent and wages have to be doubled. Requires health and safety norms including adequate lighting and ventilation and other welfare facilities such as separate toilets for male, female, and transgender employees. A manufacturing unit will be defined as a factory if it employs 20 workers, and uses electricity, or 40 workers, without using electric power. The state government may, in public interest, exempt any new industrial establishment from all or any of the provisions of the codes in the interest of increased economic activity and employment generation. Employment of women has been allowed in all establishments for all types of works and in the night shift, subject to their consent, and requires employers to provide adequate safeguards. This will promote gender equality. 3. The Code on Social Security 2020. It has repealed 9 previous acts. The code proposes Social Security benefits to all employees and workers in the country, around 52 crores, including those in the unorganized sector, leading to universalization of Social Security. To cater to emerging new forms of employment, new definitions like of aggregator, gig worker, platform worker have been introduced. A small contribution from aggregator between 1 to 2% of turnover, subject to limit of 5% payable to gig and platform workers, has been introduced. Social Security Fund will be created to fund Social Security schemes for extending benefits like death and accident insurance, maternity benefit, and pension cover to all of the 90%, basically informal, of the country's over 50 crore workforce who do not till now come under any sort of Social Security cover. Scheme will be framed for unorganized workers, gig workers, platform workers, and even those self-employed and the members of their families for providing benefits. Establishments will be allowed to join Employees Provident Fund Organization (EPFO) and Employees State Insurance Corporation (ESIC) on voluntary basis, even if they have fewer workers, less than 20 in case they use electricity, or less than 40 in case they do not use electricity. EPFO's coverage would be applicable on all establishments having 20 workers. Earlier, it was applicable only on establishments included in the relevant schedule. Inclusive growth and issues 264. 4. The Industrial Relations Code 2020. The new act replaces the following previous acts. Some provisions will be repealed as and when the code comes into effect, and some provisions may be repealed in future. The Trade Unions Act 1926, the Industrial Employment Act 1946, the Industrial Disputes Act 1947. A much larger segment of firms, those with workers up to 300 as against 100 earlier, will be able to resort to closure and retrenchment layoff without prior government permission, and the state governments are authorized to increase these 300 thresholds just by a notification. Companies having more than 300 workers need to apply for approval to lay off any worker, but if authorities do not respond to their request, then it will be deemed approved. The central or state government may, in public interest, exempt any existing or new industrial establishment from all or any of the provisions of the codes for a specified period. The code prohibits the employment of contract workers in any core activity and specifically permits employment in a specified list of non-core activities, including canteen, security, and sanitation services. Fixed-term employment has been made applicable for all industries, which will help those businesses that witness seasonal spur change in activities. Requirement of mandatory 14-day notice for strikes and lockouts will now apply to all units, which was earlier for just public utility firms. Definition of strike has been amended to include mass casual leave within its ambit. Concerted casual leave on a certain day by 50% or more workers will be treated as a strike. Proliferation of trade unions will be curbed, as only those unions with support of more than 51% of the workers on the muster roll of the unit concerned will have the right to negotiate the terms with the management. Encourages resolution of disputes through negotiation. Arguments in favor of labor laws. The new labor codes were the demand of the changing time and changing requirements, as some of the labor laws dates back to pre-independence period. It balances the labor welfare and industry welfare. Will simplify the labor laws and ensure a conducive environment for doing business, which will immensely help the country in brining much needed economic growth and will help in employment generation. Inclusive growth and issues 265. Will promote investment and will create harmonious industrial relations in the country. As a relaxation to small enterprises, the Occupational Safety Code, which prescribes safety standards and maximum work hours, exempts small establishments from its purview. Labor issue is in the concurrent list of the Constitution, and therefore states have been given the flexibility to make changes in the labor laws as they wish to attract companies for investment. Many essential features which were present in the previous laws are no longer specified in the new labor codes, but have been delegated to be prescribed by the government through rules, for example, retrenchment threshold, social security schemes, safety standards, etc. The labor reform was 2 decades in the making. It drastically reduces complexity and internal contradictions, increases flexibility, and modernizes regulations on safety working conditions. Criticism tilted in favor of the employers and would adversely affect industrial peace. Bargaining power of the worker has been diluted. The power given to states to exempt provisions of the codes can have serious implications on workers' rights and safety. 8.5 Fixed-term employment. Fixed-term employment is a contract in which an enterprise hires a labor for a specific period of time or a specific task X, a project, and the payment is fixed in advance and is not altered till the term expires. Such contracts are not given for routine jobs and are usually given out for jobs which are temporary in nature. After the term expires, the worker will leave the job, and there is no case of firing of worker, and he gets all the benefits of regular permanent workers. Till now, companies used to hire contract workers through an external agency, i.e. contractor. Basically, the contractor has a pool of laborers which they provide to the companies on contract basis for non-core activities, and the company pays compensation to the contractor agency, which then forwards the payment to the contract laborers. But in between, the contractor deducts a hefty amount and do not pass all the benefits provided by the companies to the contract workers. In case of contract labor, the labor is not on the payroll employee of the company, but is of the employee of the contractor. Inclusive growth and issues 266. In case of fixed-term employment, the company can hire the labor for a particular project or for a particular time, and the labor such hired will be on the payroll of the company, and the company will pay direct salary to the labor, and company will offer all such benefits like PF, gratuity, medical insurance, etc., and other social security benefits to the labor. And once the project is over or the time period is over, the company will ask the labor to leave. The clause that companies need permission to fire workers if it has more than 300 workers will not be applicable applicable on fixed-term employment workers as they were hired at the first place only for that particular project or fixed time period. Central government had introduced fixed-term employment provisions in the existing labor acts, but states did not notify that provision. The new Industrial Relations Code 2020, which was passed by the Parliament recently, has included fixed-term employment for all industries, which will now ensure a pan-India implementation. Negatives of fixed-term employment. Due to the introduction of fixed-term employment, there is a risk that companies may convert even their permanent regular workers into fixed-term employment, as there is no issue of hiring and firing of the fixed-term workers. The fixed-term workers will have to automatically leave after the term or task is over, and if the company wants them to stay for more, then the companies can always extend their term. 8.6 Migrant labor. According to the 2011 census, there are 5.6 crore migrant laborers from the states of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh traversing state borders for informal contract work in more developed parts of the country. Though there is no official data available, it is estimated that currently there are at least 10 crore migrant laborers, accounting for 10% of India's GDP. 267. Unlike farmers, who benefit from several government schemes, and laborers in rural areas who benefit from NREGA, migrant laborers receive no formal government support. In order to protect the interests of migrant laborers and avoid their exploitation, the Interstate Migrant Workmen Regulation of Employment and Conditions of Service Act was passed in 1979, which has now been replaced by the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code 2020. The following are the various features benefits for migrant laborers incorporated in the new Code 2020. An interstate migrant worker has been defined as who is employed in an establishment in another state and whose wages does not exceed Rs. 18,000 month or any higher amount notified by the central government. The central government and the state governments shall maintain the database record for interstate migrant workers. It shall be the responsibility of the contractor or the employer to ensure suitable conditions of work for the interstate migrant worker. Extend all benefits to the interstate migrant worker which is available to any other worker regarding provident fund, insurance, medical checkup, etc. The employer shall pay to every interstate migrant worker in every year a lump sum amount of fare to and for journey to his native place from the place of his employment. The government shall make scheme to provide an option to the interstate migrant worker for availing benefits of PDS either in his native state or where he is employed. 8.7 Employees Provident Fund Organization EPFO. Employee Provident Fund Organization EPFO. EPFO is a statutory body established under the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952 and is under the administrative control of the Ministry of Labor and Employment, Government of India. EPFO provides two schemes: Employee Provident Fund EPF and Employee Pension Scheme EPS. Employees Provident Fund EPF scheme. Employees Provident Fund EPF is a scheme under the Employees Provident Funds and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952 and is regulated under the purview of EPFO. Basically, it is a social security scheme. If an establishment, factory, or service industry has more than 20 workers, then it is mandatory to get registered with EPFO. But all the employees working in such a registered with EPFO establishment don't need to subscribe to the EPF scheme. Only those workers whose salary is up to Rs. 15,000 need to contribute 12% of his basic salary, including dearness allowance, into this scheme, and the same amount is also contributed by the employer. For other employees earning more than Rs. 15,000, it is voluntary. Inclusive growth and issues. 268. Employees Pension Scheme EPS. 1995. The Employees Provident Funds and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952 originally did not provide for any pension scheme. In 1995, through an amendment, a scheme was formulated for employees' pension, existing and new EPF members, wherein the pension fund was to comprise a deposit of 8.33% of the employer's contribution to be made towards Provident Fund EPF corpus. At that point of time, maximum pensionable salary was 5,000 rupees per month, which was later raised to Rs. 6,500. Both the employee and the employer contribute 12% of the employee's basic salary and dearness allowance to the EPF. The employee's entire part goes to EPF, while the 12% contribution made by the employer is split as 3.67% contribution to EPF and 8.33% contribution to EPS. Apart from this, the Government of India contributes 1.16% as well for an employee's pension. Employees do not contribute to the pension scheme. EPF pension, which is technically known as EPS, Employees Pension Scheme, is a social security scheme provided by EPFO. The scheme makes provisions for employees working in the organized sector for a pension after their retirement at the age of 58 years. Supreme Court Judgment November 2022. Any individual who joined the Employees Provident Fund EPF scheme on or after September 1, 2014 will not be eligible to join the Employees Pension Scheme EPS if their basic salary exceeds 15,000 rupees per month. The maximum pensionable salary for the purposes of calculating the pension is still Rs. 15,000 per month as notified by the EPFO in 2014. This means that even if basic salary is higher than 15,000 rupees, the contribution to pension will continue to be calculated on a basic salary of 15,000 rupees. The EPF interest rate is determined by EPFO in consultation with the Finance Ministry for every financial year. Once the Code on Social Security 2020 becomes effective, the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952 will be repealed, and new rules and regulations may kick in. 8.8 National New Pension System NPS. National Pension System NPS is a pension cum investment scheme launched by Government of India to provide old age security to citizens of India. The scheme is administered and regulated by Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority (PFRDA), set up under PFRDA Act 2013. National Pension System Trust (NPST), established by PFRDA, is the registered owner of all assets under NPS. NPS is broadly classified into two categories: inclusive growth and issues. 269. 1. Government sector. A. Central government. The central government had introduced the National Pension System (NPS) with effect from January 1, 2004, except for armed armed forces. All the employees of Central Autonomous Bodies (CABs) who have joined on or after the above-mentioned date are also covered under government sector of NPS. Central government CABs employee contributes towards pension from monthly salary along with matching contribution from the employer. NPS is mandatory for central government and CAB employees. Government employees make a monthly contribution at the rate of 10% of their salary, and a matching contribution is paid by the central government. For central government employees, the employer's contribution rate has been enhanced to 14% WEF, January 4, 2019. B. State government. Any state government and its autonomous bodies can also adopt NPS. State government state autonomous bodies employees also contribute towards pension from monthly salary along with matching contribution from the employer. West Bengal and Tamil Nadu have not joined, and now Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh have decided to walk out. 2. Private sector. A. Corporates. Companies can adopt NPS for their employees with contribution rates as per the employment conditions. B. All citizens of India. Any individual aged between 18 to 70 years not being covered by any of the above sectors has been allowed to join NPS on voluntary basis from May 1, 2009. NRIs have also been allowed to open NPS account. There are tax benefits under NPS, but no need to go into such details. NPS account can be opened only in individual capacity and not jointly. Following is a comparison between the new pension scheme (NPS) and the old pension scheme (OPS). New pension scheme (NPS), old pension scheme (OPS). In NPS, those employed by the government contribute 10% of their salary, basic plus dearness allowance, while their employers contribute 14%. Private sector employees can also participate in the NPS voluntarily, and their employer contributions is optional. In the OPS, upon retirement, employees receive 50% of their last drawn salary, basic plus dearness allowance, or their average earnings in the last 10 months of service, whichever is more advantageous to them. A 10-year service requirement should be met by the employee. Inclusive growth and issues. 270. At the time of retirement, employees are required to purchase an annuity plan for a monthly pension with a minimum of 40% of the accumulated corpus. The employee can withdraw the remaining corpus, 60%, as a lump sum. With NPS, the customer has much greater flexibility and has a greater sense of control over her fate, as the customers can choose fund managers as well as they can decide the percentage of funds invested in equity and debt. Under OPS, employees are not required to contribute anything to their pensions. OPS was a major incentive for taking government employment, as there was guarantee of a pension post-retirement without any contribution. OPS became unsustainable for governments due to rise in life expectancy. 8.9. Informal and formal economy. There is variation in definitions of the unorganized informal and organized formal sector, which attempt to draw boundaries in these two sectors based on differences in features such as legal status, employment size, organizational form, and technology. But in general, the informal unorganized sector is defined as that part of the economy which is neither registered nor taxed nor monitored by any form of government, or sometimes having less than 10 workers. Over the years, in India, the number of enterprises belonging to informal or unorganized category have retained a position of considerable importance in terms of employment. More than 90% of the total labor force of 52 crore is employed in informal sector, and they have contributed more than 30% to the total output GDP of India. The subsectors that account for a dominant share of informal sector employment are manufacturing, construction and trade, wholesale and retail. A substantial segment of the unorganized sector are own account enterprises, OAs, or those that employ no hired labor on a regular basis and are typically household units located in household premises or units without a fixed location, such as activities undertaken by street vendors or in mobile markets. Competitive pressure in the Indian manufacturing sector increased as a consequence of the reforms undertaken in the early 1990s that abolished licensing requirements for most industries and the liberalization of international trade and foreign investment. The regulation of labor markets, however, was left largely untouched and constitutes an important difference between the formal and informal sector. Pressure to cut costs and increase flexibility, together with strict labor laws affecting only formal enterprises, form clear incentives for formal enterprises to subcontract activities to the informal sector, and thus pushing more and more people in the informal sectors. The absence of employment opportunities in the formal sector explains the reason for a large informal economy. Since Indian agriculture does not provide the required opportunity, people find something to do in the non-agricultural informal economy with much lower incomes. Inclusive growth and issues. 271. A large informal economy exists because low wages allow it to compete with the formal sector in a host of non-agricultural activities, varying through manufacturing, construction, and trade. Another reason for the proliferation of unorganized units and informal employment could be the many areas where the informal sector is not only not in competition with the formal sector, but actually services its requirements, and in the process low wages in the informal economy help sustains profit in the formal sector. The formal sector firms are much more productive when compared to their informal counterparts. The reason for lower productivity of informal units is lack of financial resources, technical expertise, professional management, etc., which results in low wages in informal sectors. This hinders the overall progress of the laborers, as they are not able to upgrade their skills and are stuck in the same kind of task for their lifetime and remain destitute. If we really want that the condition of the poor improves and we could achieve inclusive growth, then they must be brought into the formal employment. 8.10. Unemployment and its types. The whole population of the country can be categorized into labor force and not in the labor force. Not in the labor force means that population who cannot do job, like children and elderly, or who are keeping house, or any other person who is not interested in doing any job. Labor force means that population who is either employed or who is unemployed, i.e. not employed but actively looking for job. Economists define unemployed person as one who is not able to get employment of even 1 hour and half a day. Unemployment is referred as the percentage of number of unemployed people to that of the labor force. Unemployment percent equals unemployed people people x 100%. Labor force. There are various sources of data on unemployment, inclusive growth and issues. 272. Reports of Census of India Periodic Labor Force Survey, PLFS, done by National Statistical Office, NSO, Directorate General of Employment and Training Data of Registration with Employment Exchanges, under Ministry of Labor and Employment. Different types of unemployment. 1. Structural unemployment, a longer-lasting form of unemployment caused by fundamental shifts in the economy. So, while jobs are available, there is a serious mismatch between what companies need and what workers can offer. Many weavers were engaged in making cloth through the use of these handlooms. All of a sudden, weavers were out of work and their skills didn't match the needs of the marketplace. 2. When business cycles are at their peak, cyclical unemployment will be low because economic activity is high. When the economic output, GDP, falls, the business cycle is at low and cyclical unemployment will rise. Cyclical unemployment arises because the overall demand for labor declines due to business cycle downturns. 3. Frictional unemployment. This kind of unemployment arises due to people moving between jobs, career, or location, or people entering and exiting the labor force, or workers and employers having inconsistent or incomplete information. Many people first leave job and then they try to find a new job according to their choice, and this process takes some time to apply for new jobs and for employers to make a selection, and hence they remain unemployed for this transition period. That is why frictional unemployment is also called as transitional unemployment, and it is always present in the economy. Frictional unemployment can occur even when an economy is at full employment, where anyone who is willing to work at the prevailing wages is, in fact, employed. 4. Seasonal unemployment. Seasonal unemployment occurs when people are unemployed at certain times of the year because they work in industries where they are not needed all year round. Examples of industries where demand, production, and employment are seasonal include tourism and leisure, farming, sugar factory, etc. Inclusive growth and issues. 273. 5. Disguised unemployment. Disguised unemployment exists where part of the labor force is either left without work or is working in a redundant manner. Under this kind of unemployment, the overall productivity of labor is very less and marginal productivity of labor is zero. Disguised hidden unemployment exists frequently in developing countries whose large populations create a surplus in the labor force. In India, agriculture sector is facing this kind of unemployment. 6. Open unemployment. In many cities, you might find people standing in some select areas looking for people to employ them for that day's work. Some go to factories and offices and give their biodata, ask for a job, but stay home when there is no work. Some go to employment exchanges and register themselves for vacancies notified through employment exchanges. Open unemployment is a situation in which all those who, owing to lack of work, are not working but either seek work through employment exchanges, intermediaries, friends, or relatives, or by making applications to prospective employers, or express their willingness or availability for work under the prevailing condition of work and remunerations. This kind of unemployment is clearly visible in the society. 8.11 Underemployment. Underemployment is a situation in which a worker is employed, but not in the desired capacity, whether in terms of compensation, skill level, experience, education, or their availability. While not technically unemployed, the underemployed are often competing for available jobs. Underemployed workers can be divided into several categories. The most common type of underemployed workers is listed below. Skilled workers in low-paying jobs, skilled workers in low-skilled jobs, part-time workers preferring full-time hour job. Underemployment is a social problem that affects job growth, poverty level, economic growth, and emotional health of underemployed workers. Underemployment is a vicious cycle in which each effect is linked to the next. For instance, underemployed workers generally have less disposable income, which creates a tendency to spend less, which impacts economic growth, poverty levels, and underemployed workers' emotional outlook. Since long, we are facing the crisis of jobless growth in India, but the bigger challenge that presently the country faces is underemployment rather than unemployment. A possible reason may be because the Indian entrepreneurs' tendency to invest only in capital-intensive businesses or those requiring high-level skills. The successful industries in India has tended to be capital-intensive or skilled labor-intensive, as the Indian entrepreneurs have ventured mainly in those industries that require high-end of technological or capital deployment. And these sectors did not create well-paid jobs for those at the bottom of the pyramid, while Indian firms have succeeded in sectors such as automobiles, software, telecom, finance, and engineering. Investments in clothing, light manufacturing, or food processing, where jobs could be aplenty for people with less or no skills, have been abysmal. This is the reason why the transition in India of taking the workforce out of agriculture towards industry and services is the slowest in the world. Government, as well as private sector, has just not done a good job of creating jobs with over 90% of our workforce inclusive growth and issues. 274. In the informal and organized sector, where productivity is low and jobs are clearly not well paid. While the growth in the last 3 decades was good enough, we have not seen a transformation in the workforce because not enough well-paid jobs were being created for those who could migrate from agriculture. Rampant underemployment is a serious problem in India, which has resulted in lower productivity, and the government and industry associations must take it on a war footing. In China, wages have been rising over 10% a year for more than a decade, and currently they are 2 to 3 times the wages in India on an average. Wages in China will continue to rise much faster than they will rise in India. A lot of labor-intensive firms are moving out of China, and India ought to be the natural destination for them. 8.12 PLFS and AQES Periodic Labor Force Survey, PLFS, Employment and Unemployment Surveys, EUS, conducted by NSSO, were the primary source of labor market data at national and state level in India. Regular EUS were conducted quinquennially after every 5 years since 1972. Considering the importance of availability of labor force data at more frequent intervals, National Statistics Office, NSO, under Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, is conducting PLFS to produce annual statistics of employment and unemployment characteristics for both rural and urban areas, along with quarterly estimates for urban areas. The first annual report based on the data collected in PLFS during July 2000 2017 to June 2018 was published in May 2019. The PLFS was designed with two major objectives for measurement of employment and unemployment. The first was to measure the dynamics in labor force participation and employment status in the short time interval of 3 months for only the urban areas. The second was for both rural and urban areas to measure the labor force estimates on key parameters on an annual basis, such as labor force participation rate, worker population ratio, etc. All India Quarterly Establishment-Based Employment Survey (AQES) has been started by Labour Bureau, Ministry of Labour and Employment, to provide quarterly updates about the employment and related variables of establishments in both organized and unorganized segments of 9 selected sectors. These sectors altogether account for majority of the total employment in the non-farm establishments. These 9 selected sectors are manufacturing, construction, trade, transport, education, health, accommodation and restaurant, IT, BPO, and financial services. There are 2 components under AQES. Quarterly Employment Survey (QES). This is in respect of establishments employing 10 or more workers, mostly constituting the organized segment, inclusive growth and issues. 275. Area Frame Establishment Survey (AFES). This is to build up a frame in respect of establishments employing 9 or less workers, mostly the unorganized segment. The first report of the QES covering the period April to June 2021 was released in September 2021. The following are the major highlights from the report of the first round of QES. Nearly 90% of the establishments have been estimated to work with less than 100 workers. The overall participation of female workers stood at 29%. AFES field work has just been started. AQES, QES, and AFES will provide employment scenario from demand side at regular intervals, which was required for policy planning. Economic censuses are establishment-based demand side, but have been conducted at irregular intervals and do not cover all types of establishments. Economic census has been conducted in years 1977, 1980, 1990, 1998, 2005, 2013 to 14, and 2020. Results of the 7th Economic Census 2020 is yet to appear in the public domain. 8.13 Rising income inequality. Spectacular economic growth over the past 3 decades has made India a global economic powerhouse. Between 1990 and 2019, India's economy grew at a rate of around 7% at constant prices, making it a $2.9 trillion economy. The Indian economy is now the 3rd largest in the world by purchasing power parity after China and the United States. The surging economic growth has improved living conditions of its citizens, but these improvements were not uniformly distributed among India's diverse population. Despite being among the richest countries in the world, India has attracted negative attention in recent years as the 2nd most unequal country in the world after Russia. Income inequality has reached historically high levels in India since the 1980s, when economic and trade liberalization began in the country, with the top 1% of the population accounting for 22% of the national income in 2014. In terms of wealth, the top 1% of India's population owns nearly 60% of its wealth. The Gini coefficient is one of the important variables used to examine trends in inequality across income, wealth, and consumption. According to some estimates, consumption Gini coefficient was 0.36 in 2011 to 12 in India. On the other hand, inequality in income was high with a Gini coefficient of 0.55, while wealth Gini coefficient was 0.74 in 2011 to 12. Thus, income Gini was about 20 points higher than consumption Gini, while wealth Gini was nearly 40 points higher than consumption Gini. Thus, inequality in income and wealth is much higher than that of consumption in India. Inequality in India declined in the post-independence period for 3.5 decades since 1950. But since we introduced the reforms in 1991, it has increased and more in the high-growth phase of 2004 to 2011 to 2. The reasons for the same could be found in a famous paper of 1955 by Simon Kuznets, where he has argued that in the early period of economic growth, distribution of income tends to worsen, i.e., inequality increases, and that only after inclusive growth and issues. 276. Reaching a certain level of economic development and improvement in the distribution of income occurs. One of the main reasons of increase in inequality in the post-reform period is that when the economy was opened in 1991, the people having financial and educational resources grabbed up the opportunities created by opening of the economy and were able to multiply their wealth and income in a much faster way as compared to the poor people who lack these resources. But once the government tax, resources will increase from the expanding economy and the government spends these resources in the human capital, then in future the inequality may decline. Human capital can be understood as a person's endowment derived from education and robust health. When a population is more or less equally endowed with human capital, then the returns to labor would be relatively equal compared to the country in which the distribution of human capital is unequal, pyramidal, which is the case for India till now. Government is still spending a lot on subsidies rather than health and education, which will ultimately provide equalization of opportunities. Many economists reckon that poor governance is the biggest constraint in achieving the aspirations of a new generation and reduction in poverty and inequality in India. A major institutional challenge is the accountability of service providers, particularly the public sector. Recent literature also focused on eradication of corruption for reduction in inequalities. Issues like electoral reforms, crony capitalism, election funding, and corruption should be part of the reform agenda to reduce inequalities, and the economic reforms should focus more on efficient delivery systems of public services. Fiscal instruments like public investment in physical and social infrastructure can be used to reduce inequality. For reducing inequality, some advocate measures such as redistribution of assets and wealth in favor of the poor via higher taxes for the rich. However, these may not be pragmatic solutions. The tax-GDP ratio has to be raised with a wider tax base rather than increasing the tax rate. The new and aspiring India wants equality of opportunity rather than redistributive measures. As we initiated the reforms in 1991, the Indian economy moved on a higher growth trajectory of 6.3%, which helped the government to raise more resources, and it also pulled in a lot of population in the growth process. The proportion of nationwide population living below the poverty line, as per the Planning Commission estimates, fell from 36% 40.7 cr in 1993 to 94 to 27.5% 35.5 cr in 2004 to 2005 and 21.9% 26.9 cr in 2011 to 12. Growth helps in reduction of poverty in two ways. First, through the percolation, trickle-down effect, and second, through the ability to raise more resources on the part of the government to provide for increased social sector expenditures. While economic growth is absolutely crucial in raising living standards of India's vast population, the distributional effects of economic growth, as measured by income distribution, play a significant role in determining the long-term development trends and socio-economic well-being of the citizens. India is one of the richest countries in the world, and yet the average Indian is relatively poor as a result of highly skewed income distribution. Economic inequality can adversely exacerbate a range of social problems, including intergroup relations and conflict, social cohesion, and violent crime. Inequality hurts not only the poor but everyone, with increased crime and increased workplace accidents. Inclusive growth and issues. 277. Comment. For over 3 decades now, income inequality has been rising. Inequality in India can only be ended by equalizing capabilities across individuals. Concerted public action via education and health is the means to this outcome. Income transfers, pushed relentlessly by policy entrepreneurs, evade the issue altogether. We now need to reorient our public policy so that the government is more enabling of private entrepreneurship while being directly engaged in the equalization of opportunity through a social policy that raises health and education levels at the bottom of the pyramid. Thus, unlike in advanced economies, in India, economic growth and inequality converge in terms of their effects on socio-economic indicators, and hence there is an absence of a trade-off between economic growth and inequality. Furthermore, economic growth has a far greater impact on poverty alleviation than inequality. Therefore, given India's stage of development and knowing that our growth potential is high, an absolute level of poverty is also high. India must continue to focus on economic growth to lift the poor out of poverty by expanding the overall pie. Note that this policy focus does not imply that redistributive objectives are unimportant, but that redistribution is only feasible in a developing economy if the size of the economic pie grows. 8.14 Poverty eradication. Public services or income support poverty is defined as a human condition characterized by sustained or chronic deprivation of the resources, capabilities, choices, security, and power necessary for the enjoyment of an adequate standard of living. Poverty was around 66% when the British left India, and the population during the time was 33 crores. By 2011 to 12, the poverty level was reduced to 29.5%, Rangrajan report, or 36 crore people in absolute terms. More number of people lived in poverty in 2011 to 12 than population of India at independence. There has been focus on poverty since last 50 years. Indira Gandhi gave the slogan Garibi Hatao in 1971, but still we have not been able to eradicate it. This is because the approach of public policy to the problem has been to initiate schemes which could serve as no more than a palliative, as suggested by the term poverty alleviation commonly used in the discourse over time. These schemes failed to go to the root of poverty, which is capability deprivation that leaves an individual unable to earn sufficient income through work or entrepreneurship. Income poverty is a manifestation of the deprivation, and focusing exclusively on income shortfall can address only the symptom. Poverty is capability deprivation. Health, education, and physical infrastructure are central to the capabilities of individuals, and the extent of their presence in a society determines whether the poor will remain so or exit poverty permanently. The scale at which these inclusive growth and issues. 278. Inputs would be required to endow all Indians with the requisite capabilities makes it more than likely that we would have to rely on public provision rather than universal basic income (UBI). From the perspective of eliminating poverty, universal basic services (UBS) from public sources are needed. The original case for a UBI came from European economists. This is not entirely surprising. Europe is perhaps saturated with publicly provided UBS. Also, the state in some of its countries is immensely wealthy. So, if a part of the public revenues is paid out as basic income, the project of providing public services there will not be affected. This is not the case in India, where the task of creating the wherewithal for providing public services has not even been seriously initiated. There is a crucial role for services in eliminating the capability deprivation that is poverty. As these services cannot always be purchased in the market, income support alone cannot be sufficient to eliminate poverty. It is in recognition of the role of services in enabling people to lead a productive and dignified life that the idea of multidimensionality has taken hold in the thinking on poverty globally. At a minimum, these services would involve the supply of water, sanitation, and housing apart from health and education. It has been estimated that if the absence of such services is accounted for, poverty in India would be found to be far higher than recorded at present. The budgetary implication of the scale at which public services would have to be provided if we are to eliminate multidimensional poverty may now be imagined. This allows us to appraise the challenge of ending effective poverty and to assess the potential of the income support schemes proposed by the main political parties. There are no shortcuts to ending poverty, but ending it soon is not insurmountable either if we can focus more on income generation rather income support. 8.15 Sustainable Development Goals (SDG). The Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs), also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. The 17 SDGs are integrated, that is, they recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Through the pledge to leave no one behind, countries have committed to fast-track progress for those furthest behind first. That is why the SDGs are designed to bring the world to several life-changing zeros, including zero poverty, hunger, AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. Everyone is needed to reach these ambitious targets. The creativity, know-how, technology, and financial resources from all of society are necessary to achieve the SDGs in every context. As the lead UN development agency, UNDP support countries in achieving the SDGs. The following are the 17 SDGs. Eliminate poverty, erase hunger, establish good health and well-being, inclusive growth and issues. 279. Several initiatives have been taken at both the national and the sub-national level to mainstream the SDGs into the policies, schemes, and programs of the government. India has been taking several proactive climate actions to fulfill its obligations on the basis of equality and in accordance with their common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. As mandated in the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, the climate actions of the developing countries would have to be supported by finance flows from the developed to the developing countries. The nationally determined contribution (NDC) submitted by the country has been formulated keeping in mind the developmental imperatives of the country and is on a best effort basis. We need to strive for equity across nations and within a nation and equity across and within the generations. The COVID-19 pandemic and the iniquitous impact of the consequent lockdown re-emphasizes the fact that sustainable development is the only way forward. Localization of SDGs is crucial to any strategy aimed at achieving the goals under the 2030 Agenda. Essentially, localizing SDGs involves the process of adapting, planning, implementing, and monitoring the SDGs from national to local levels by relevant institutions and stakeholders. In terms of engagement and collaboration of institutions, it is consequential how the center, state, and local governments work together to achieve the SDGs at the national level, and how SDGs provide a framework for subnational and local policy, planning, and action for realization of the SDG targets at local levels. To accelerate SDG achievements, the country has adopted the approach of cooperative and competitive federalism, which is based on center-state collaboration in nation-building and healthy competition among the states in various development outcomes. The SDG India Index and Dashboard, designed and developed by NITI Aayog, is the principal tool to measure and monitor SDG performance at the national and subnational levels. The states are institutionally empowered and positioned to achieve the SDGs with the support of the central government and allied institutions. Hence, the states are the key actors in the process of localization of SDGs, with the central government playing an enabling role. States and UTs have created discrete institutional structures for implementation of SDGs in their own specific contexts. Several states have also created nodal mechanisms within every department and at the district levels to make coordination, convergence, and data-inclusive growth and issues. 280. Management more precise and predictable. Figure A and B below shows the institutional setup for SDG localization. 8.16 Socio-economic indicators. 1. Lorenz curve and Gini coefficient. Lorenz curve was developed by Max O. Lorenz in 1905 for representing inequality of the wealth distribution of a country or province. The Lorenz curve is used to show what percentage of a nation's residents possess what percentage of that nation's wealth. While the Lorenz curve is most often used to represent economic inequality, it can be used to represent inequality in any system. Consider the below figure, where the x-axis represents the percentage of households in the economy and y-axis represents the percent of income that these households possess. The further away the Lorenz curve from the ideal line, represented by the diagonal, the higher the level of inequality it represents. Percent of income: 100%, 80%, 60%, 40%, LLL, 20%, 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Population. Ideal line, line of equality. Lorenz curve, inclusive growth and issues. 281. The Gini index is a measurement of the income distribution of a country's residents. This number, which ranges between 0 and 1 and is based on residents' net income, helps define the gap between the rich and the poor, with 0 representing perfect equality and 1 representing perfect inequality. It is typically expressed as a percentage, referred to as the Gini coefficient. Gini coefficient equals area between the ideal line and Lorenz curve. Total area under the ideal line. 2. Kuznets curve. The Kuznets curve is a hypothetical curve that graphs economic inequality against per capita income over the course of economic development. In the 1950s and 1960s, Simon Kuznets hypothesized that as an economy develops, market forces first increase then decrease the overall economic inequality of the society, which is illustrated by the inverted U-shape of the Kuznets curve. For instance, the hypothesis holds that in the early development of an economy, new investment opportunities increase for those who already have the capital to invest. These new investment opportunities mean that those who already hold the wealth have the opportunity to increase that wealth. Conversely, with the influx of inexpensive rural labor to the cities keeps wages down for the working class, thus widening the income gap and escalating economic inequality. The Kuznets curve implies that as a society industrializes, the center of the economy shifts from rural areas to the cities as rural laborers, such as farmers, begin to migrate seeking better-paying jobs. This migration, however, results in a large rural-urban income gap, and rural populations decrease as urban populations increase. But according to Kuznets' hypothesis, that same economic inequality is expected to decrease when a certain level of average income is reached and the processes associated with industrialization, such as democratization and the development of a welfare state, take hold. Inequality. Per capita income. The environmental Kuznets curve suggests that economic development initially leads to deterioration in the environment, but after a certain level of economic growth, a society begins to improve its relationship with the environment and levels of environmental degradation reduces. It is also a U-shaped curve. Inclusive growth and issues. 282. 3. Human Development Index. The Human Development Index, HDI, was developed by Mahbubul Huq and Amartya Sen. As per UNDP, HDI is a summary measure of average achievement in key dimensions of human development: a long and healthy life, being knowledgeable, and have a decent standard of living. HDI is a composite index of the following three parameters: standard of living, measured by gross national income per capita; health, measured by life expectancy at birth; education, measured by expected years of schooling for a child, and mean of years of schooling for adults aged 25 years and more. All the three parameters are separately calculated on a scale of 0 to 1, and then the HDI is derived from the geometric mean of normalized indices for each of the three dimensions. United Nations Development Program, UNDP, publishes its annual report called Human Development Report, HDR, which captures the HDI. Since 2010, the HDR also includes Inequality-Adjusted HDI, Gender Inequality Index, GII, and Multidimensional Poverty Index, MPI. 8.17 Previous year's questions. 1. Which of the following can aid in furthering the government's objective of inclusive growth? 2011. I. Promoting self-help groups. 2. Promoting micro, small and medium enterprises. 3. Implementing the Right to Education Act. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I only, B. I and 2 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. I 2 and 3 2. In a given year in India, official poverty lines are higher in some states than in others because 2019. A. Poverty rates vary from state to state. B. Price levels vary from state to state. C. Gross state product varies from state to state. D. Quality of public distribution varies from state to state. Answers: 1. D. 2. B. Mains question. It is argued that the strategy of inclusive growth is intended to meet the objectives of inclusiveness and sustainability together. Comment on this statement. 2019-2020. Inclusive growth and issues. 283. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? State the significance of financial inclusion in achieving economic growth in India. 2022. Economic growth in the recent past has been led by increase in labor productivity. Explain this statement. Suggest the growth pattern that will lead to creation of more jobs without compromising labor productivity. 2022. Subsidies. 284. 9 subsidies. 9.1 Introduction subsidies are measured as costs incurred by the government through budgetary resources for the provision of goods which are not classified as public goods. Public goods has the following 2 characteristics. Non-rival. Consumption by somebody does not reduce the availability of that good for others. Non-excludable. No feasible way of excluding anyone from enjoying the benefits of that good, for example, police services, border security services, etc., are public goods. Subsidies can be classified based in various ways. I-234. Consumer, producer, direct, indirect, explicit, implicit, social, economic. Benefit provided to consumers X, LPG. Benefit provided to producers X, MSP to farmers. Direct. Paymentee and cash X, LPG. Providing goods and services below market price and government. Procurement in excess of market price X, fertilizer, specified in the budget document, or through budgetary resources X, PDS. By providing subsidized public services and R, not provided in budget X, railway. Subsidy given for social services X, health. Subsidy given for economic services X, power. The various subsidies given by central government are health, education, housing, social welfare and nutrition, urban development, water supply and sanitation, welfare of SCs, STs, agriculture and allied activities, etc. Major explicit subsidies of central government RS. Core food fertilizer fuel total 2022 to 23 2.87 lakh CR 2.2 5 lakh CR 9,100 CR 5.2 5 lakh CR 2023 to 24 1.97 lakh CR 1.75 lakh CR 2,250 CR 3.75 lakh CR 9.2 Different ways of disbursing implementing subsidies. Economic growth has historically been good for the poor, both directly because it raises incomes and indirectly because it gives the state resources to provide public services and social safety nets that the poor need. Government uses these resources to help the poor by giving various kinds of subsidies, which has formed an important part of the anti-poverty discourse in India and the government's own policy initiatives. Since independence, government is giving price subsidies to the poor. From 2014 onwards, with the help of Jan Dhan account, Aadhaar, and mobile JAM, government started shifting subsidies 285 to DBT for various kinds of subsidies. From 2019, it has also started giving income support to farmers. So, support subsides to the poor can be given in 3 ways, viz. Price subsidies, direct benefit transfer, DBT, and income support. 9.2.1 Price subsidies. Though price subsidies have helped the poor households fight inflation and price volatility, but price subsidies have not transformed the living standards of the poor. The following are various issues associated with price subsidies. 1. Price subsidies are often regressive. Regressive means a rich household benefit more from the price subsidy than a poor household. As various state governments give subsidy on electricity, and since richer households consume more electricity than poor, it means richer households are enjoying more subsidy than the poor. The same stands true for water and LPG cylinders, as the consumption by relatively rich households is more as compared to poor. 2. Price subsidies distort markets in a way that ultimately hurts the poor. In a market economy, prices play a key role in allocating scarce resources to different sectors. The government provides subsidies for wheat and rice by purchasing it at minimum support prices. Due to the guaranteed procurement of these crops, farmers are not willing to grow non-MSP supported crops such as pulses, oilseeds, onions, etc., leading to undercultivation of these crops. The resultant supply-demand mismatch raises prices of non-MSP supported crops and makes them more volatile. This contributes to food price inflation that disproportionately hurts poor households who tend to have uncertain income streams and lack the assets to weather economic shocks. 3. Leakages undermine the effectiveness of price product subsidies. Price subsidies are prone to leakages and waste a lot of government resources which could otherwise be used for other welfare programs. Consider the example of fertilizer subsidy, which is provided by selling the fertilizers at below the market price. The price of subsidized urea in the domestic market is around Rs. 5 kilograms and in the international market is around Rs. 20 kilograms. Now the agencies involved in selling urea in the domestic market divert the urea in the neighboring countries of Nepal and Bangladesh rather than than selling to the intended beneficiaries, where they fetch international price, and they also recover the difference of Rs 15 kilograms, Rs 20 kilograms, Rs 5 kilograms as subsidy from the government. In the same way, some urea is also sold to chemical companies in India, which uses it as inputs to make other products. Now, government has introduced Aadhaar-based authentication for purchase of urea. 9.2.2 Direct Benefit Transfer, DBT. In case of DBT, government allows people to purchase sale products from in the market, and it directly transfers the money in their account. The following are important features of DBT. 1. Cash transfers increases the effectiveness of anti-poverty programs by reducing the number of government departments and costs involved in the distribution process. Subsidies. 286. 2. When government transfers the cash in the beneficiary's Aadhaar-linked bank account and he/she purchased the product at market price, then it removes the possibility of leakages and diversion. 3. Cash transfers frees up the prices of various goods and services bought and sold in the market, which then perform their role of efficiently allocating resources in the economy and boosting long-run growth. By implementing DBT and LPG subsidy, government has been able to save more than Rs 10,000 crore a year. 9.2.3 Income support. The most important feature of income support is that the poor don't need to sell specific items to get this kind of support. Government transfers certain amount to the public, and they will be free to decide what to do with that money. This is not the case with price subsidies and DBT, where the beneficiary needs to sell the specific item to get the benefit of subsidy. Because of this feature, income support does not distort the market. Income support can be given to a class of population. For example, PM Kisan is given to farmers, or it may be extended to the entire population. In such case, it is called Universal Basic Income, UBI. Universal Basic Income, UBI, is a radical and compelling paradigm shift in thinking about both social justice and a productive economy. It could be to the 21st century what civil and political rights were to the 20th. It is premised on the idea that a just society needs to guarantee to each individual a minimum income which they can count on, and which provides the necessary material foundation for a life with access to basic goods and a life of dignity. A universal basic income is, like many rights, unconditional and universal. It requires that every person should have a right to a basic income to cover their needs, just by virtue of being citizens. UBI has the following characteristics. Periodic, paid at regular intervals and not as a one-time grant cash payment. It is paid in appropriate medium, allowing those who receive it to decide what they spend it on. It is therefore not paid in kind or in vouchers dedicated to a specific use. Individual, it is paid on an individual basis and not to household. Universal, it is paid to all without means test. Unconditional, it is paid without a requirement to work or to demonstrate willingness to work. There are certain misconceptions, arguments against UBI. Whether UBI reduces the incentive to work, the levels at which UBI is likely to be pegged are going to be minimal guarantees at best. They are unlikely to crowd incentives to work. Moral hazard, would a UBI reduce labor supply? Another argument against UBI is the moral hazard, i.e., free money makes people lazy and they drop out of the labor market. Would UBI promote vice, temptation goods? Detractors of UBI argue that, as a cash transfer program, this policy will promote spending on social evils such as alcohol, tobacco, etc. UBI shall not be framed as a transfer payment from the rich to the poor. The idea of UBI is that we have a right to a minimum income merely by virtue of being citizens. It is the acknowledgement of the economy as a common project. This right requires that the basic economic structure be configured in a way that every individual gets a basic income. Subsidies. 287. Difference between price subsidy, DBT, and income support. Price subsidy, DBT. Income support. Regressive, distortive leakage. Regressive, distortive, no leakage. Not regressive, not distortive, no leakage. 9.3 Fuel subsidies. Fuel subsidies earlier used to be given on 4 items, viz. LPG, kerosene, petrol, diesel. 1. Petrol and diesel. Petrol and diesel prices were deregulated in 2002 and are being sold at the market prices, and there is no subsidy on petrol and diesel. 2. LPG. Government is giving LPG subsidy through DBT, where households purchase the LPG cylinders at the market price and government transfers the subsidy amount into their account only up to 12 cylinders. 3. Kerosene. Central government has eliminated the kerosene subsidy, which has traditionally been used to meet the lighting and cooking needs, especially in rural areas. Government has decided to phase out use of kerosene for cooking and lighting in view of the increasing coverage of electricity for lighting needs and LPG as a clean cooking fuel. Post Sabagya, Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Har Ghar Yojana, and Ujjwala Yojana, the use of kerosene is steadily going down. Out of 37 states UTs, 11 states UTs are kerosene-free. No PDS kerosene is allocated to these states UTs by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, MOP and NG. The balance states UTs are allocated PDS kerosene by MOP and NG on a quarterly basis. Kerosene is distributed through PDS and is sold at market price with zero central subsidy. The allocation varies from state to state depending on factors like LPG penetration, non-lifting of PDS kerosene, voluntary request for surrender reduction. State government of Tamil Nadu is still subsidizing kerosene through state subsidy. Effective from March 1, 2020, the retail selling price of PDS kerosene is being maintained at NIL under recovery level on pan-India basis and is made available to the states at market prices. Urea prices are regulated fixed by the government, but the prices of DAP, MOP, and complex fertilizers have been deregulated, market-driven. Fertilizers provides 3 major nutrients which increase agriculture yields. The optimal N tongue sticking out K ratio varies across soil types but is generally around 4 to 2 to 1 subsidies. 288. With the objective of sustainable agricultural growth, Government of India is providing subsidized fertilizers to the farmers since 1970s. The subsidized fertilizers such as urea, N, DAP, P, and MOP, K earlier used to be sold under the Retention Pricing Scheme, RPS. Under this scheme, fertilizer manufacturers used to get fixed return of 12% on their investments and used to sell the fertilizer fertilizer at the government notified price. This had two major drawbacks. The manufacturers need to submit their audited costs to the government based on which government used to reimburse them the net cost plus 12% return on investment. This motivated the companies to inflate their costs and increase the scope of corruption. There was no motivation for the manufacturers to reduce their costs and become efficient, as they used to get all the cost adjusted reimbursed from the government. But now there are separate mechanisms for urea subsidy and DAP and MOP subsidy. Urea subsidy under the new Urea Policy 2015. Government implemented the pooling of gas for urea from July 1, 2015 onwards. Under this policy, the domestic gas is pooled with imported regasified liquefied natural gas, or LNG, to provide natural gas at uniform delivered price to all natural gas grid-connected urea manufacturing plants for the purpose of manufacturing of urea. All the gas-based urea plants have been placed in three categories based on group-specific energy norms. How much gas is required to produce a particular quantity of urea? Urea plants falling in same category will be getting the same amount of subsidy per kg as fixed by the government based on normative cost of each group plants, no matter what is their actual cost of production. This will force plants to become more efficient, as the subsidy will be same for each plant within a group, and a plant being more efficient or having lesser cost of production will be more profitable. From May 2015, Government of India has made it mandatory for all indigenous urea manufacturers and importers of urea to produce 100% neem-coated urea so that farmers are benefited. Neem-coated urea is required less in quantity with same plot size and gives higher crop yields. Underground water contamination due to leaching of urea also gets reduced with neem coating, since nitrogen in the neem-coated urea gets released to plants very slowly. Neem-coated urea is not fit for industrial use, so chances of its illegal subsidies. 289. Diversion to industries will also be lesser. Farmers pay an additional price of only Rs. 14 per bag of neem-coated urea. Issues with urea subsidy. There are around 30 companies involved in domestic urea production, and 3 companies are allowed to import urea into the country. No new capacity has been added in the past 17 years due to lack of an appropriate policy framework. It has led to the stagnation of domestic production of urea at 25 metric tons, but the consumption has increased to around 33 metric tons, implying 8 metric tons of imports. The limited availability of domestic gas has also led urea players to depend on costly imported gas for production. Presently, government intervenes in the production and distribution of urea in the following ways. Government sets a controlled maximum retail price (MRP) at which urea must be sold to the farmers, which is Rs. 5.36 kilograms, Rs. 268 per bag of 50 kilograms, excluding tax. Imported international price is approximately Rs. 20 kilograms. Government provides subsidy to urea plants based on the difference between the MRP and cost of production, group-based norms, and is paid to the fertilizer company. Only 3 companies are allowed to import urea into India. Canalization. About half of the movement of fertilizer is directed, i.e., the government tells manufacturers and importers how much to import and where to sell their urea. Thus, nearly all the actors, consumers, producers, importers, and distributors, are controlled by the government. The movement plan for urea is given by the government every month to urea suppliers to ensure its timely and adequate availability in all parts of the country, which means that the central government controls the fertilizer supply chain. This has led to distortions feeding upon each other and together creating an environment leading to leakage, less availability for small farmers, underpricing leading to inefficient consumption. Nano urea. Liquid nano urea has been developed and patented by IFFCO. IFFCO nano urea is the only nano fertilizer approved by the Government of India and included in the Fertilizer Control Order (FCO). To ensure adequate availability of right quality of fertilizers at right time and at right price to farmers, fertilizer was declared as an essential commodity, and Fertilizer Control Order (FCO) was promulgated under Section 3 of Essential Commodities Act 1955 to regulate trade, price, quality, and distribution of fertilizers in the country. Application of 1 bottle (half liter) of nano urea can effectively replace at least 1 bag of urea 50 kilograms. Presently, there is no subsidy on nano urea. When sprayed on leaves, nano urea easily enters through stomata and other openings and is assimilated by the plant cells. It is easily distributed through the phloem from source to sink inside the plant as per its need. Liquid nano urea contains 4% nitrogen by volume and comes in the form of nanoparticle. Its efficiency is 85% to 90% as compared to 25% for conventional urea. Unutilized nitrogen is stored in the plant vacuole and is slowly released for proper growth and development of the plant. Small size, 20 to 50 nanometers, of nano urea increases its availability to crop by more than 80%. Subsidies. 290. DAP, P, and MOP, K, and complex fertilizers, NPK, nutrient-based subsidy. The subsidy regime in DAP and MOP fertilizers is called nutrient-based subsidy (NBS), which is in effect since 2010. Under this regime, the producers and importers of DAP and MOP fertilizers receive subsidy based on the amount of nutrient N, P, and K present in a given amount of fertilizer. Per kg of subsidies on DAP and MOP fertilizers are hence fixed by the government every year, and they do not vary with the market prices. The market prices at which farmers purchase of these fertilizers are deregulated, but are adjusted with fixed nutrient subsidy given by the government, i.e., manufacturers are free to decide the market price at which they want to sell. This means that the producers and importers are free to sell these fertilizers at any price, but since they receive a fixed subsidy from the government and due to competition in the market, they reduce the market price in proportion to the subsidy. The government involvement in DAP and MOP fertilizers is limited to paying producers and importers a fixed nutrient-based subsidy, which works out to be roughly 35% of the cost of production. The Department of Fertilizer has fixed the subsidies for the various nutrients for the year 2020 to 21 at the following rates: nitrogen N at 18.78 rupees per kilogram, phosphorus P at 14.88 rupees per kilogram, potash K at 10.11 rupees per kilogram, and sulfur S at Rs 2.37 per kg. DAP contains higher proportion of phosphorus and MOP contains higher proportion of potassium, but these fertilizers also contain in some proportion other nutrients, i.e. N, P, K, and S. Based on the proportion of nutrients present in the fertilizers, the per kg subsidy on DAP and MOP can be calculated. The fertilizer companies are required to print maximum retail price (MRP) along with applicable subsidy on the fertilizer bags clearly. Any sale above the printed MRP is punishable under the Essential Commodities Act. The MRP for DAP is currently hovering at Rs 24,000 ton, and for MOP it is Rs 16,000 ton approximately, and it stands deregulated. DBT and fertilizer. In January 2018, government implemented DBT facility for fertilizer subsidies in all the states and union territories (UTs). The DBT model in fertilizers is different from the conventional system of DBT being implemented in LPG. Under DBT system in fertilizer subsidies, the farmers' beneficiaries will continue to receive urea at statutory subsidized prices (Rs 5.36 kilograms) and P and K fertilizers at subsidized prices in the market. Government has done a study to implement direct cash transfer (DCT), which is basically the DBT being implemented in case of LPG, where farmers will be purchasing the fertilizers at the market price and government will be transferring the cash amount in the farmer's account. But most of the farmers do not want this mechanism of DCT, as the farmers will have to pay upfront market price, which may be quite high, and they will have to wait for the government money in their account, which is generally delayed, and in some cases it has not come. To remove this problem of upfront payment of market price by farmers, government is planning to create e-wallet account for every farmer and transfer the money before the sowing season in the e-wallet of every farmer, and upon the actual purchase by farmers it will be adjusted and carry forwarded to next year. Subsidies. 291. Proposed reforms in fertilizer sector. Transfer Rs 5,000 to Rs 6,000 per farmer annually in lieu of fertilizer subsidies. Become self-reliant in fertilizer production. Implement NBS model for urea. Also develop alternative sources of nutrient for plants, i.e. non-chemical fertilizers. Improve fertilizer efficiency through need-based use. For example, nano-urea developed by IFFCO. Recently, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India has launched two important schemes. 1. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samriddhi Kendras (PMKSK). PM inaugurated 600 Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samriddhi Kendras under the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. Under the scheme, the retail fertilizer shops in the country will be converted into PMKSK in a phased manner. PMKSK will cater to a wide variety of needs of the farmers and provide agri-inputs, fertilizers, seeds, implements, testing facilities for soil, seeds, and fertilizers, generate awareness among farmers, provide information regarding various government schemes, and ensure regular capacity building of retailers at block district level outlets. PMKSKs are not merely sales centers for fertilizer, but a mechanism for establishing a deep bond with the farmers of the country. More than 3.3 lakh retail fertilizer shops are planned to be converted into PMKSK. 2. Pradhan Mantri Bhartiya Jan Urvarak Pariyojana. One Nation, One Fertilizer. ONOF. Under ONOF, companies are allowed to display their name, brand, logo, and other relevant product information only on 1/3 space of their bags. On the remaining 2/3 space, the Bharat brand and Pradhan Mantri Bhartiya Jan Urvarak Pariyojana logo will have to be shown. The single brand name for urea, DAP, MOP, and complex fertilizers, NPK, etc. would be Bharat Urea, Bharat DAP, Bharat MOP, and Bharat NPK, etc. respectively for all fertilizer companies, state trading entities, STEs, and fertilizer marketing entities, FMEs. It will bring about uniformity in fertilizer brands across the country. The farmer will get rid of all kinds of confusion about the quality of the fertilizer and its availability. 9.5 Food subsidy. Food subsidy is being implemented jointly by central and state governments, but the major financial burden is borne by the central government through its agency Food Corporation of India, FCI. Subsidies. 292. 9.5.1 Food Corporation of India, FCI. The FCI was set up in 1965 under the Food Corporations Act 1964 in order to fulfill the following objectives of food policy. Effective price support operations for safeguarding the interests of the farmers, distribution of food grains throughout the country for public distribution system, maintaining safety level of operational and buffer stocks of food grains to ensure national food security. Since its inception, FCI has played a significant role in India's success in transforming the crisis management-oriented food security into a stable security system. FCI ensures effective market intervention, thereby keeping the prices under check. To achieve its objectives, FCI carries out the following functions. 1. Procurement. To facilitate the procurement of food grains, wheat, and paddy, FCI and various state agencies in consultation with the state governments establish a large number of purchase centers at various mandis and key points. The procurement policy is open-ended. That means whatever, without any limit, wheat and paddy are offered by farmers within the stipulated period and conforming to the specifications prescribed by Government of India are purchased at minimum support price (MSP) by the government agencies including Food Corporation of India, FCI. 4. Central pool. Central government procures wheat and rice paddy in two ways. One way is centralized procurement system, where either FCI procures or it asks states to procure and hand over the stock to FCI and FCI pays for it, and then FCI stores and distributes under an FSA. The second is decentralized procurement system, where center has asked states to procure, store, and distribute under an FSA and other welfare schemes, and center, FCI, pays to states. 2. Storage and contract. FCI provides scientific storage facility for the million tons of food grains procured by it. In order to provide easy physical access in deficit, remote, and inaccessible areas, the FCI has a network of storage depots strategically located all over India. These depots include silos, godowns, and an indigenous method called cover and plinth (CAP). Construction of godowns has been undertaken in PPP mode in 24 states under Private Entrepreneurs Guarantee (PEG) scheme through the private sector Sector as well as the Central Warehousing Corporation (CWC) and the State Warehousing Corporation (SWC). The government of India has also approved action plan with construction of steel silos in the country for a capacity of 100 LMT in public-private partnership (PPP) mode with a view to modernize storage infrastructure and improve shelf life of stored food grains. 3. Moving and transportation. The food grains are procured from the surplus states and transported to the deficit states of Northeast and Southern states. The food grain surplus is confined to the northern states and transportation involves long distance throughout the country. Stocks procured in the market and purchase centers is first collected in the nearest depots and from there dispatched to the recipient states in limited time. Subsidies. 293. 4. Buffer stocks. FCI maintains buffer stock central pool for the following purposes: to feed the targeted public distribution system (TPDS) and other schemes to ensure food security during the periods when production is short of normal demand during bad agricultural years, to stabilize prices during production shortfall through open market sales. The FCI is mandated to keep approximately 25 million tons (MT) of buffer stock, wheat and rice combined, in central pool, including strategic reserve of 2 metric tons of rice and 3 metric tons of wheat. But on an average, FCI holds more than double the mandated stock, leading to huge storage cost and wastage. The reason being, FCI is bound to procure all the stock which the farmers are bringing in the mandis, but only a limited amount is required to be distributed under National Food Security Act. The FCI also sells the food grains in the domestic market as well as exports it too from the central pool. There has been a paradigm shift on food, cereal, front between the time when FCI was created and today. India has moved from being a food scarce country to a food surplus country with a substantial increase in production and has emerged as a net exporter of cereals. The government policies of assured procurement and distribution gave the right incentives to increase production at that time. But the current food grain economy is, however, riddled with various economic inefficiencies in procurement, storage, transportation, and distribution. The farmers are deriving their signals not from the demand patterns in the market but from the government policies of procurement and distribution policies for grains. These policies, therefore, need to move on now to incentivize diversification and environmentally sustainable production. The farmers need to be empowered through direct investment subsidies and cash transfers, which are crop neutral and do not interfere with the cropping decisions of the farmers. Minimum support price, MSP, the rate announced by GOI at which purchases are made from the farmers by GOI and state governments and their agencies for the central pool. The MSP is same for the entire country, and there is no limit for procurement in terms of volume quantity provided that stock satisfies fair average quality. FAQ. Central issue price, CIP, the price at which food grains, wheat and rice, are issued to the state government's UTs from the central pool at uniform prices for distribution under Targeted Public Distribution System (TPDS) and FSA. CIP is fixed by Department of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Economic cost, the cost incurred by the central government by way of procurement at MSP, storage, transportation, and distribution to the nearest depot. Consumer subsidy, the difference between the economic cost and central issue price (CIP) is called the consumer subsidy and is borne by the central government. In addition to the above, the FCI maintains large buffer stocks of food grains for future exigencies, which entails a substantial carrying storage cost and is termed as buffer subsidy. Consumer subsidy and the buffer subsidy together add up to the total food subsidy of government of India. Subsidies. 294. During the critical food shortage of 1960s, China War 1962, Pakistan War 1965, two drafts of 1965-1966, PDS focused on distribution of food grains mainly in urban areas. In light of Green Revolution, as the national agricultural production grew, the outreach of PDS was extended to tribal blocks and areas of high incidence of poverty in the 1970s and 1980s. PDS has evolved as a system of management of scarcity and for distribution of food grains at affordable prices. Over the years, and with every lap of 5-year planning, it has become an important part of government's policy for management of food economy in the country. PDS is incremental in nature and is not intended to make available the entire requirement of any of the commodities distributed under it to a household or a section of the society. Under PDS, commodities distributed mainly are wheat, rice, sugar, and kerosene, but some states also distribute pulses, edible oils, iodized salt, spices, etc. PDS till 1992 was a general entitlement scheme for all consumers without any specific target. Revamped PDS was launched in June 1992 in 1775 blocks throughout the country. RPDS was launched with a view to strengthen and streamline the PDS as well as to improve its reach in the far-flung, hilly, remote, and inaccessible areas where a substantial section of the poor lie. Targeted Public Distribution System (TPDS). In June 1997, Government of India launched the TPDS with focus on the poor. Under the TPDS, states were required to formulate and implement foolproof arrangements for identification of the poor for delivery of food grains and for its distribution in a transparent and accountable manner at the fair price shop (FPS) level. The scheme, when introduced, was intended to benefit 6 crore poor families. To work out the population below the poverty line under the TPDS, it was decided to adopt a methodology used by the expert group set up by Planning Commission under the chairmanship of Prof. Lakdawala. Guidelines were issued in which states were advised to identify the BPL families by involving the gram panchayats and nagar palikas. While doing so, the thrust would be to include the really poor and vulnerable sections of the society such as landless agricultural laborers, marginal farmers, rural artisans, craftsmen such as potters, weavers, blacksmiths, carpenters, etc. In the rural areas, and slum dwellers and persons earning their livelihood on daily basis in the informal sector like potters, rickshaw pullers, cart pullers, fruit and flower sellers on the pavement, etc. In urban areas, the quantum of food grains in excess of the requirement of BPL was provided to the state as transitory allocation. This was intended for continuation of benefit of subsidized food grains to the population above BPL, as any sudden withdrawal of benefits existing living under PDS was considered undesirable. The transitory allocation was issued at prices which were subsidized but were higher than the prices for BPL quota of food grains. A national sample survey, NSS, exercise done in 2000 points towards the fact that about 5% of the total population of the country sleeps without 2 square meals a day. This section of the population can be called hungry. In order to make TPDS more focused and subsidies, 295, targeted towards this category of population, the Antyodaya Anna Yojana (AY) was launched in December 2000 for 1 crore poorest of the poor families. They were to be provided 35 kg per month per family of wheat and rice at Rs. 2 kilograms and 3 kilograms respectively. Later on, this scheme was expanded to include 1.5 crore more families. Under the TPDS scheme, the end retail price is fixed by the state's UTs after taking into account margins for wholesalers, retailers, transportation charges, levies, local taxes, etc. Under TPDS, the states were requested to issue food grains at a difference of not more than 50 paise per kg over and above the central issue price, CIP, for distribution to BPL families. For AY, the end retail price was to be retained at CIP, i.e. Rs. 2 kilograms for wheat and Rs. 3 kilograms for rice. There was no restriction on APL and other welfare schemes under TPDS and were to be issued at end retail price above CIP as decided by the state. 9.5.3 National Food Security Act, NFSA 2013, the earlier TPDS scheme, with certain changes and additional incentives, has now been converted into the National Food Security Act 2013. The act is applicable to 75% of the rural population, approximates 65 crore, and 50% of the urban population, approximately 19 crore, totaling 84 crore people. It requires around 60 metric tons of total food grains costing 1.90 lakh crore to the center. Before this act, beneficiaries under TPDS were around 40 crore people. The beneficiary households have been divided into 2 categories. Antyodaya Anna Yojana, AY 35 kilograms per month per family at Rs. 3 kilograms rice Rs. 2 kilograms wheat and Rs. 1 per kg coarse grains. Priority households, 5 kilograms per person per month at Rs. 3 kilograms rice Rs. 2 kilograms wheat and Rs. 1 per kg coarse grains. Identification of households. The percentage coverage under the act in rural and urban areas for each state shall, subject to the cap of 75% rural population and 50% urban population, be determined by the central government, and the total number of persons to be covered in such rural and urban areas of the state shall be calculated on the basis of the population estimates as per the census of which the relevant figures have been published. The state government shall, within the persons determined above, identify the households to be covered under the Antyodaya Anna Yojana in accordance with the guidelines applicable to the said scheme. The remaining households as priority households in accordance with such guidelines as the state government may specify. Starting from January 1, 2023 to December 31, 2023, central government will provide the food grains, rice, wheat, and coarse grains for free under NFSA 2013. This is just for 2023. Subsidies, 296. The act provides additional benefits to pregnant women and lactating mothers, free meal during pregnancy and up to 6 months after childbirth through Anganwadi and Rs. 6,000 in installments. Children aged 6 months to 6 years, free meal at local Anganwadi. Children aged 6 years to 14 years, midday meal scheme at school. The following are salient features of the National Food Security Act 2013. 1. Women empowerment. The eldest woman who is not less than 18 years of age in every eligible household shall be the head of the household for the purpose of ration cards. When no woman above 18 but a female less than 18, a male member, eldest, shall get the ration card, and at attaining the age of 18, the female shall get the ration card. 2. Grievance redressal mechanism. Every state government shall put in place an internal grievance redressal mechanism which may include call centers, helpline numbers, designation of nodal officers, or such other mechanism as may be prescribed. Every state government shall constitute a state food commission for the purpose of monitoring and review of implementation of this act, which shall consist of a chairman and 5 other members. 3. Obligations of central government and state government. State governments shall take delivery of food grains from the designated depots of the central government in the respective state by paying the FCI the central issue price, CIP, i.e. Rs. 3 kilograms rice Rs. 2 kilograms wheat and Rs. 1 kilogram coarse grains. Organize intrastate allocations for delivery of the allocated food grains through their authorized agencies at the doorstep of each FPS and ensure actual delivery or supply of the food grains to the entitled persons at the above-mentioned prices. Central government shall provide the assistance to the state government in meeting the expenditure incurred by it towards intrastate movement, handling of food grains and margins, profit paid to fair price shop, FPS dealers in accordance with the norms and manner as may be prescribed by the central government. 4. Miscellaneous provisions. The provisions of this act shall not preclude the central government or the state government from continuing or formulating other food-based welfare schemes. State government may continue with or may formulate food or nutrition-based plans or schemes providing for benefits higher than the benefits provided under this act from its own resources. The central government or the state government, as the case may be, shall be liable for a claim by any person entitled under this act, except in the case of war, flood, subsidies, 297, drought, fire, cyclone, earthquake affecting the regular supply of food grains or meals to such person under this act. The central government, the state government, and the local authorities shall, for the purpose of advancing food and nutritional security, strive to progressively ensure livelihood security to farmers by way of remunerative prices, access to inputs, credit, irrigation, power, crop insurance, etc. One nation, one ration card. A NORC for the nationwide portability of the ration cards under the National Food Security Act 2013. The central government has introduced a NORC plan. The NORC scheme is aimed at enabling migrant workers and their family members to buy subsidized ration from any fair price shop anywhere in the country under the NFSA. For instance, a migrant worker from, say, Kanpur will be able to access PDF PDS benefits in Mumbai, where he or she may have gone in search of work. While the person can buy food grains as per his or her entitlement under the NFSA at the place where he or she is based, members of his or her family can still go to their ration dealer back home. Earlier, NFSA beneficiaries were not able to access their PDS benefits outside the jurisdiction of the specific fair price shop to which they have been assigned. The government envisioned the ANORC to give them access to benefits from any fair price shop. ANORC is based on technology that involves details of beneficiaries' ration card, Aadhaar number, and electronic points of sale, EPOS. 9.6 Shanta Kumar Committee Recommendations. Government of India (GI) set up a high-level committee (HLC) in August 2014 with Shanta Kumar as the chairman to suggest restructuring or unbundling of FCI with a view to improving its operational efficiency and financial management. The committee submitted its recommendations in 2015. Following are the major recommendations. Procurement. FCI hand over all procurement operations of wheat, paddy, and rice to states that have gained sufficient experience in this regard and have created reasonable infrastructure for procurement. FCI will accept only the surplus after deducting the needs of the states under NFSA from these state governments to be moved to deficit states. PDS and NFSA HLC recommends to have a relook at the current coverage of 67% of population as it is on much higher side and should be brought down to around 40%, which will comfortably cover BPL families and some even above that. 5 kilograms grain per person to priority households is actually making BPL households worse off, who used to get 7th person under the TPDS. So, HLC recommends that they be given 7th person. On central issue prices, HLC recommends while Antiodia households can be given grains at Rs 321 kilograms for the time being, but subsidies 298. Pricing for priority households must be linked to MSP, say 50% of MSP. Else, HLC feels that this NFSA will put undue financial burden on the exchequer and investments in agriculture and food space may suffer. HLC recommends gradual introduction of cash transfers in PDS. Stocking and Movement. FCI should outsource its stocking operations to various agencies such as Central Warehousing Corporation, State Warehousing Corporation, private sector. Many of FCI's old conventional storages that have existed for long number of years can be converted to silos with the help of private sector and other stocking agencies. Better mechanization is needed in all silos as well as conventional storages. Movement of grains needs to be gradually containerized, which will help reduce transit losses and have faster turnaround time by having more mechanized facilities at railway sidings. Buffer stocking and liquidation policy. A transparent liquidation policy is the need of hour, which should automatically kick in when FCI is faced with surplus stocks than buffer norms. Greater flexibility to FCI with business orientation to operate an open market sales scheme, OMSS, and export markets is needed. Labor. FCI engages large number of workers, loaders, to get the job of loading unloading done smoothly and in time, which results in very high cost for the government. FCI should put these depots on priority for mechanization so that reliance on departmental labor reduces. Direct subsidy to farmers. Since the whole system of food management operates within the ambit of providing food security at a national as well as at household level, it must be realized that farmers need due incentives to raise productivity and overall food production in the country. The committee recommends that farmers should be given direct cash subsidy of about Rs 7,000 hectares and fertilizer sector can then be deregulated. End-to-end computerization. Total end-to-end computerization of the entire food management system, starting from procurement from farmers to stocking, movement, and finally distribution through TPDS. New face of FCI. The new face of FCI will be akin to an agency for innovations in food management system with a primary focus to create competition in every segment of food grain supply chain, from procurement to stocking to movement and finally distribution in TPDS, so that overall costs of the system are substantially reduced, leakages plug, and it serves larger number of farmers and consumers. Subsidies. 299. Previous year's questions. 1. With reference to the provisions made under the National Food Security Act 2013, consider the following statements. 2018. The families coming under the category of below poverty line (BPL) only are eligible to receive subsidized grains. 2. The eldest woman in a household of age 18 years or above shall be the head of the household for the purpose of issuance of a ration card. 3. Pregnant women and lactating mothers are entitled to a take-home ration of 1,600 calories per day during pregnancy and for 6 months thereafter. Which of the statements given above are correct? A, I, and 2 only, B, 2 only, C, I, and 3 only, D, 3 only. 2. The economic cost of food grains to the Food Corporation of India is minimum support price and bonus, if any, paid to the farmers plus 2019. A. Transportation cost only. B. Interest cost only. C. Procurement incidentals and distribution cost. D. Procurement incidentals and charges for go-downs. 3. With reference to chemical fertilizers in India, consider the following statements. 2021. At present, the retail price of chemical fertilizers is market-driven and not administered by the government. 2. Ammonia, which an input of urea, is produced from natural gas. 3. Sulfur, which is a raw material for phosphoric acid fertilizer, is a byproduct of oil refineries. Which of the following statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2 only. D. 1, 2, and 3. Answers. 1. B. 2. C. 3. B. Mains questions. What are the salient features of the National Food Security Act 2013? How has the Food Security Bill helped in eliminating hunger and malnutrition in India? 2021. What are the major challenges of public distribution system (PDS) in India? How can it be made effective and transparent? 2022. Agriculture Part 1. 310. Agriculture Part 1. 10.1. Introduction facts. Farmer category. No. In the absence of an estimate of the number of farmers in the country, the number of land holdings 14.65 crore is taken as its proxy. Agricultural cultivable land equals 15.78 crore, 157.8 million. Hectare number of farmers equals 14.65 crore, 146.5 million. Average land holding per farmer equals 1.08 hectares, 15.78, 14.65. Area under irrigation equals approximate. 50% small and marginal farmers are 86%, which operate on 47% of the total agri area. 73.2% of rural women are engaged in farming activities, but only 12.8% own land holdings. Following chart represents agriculture and allied sector real GDP growth rate in the last few years: 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. Minus 0.2%, 0.6%, 6.8%, 6.6%, 2.1%, 6.2%, 4.1%, 3.5%, 3.3%. Minus 0.2%, 0.6%, 6.8%, 6.6%, 2.1%, 6.2%, 4.1%, 3.5%, 3.3%. Minus 1%, 0%, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%. 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. Year Agriculture Part 1. 301. 10.2 Agriculture in India. A brief history. Agriculture census in India is conducted quinquennially at 5-year intervals by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. The first agriculture census was done in 1970 to 71, and the last such census was 2015 to 16, July-June, which was 10th in series. The main objectives of agriculture census are to describe structure and characteristics of agriculture by providing statistical data on operational holdings, including land utilization, irrigation, irrigated and unirrigated area under different crops, use of agricultural machinery and implements, use of fertilizers, seeds, agricultural credit, etc. To provide benchmark data for formulating new agricultural development programs and for evaluating their progress. To provide basic frame of operational holdings for carrying out future agricultural surveys and to lay a basis for developing an integrated program for current agricultural statistics. Some findings of agriculture census 2015 to 16. The total number of operational holdings in the country has increased from 138.35 million in 2010 to 11 to 146.45 million in 2015 to 16, showing an increase of 5.86%. The total operated area in the country has decreased from 159.59 million hectares in 2010 to 11 to 157.82 million hectares in 2015 to 16, showing a decrease of 1.11%. The average size of operational holding has declined to 1.08 hectares, 157.82, 146.45 in 2015 to 16 as compared to 1.15 in 2010 to 11. Operational holding term is important as it is used in various agricultural data. Operational holding means agricultural land operated managed by one person alone or with others, without regard to ownership title, size, or location. For example, if one person owns land at 4 different places and he is managing, maybe with help of laborers, the land, then all the land at 4 different locations will be considered as one operational holding. Second example, if one person took on lease land from 4 different persons, maybe at 4 different locations, but if he is managing, doing cultivation with the help of partners, laborers, the land, then all the land will be considered as one operational holding. 11th Agriculture Census 2021 to 22 was launched in July 2022. Agriculture Part 1. 302. Agriculture is the most important sector of Indian economy from the perspective of poverty alleviation and employment generation and contribution to nation's GDP. The share of agriculture in national GDP has been declining from over 50% in 1950 to 51 to 16% in 2019-20. In 1950 to 51, agriculture provided 70% employment, which has now decreased to around 42%. Hence, the growth of Indian agriculture can be considered necessary condition for inclusive growth. A report published by the World Bank says that growth in agriculture is critical for any economy, as research has revealed that GDP growth originating in agriculture is at least twice as effective in reducing poverty as GDP growth originating outside agriculture. Between 1951 and 1966, food grain production rose at a rate of 2.8% per annum, a rate that failed to keep up with the consumption demand of the rising population, which was growing at more than 2% per annum. Thus, from the mid-1950s, India began to rely on imports of food grains to feed its growing population. In 1956, India signed the Agreement of Public Law (PL 480) with the United States to receive food aid, mostly in the form of wheat. To avoid massive starvation, food grain imports were increased. Against the backdrop of the Cold War, food aid was used to twist the arms of recipient countries to seek compliance, and India fell prey to this policy when on one occasion, the U.S. shipments were abruptly stopped for 48 hours at the height of drought. Indian leaders then realized the high level of political risk inherent in relying on foreign sources for food security and resolved to achieve self-sufficiency in food grain production. Green Revolution. The Green Revolution refers to the renovation of agricultural practices beginning in Mexico in the 1940s. The beginning of Green Revolution is attributed to Norman Borlaug, an American scientist interested in agriculture. In the 1940s, he began conducting research in Mexico and developed new disease-resistant, high-yielding varieties of wheat. Because of its success, Green Revolution technologies spread worldwide in 1950s and 1960s. The introduction of high-yielding variety (HYV) of seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, better irrigation facilities, mechanized equipment, and modern agricultural techniques is collectively known as Green Revolution. The idea of Green Revolution was to use technology to increase food output and the introduction of more Western type of farming techniques. M.S. Swaminathan is known as the father of Green Revolution Revolution in India. Green Revolution in India can be divided in three phases. Phase 1, 1966 to 72. In 1966, India ordered the import of 18,000 tons of HYV seeds of wheat that were distributed in the highly irrigated areas of Punjab, Haryana, and western Uttar Pradesh. Phase 2, 1973 to 80. The extension of HYV technology from wheat to rice, favored by the growth of tube wells, private as well as government, spread the Green Revolution to new areas in eastern Andhra Pradesh, coastal areas of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Agriculture Part 1, 303. Phase 3, 1981 to 90. The Green Revolution spread to the erstwhile low-growth areas of eastern region of West Bengal, Bihar, Assam, and Odisha. Due to the Green Revolution, the production of food grains increased from 74 metric tons in 1966-67 to 105 metric tons in 1971 to 72, and in that year, India became self-sufficient with grain imports declining to nearly zero. India is the largest producer of milk and second largest producer of rice, wheat, sugarcane, and fruits and vegetables. India is the largest exporter of rice and second largest exporter of beef and cotton. In FY 2021 to 22, Indian agri-exports were $50 billion against imports of $31 billion. This is nothing short of a wonder for a country which used to be dependent on U.S. imports for its cereals in mid-1960s. White Revolution. Dr. Verghese Kurian, also known as the Milkman of India, came to Anand in 1949 to start his professional career. While working at Anand in a government creamery, he found that poor and illiterate farmers were being used by the distributors of milk, though their products were of superior quality, but Indian farmers were being exploited. First of all, they were not paid well for the milk, and secondly, they were not allowed to sell the milk directly to the vendors. While working, Kurian got inspired by the leader Tribhuvandas Patel, who was working on the cooperative movement against this exploitation. Kurian, along with Patel, started working on cooperatives in the Kheda district of Gujarat. This led to the establishment of Amul in 1949, also known as Kampul Khaira District Cooperative Milk Producers Union Ltd, and used to supply milk and other dairy products but did not have proper supply chain. When initiated, it had 2 cooperative societies and 247 liters of milk. Amul was working on cooperative scheme, and it got so popular that it received government's attention. To inaugurate the new cattle feed plant of Amul, the then Prime Minister Mr. Lal Bahadur Shastri was invited to Anand in 1964. He was so impressed with the entire process that he asked Dr. Kurian to replicate the same model across the country, as this model was helping the farmers to improve their economic condition. To fulfill this objective, the National Dairy Development Board (NDDB) in the year 1965 was formed, and Drive Kurian was made in charge of this board. At that time, demand for milk was growing and crossed its supply, but financing was the biggest problem. In 1969, NDDB approached World Bank and got approved loan for the operation that later on known as Operation Flood to replicate the working of Anand project across India. The main objectives of Operation Flood were: increase milk production, a flood of milk, augment rural incomes, reasonable prices for consumers. Agriculture Part 1, 304. The business model of Operation Flood was based on 3-tier structure. Village Society. The milk producers at the village level form Village Dairy Cooperative Society (DCS). Any producer can become a DCS member by buying a share and committing to sell milk only to the society. Each DCS has a milk collection center where members take milk every day. Each member's milk is tested for quality with payments based on the percentage of fat and SNF. At the end of each year, a portion of the DCS profits is used to pay each member a patronage bonus based on the quantity of milk procured. The District Union. A district cooperative milk producers union is owned by dairy cooperative societies. The union buys all the society's milk, then processes and markets fluid milk and products. Most unions also provide a range of inputs and services to DCSs and their members: feed, veterinary care, artificial insemination to sustain the growth of milk production and the cooperative's business. Union staff train and provide consulting services to support DCS leaders and staff. The State Federation. The district cooperative milk producers unions in a state form a state federation, which is responsible for marketing the fluid milk and products of member unions. Some federations also manufacture feed and support other union activities. Milk production, processing, marketing. Milk is collected at the Village Dairy Society, obtained and processed at the District Milk Union, and marketed at the State Milk Federation. Achievements of the White Revolution. The phenomenal growth of milk production in India from 20 million metric tons to 100 million metric tons in a span of just 40 years has been made possible only because of the dairy cooperative movement. This has propelled India to emerge as the largest milk producing country in the world today, 210 metric tons in 2020 to 21. The dairy cooperative movement has spread across the length and breadth of the country, covering more than 125,000 villages of 180 districts in 22 states. Pink Revolution. Pink Revolution refers to the modernization of meat and poultry processing sector. Modernization refers to the specialization, mechanization, and standardization of processes in the meat industry. Technological upgradation and industrialization are necessary for Indian entities to keep up with global standards. Also, adoption and development of mass production capabilities will help the industry be more productive. There is especially immense scope for development of the domestic market. A sizable number of Indians still prefer to buy meat at the local shop or from the wet market instead of standardized packaged meat. Additionally, in light of the increasing threat of zoonotic diseases, it is Village Cooperative Society, District Milk Cooperative Union, State Marketing Federation. Agriculture Part 1, 305. Important for India to maintain or build top-notch facilities so that exports from India do not get banned by other countries. In a report titled The Indian Meat Industry Perspective, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO) outlined 4 steps that should be taken if India's food industry is to successfully go pink. These recommended steps were: setting up state-of-the-art meat processing plants, developing technologies to raise male buffalo calves for meat production, increasing the number of farmers rearing buffalo under contractual farming, and establishing disease-free zones for for rearing animals. India has already become quite rosy, and meat production has been steadily growing over the past decade. According to the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Foreign Agricultural Service, India became the largest exporter of buffalo meat in 2012, exporting approximately 1.5 million metric tons of beef. The largest importers of Indian meat are primarily countries in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. 10.3 Minimum Support Price (MSP). Agriculture crop year. July 1st to June 30th marketing season of Kharif crop starts from October 1st marketing season of Rabi crop starts from April 1st. Before the sowing, during each Rabi and Kharif crop season, Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare announces the minimum support prices (MSP) for procurement based on the recommendation of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices (CACP) under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and upon approval of the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs (CCA). MSP does not have any legal backing till now, and farmers can't demand it as a legal right. It is just government policy and an administrative decision to purchase some food grains at MSP, and government can't even force private players to procure at MSP. CACP, which recommends MSP, is again not a statutory body, and it is just an office attached to Ministry of Agriculture. CACP just recommends MSP, but the decision on fixing and even not fixing and its implementation, i.e. procurement at MSP, lies with the government. CACP takes into account the following factors to recommend MSP to the Department of Agriculture: cost of production and margin, profit to farmers, demand and supply, price trends in the market, both domestic and international, intercrop price parity, terms of trade between agriculture and non-agriculture products, likely implication of MSP on consumers of that product. Among several criteria for recommending the MSP, the most important one is the cost of production of farmers and margin profit on it. The cost of production, all India weighted average cost of production of agricultural produce, is calculated in three ways: A2 plus FL and C2. Agriculture Part 1, 306. A2 costs basically cover all paid out expenses, both in cash and in kind, incurred by farmers on seeds, fertilizers, chemicals, hired labor, fuel, irrigation, etc. A2 plus FL cover actual paid out costs plus an imputed value of unpaid family labor. C2 costs are more comprehensive, accounting for the rentals and interest foregone on own land and fixed capital assets respectively, on top of A2 plus FL. Finance Minister, while presenting the budget of 2018-19, announced that the government will be offering MSP of at least 50% over cost of production, A2 plus FL. MSP is same all across India for a particular crop, but in addition to the above 23 crops, the MSPs of Toria and dehusked coconut are fixed on the basis of the MSPs of rapeseed, mustard and copper respectively. So, although CACP recommends MSP of 23 crops, but MSP is declared for 25 crops including sugarcane, for which it is called Fair and Remunerated Price (FRP). For sugarcane, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution recommend Fair and Remunerated Price (FRP), while some states announces their own State Advised Price (SAP). SAFRP is the price at which mill owners are bound to purchase sugarcane from the farmers, and it is done through Sugarcane Control Order 1966 under the Essential Commodities Act 1955. There are two separate things. One is declaration announcing of MSP, and the other is procurement of food grains at MSP by government agencies. The purpose of announcing MSP is not that government is going to purchase all the crops under MSP. Rather, its purpose is that the farmers should get that minimum price. And if the mandiprivate market's prices are above MSP, then the government's purpose is already achieved, and government may not procure crops from farmers, and the farmers will also be not willing to sell to government at MSP. Even though MSP is declared for 25 crops, government procures mostly wheat and rice, and that too mostly from Punjab, Haryana, and few other states like Western MP. Some other crops which are procured are cotton by Cotton Corporation of India, pulses for buffer stock, and sugarcane by sugar mills. Issues with MSP. Cost plus pricing of MSPs is risky in that it entirely ignores the demand side, i.e. demand, supply, domestic and international price trends, terms of trade, intercrop price parity, etc. It is apparent from history and experience that higher MSPs don't necessarily fetch better value to the farmers, nor prevents distressing surpluses and price crashes. Rather, it causes deficits and surpluses. MSP becomes the base price and cause inflation. MSP-based procurement creates distortions in market affecting not just prices, but cropping patterns, deteriorations in soil quality, water tables, and so on. Agriculture Part 1, 307. There are other spillover too, the most serious being deterring fresh, private investments in the sector. Investors are attracted by freeing markets, not by restricting free play. It is practically not possible for government to procure all the crops at MSP all over India. If government will procure all the 25 crops at MSP from all over India, which will be a huge financial burden and practically not possible, then the farmers who are cultivating fruits, vegetables, livestock, which consists of almost 50% of the value, and for which there does not exist any MSP, then these farmers will also shift to those 25 crops. And all the diversification of crops that government is trying will go for a toss. It will also lead to huge corruption in the procurement process, which is already there in MSP procurement of wheat and rice. And if government will procure only few crops at MSP in some regions, then all the farmers in that region will move only to those few crops. And you know what problem Punjab and Haryana is facing. There is possible chance of desertification of the land because of huge water extraction, pesticides, fertilizers, and same cropping pattern of wheat and rice. The best way is to give the farmers income support, PM Kisan, and remove the subsidies and ask them to produce as per the market demand. This will resolve the problem in terms of diversification of crops, environment, soil degradation problem, and water problem will also get resolved. What are the subsidies given to agriculture sector in India? Answer. Farmers in India are provided support on both the input and output side of agriculture. On the input side, an average Indian farmer receives subsidies on fertilizers, seeds, farm machinery and equipment, electricity, etc. On the output side, MSP and logistics subsidies are offered. However, small small and marginal farmers are able to get only a small amount of these subsidies. MSP of minor forest produce MFP, mechanism for marketing of minor forest produce MFP through minimum support price MSP and development of value chain for MFP is a centrally sponsored scheme CSS under Ministry of Tribal Affairs. The scheme has been started with the objective of providing fair price to MFP gatherers and enhance their income level and ensure sustainable harvesting of MFPs. The minimum support price MSP for minor forest product MFP is revised once in every 3 years by the pricing cell under the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Federation of India (TRIFE) acts as the central nodal agency for implementation and monitoring of the scheme through state-level implementing agencies. State-designated agencies undertakes procurement generally in case market price falls below MSP of notified MFPs directly from MFP gatherers, individual or collectives, at HOTS notified procurement centers at grassroots level at prefixed minimum support price and ensure full and timely on-the-spot payment to MFP gatherers. Central government provides financial support in the ratio 75-25 center, state for procurement, infrastructure creation, storage capacity, processing unit for these MFPs. The MSP declared by Government of India shall be referenced MSP for fixing MSP and state government shall have latitude of 10% of MSP declared by Government of India, i.e. state can fix MSP up to 10% higher or lower than MSP declared by Government of India. Agriculture Part 1 308 10:04 p.m. ASHA giving a major boost to the pro-farmer initiatives of the government and in keeping with its commitment and dedication for the Annadata, the Union Cabinet approved a new umbrella scheme, Pradhan Mantri Annadata AE Samrakshana PMASHA, in September 2018. The scheme is aimed at ensuring remunerative prices to the farmers for their produce as announced in the Union budget for 2019. The umbrella scheme includes the mechanism of ensuring remunerative prices to the farmers and is comprised of 3 sub-schemes: Price Support Scheme (PSS) and Price Support Scheme (PSS). Physical procurement of pulses, oilseeds, and copra will be done by central nodal agencies with proactive role of state governments. It is also decided that in addition to NAIF, Food Cooperation of India (FCI) will take up PSS operations in state districts. The procurement expenditure and losses due to procurement will be borne by central government as per norms. Price Deficiency Payment Scheme (PDPS). Under Price Deficiency Payment Scheme, this scheme PDPS, it is proposed to cover all oilseeds for which MSP is notified. In this, direct payment of the difference between the MSP and the selling modal price will be made to pre-registered farmers selling his produce in the notified market yard through a transparent auction process. All payment will be done directly into registered bank account of the farmer. This scheme does not involve any physical procurement of crops as farmers are paid the difference between MSP price and sale modal price on disposal in notified market. The support of central government for PDPS will be given as per norms. Pilot a private procurement and stockist scheme. PPSS, a private agency shall procure the commodity at MSP in the notified markets during the notified period from the registered farmers in consonance with the PPSS guidelines. Whenever the prices in the market fall below the notified MSP and whenever authorized by the state UT government to enter the market, and maximum service charges up to 15% of the notified MSP will be payable. 10:05 p.m. Kisan Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi PM Kisan scheme is effective from January 12, 2018. It is a central sector scheme with 100% funding from Government of India. Under the scheme, an income support of Rs. 6,000 per year is provided to all eligible farmer families across the country in 3 equal installments of Rs. 2,000 every 4 months. Definition of family for the scheme is husband, wife, and minor children. The entire responsibility of identification of beneficiary farmer families rests with the state UT government. Some farmers have been excluded from this scheme, for example, employees of central and state government, PSU employees, pensioners, etc. The fund is directly transferred to the bank accounts of the beneficiaries. Agriculture Part 1 309 for enrollment, the farmer is required to approach the local Patvari Revenue Officer Nodal Officer PM Kisan nominated by the state government. The Common Service Centers CSCs have also been authorized to do registration of the farmers for the scheme upon payment of fees. PM Kisan scheme may have some impact on inflation since the cash would lead to spends on consumer staples and other goods, but this is likely to be far less inflationary than other scheme subsidies like MSP and input subsidies. More important, it will not distort the market as this support is not linked to production of any particular crop or not linked to production at all. Whether a farmer produces any agricultural output or not, he will still get the benefit. Till such time the government is able to free agriculture markets and carry out other reforms to limit the role of middlemen, this is probably the best strategy to alleviate farm distress. 10.6 Agriculture Extension Services. Extension services, also called rural advisory services, constitute a key input for improving the productivity in agriculture by providing timely advisory services to farmers to adopt best practices, technology, meet with contingencies, market information, etc. In India, there are multiple agencies offering agricultural extension advisory services. The Department of Agriculture and Cooperation (DAC), along with NABARD, has introduced a scheme for establishment of agri-clinics, agribusiness centers ventures by the agricultural graduates. The ICER is also associated in agriculture extension activities through Krishi Vigyan Kendras (KVKs) and the Institute Village Linkage Program (IVLP) all over the country. FBOs, NGOs, and the corporate sector. National Mission on Agricultural Extension and Technology (NMAT), launched during the 12th plan period, consists of 4 submissions. 1. Submission on Agricultural Extension. SMA adoption of quality seeds is the most cost-effective means for increasing agricultural production and productivity. Agri-clinics, agribusiness centers, Kisan call centers will be used for providing extension services. 2. Submission on seed and planting material. SMSB. The submission will cover the entire gamut of seed chain from nucleus seed to supply to farmers for sowing. SMSB also envisages strengthening of protection of plant varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority (PPV) and FRA. In order to put in place an effective system for protection of plant varieties, rights of farmers and plant breeders, and to encourage development of new varieties of plants. 3. Submission on agricultural mechanization. SMAM. There is a strong correlation between farm power availability and agricultural productivity. Therefore, submission on agricultural mechanization focuses on farm mechanization. The submission will Agriculture Part 1. 310. Mainly cater to the needs of the small and marginal farmers and to the regions where availability of farm power is low to offset the adverse economies of scale and high cost of individual ownership through institutional arrangements such as custom hiring centers, mechanization of selected villages, subsidy for procurement of machines and equipment, etc. 4. Submission on plant protection and plant quarantine. SMPP. The mission envisages increase in agricultural production by keeping the crop disease-free using scientific and environment-friendly techniques through promotion of integrated pest management. What are custom hiring centers? CHC. CHCs are basically a unit comprising a set of costly, advanced, and bigger farm machinery, implements, and equipment used for tillage, sowing, planting, harvesting, reaping, threshing, plant protection, intercultivation, and residue management, meant for custom hiring by farmers on rental basis who could not afford to purchase the high-end agriculture machineries and equipment. Government, through SMAM, is providing fund subsidy to rural-level entrepreneurs, SHGs, etc., to set up CHCs. Under the SMAM scheme, subsidy is being provided by government of 40% of the project cost to individual farmers up to a cap of Rs. 60 lakh and 80% to the group of farmers up to a project cost of Rs. 10 lakhs for setting up custom hiring centers. The common threads running across all 4 submissions in NMAED are extension and technology. Therefore, while 4 separate submissions are proposed for administrative convenience, these are inextricably linked to each other at the field level, and most components thereof have to be disseminated among farmers and other stakeholders through a strong extension network. Agricultural extension and technology have to go hand in hand, and that is the genesis of the National Mission on Agricultural Extension and Technology. The aim of the mission is to restructure and strengthen agricultural extension to enable delivery of appropriate technology and improved agronomic practices to the farmers. This is envisaged to be achieved by a judicious mix of extensive physical outreach and interactive methods of information dissemination, use of ICT, popularization of modern and appropriate technologies, capacity building and institution strengthening to promote mechanization, availability of quality seeds, plant protection, etc., and encourage the aggregation of farmers into interest groups to form farmer-producer organizations, FPOs. As per Economic Survey 2019-20, farm mechanization in India is only about 40% as compared to about 60% in China and around 75% in Brazil. 10.7 Krishi Vigyan Kendras, KVK. In India, the role of science and technology in agriculture is pertinent to not only ensure food security of the country, but also to provide farmers a competitive edge and to maintain affordability of the food items for the public at large. To realize their true potential, farmers must have access to the state-of-the-art technologies, necessary inputs, and related information. In this context, the Government of India through Indian Council for Agriculture Part 1. 311. Agricultural Research ICAR has established a large network of over 700 Krishi Vigyan Kendras KVKs across the country with an aim to conduct technology assessment and refinement, knowledge dissemination, and provide critical input support for the farmers with a multidisciplinary approach. KVKs provide various types of farm support to the agricultural sector. They play a vital role in conducting on-farm testing to demonstrate location-specific agricultural technologies. KVKs conduct demonstrations to prove the potential of various crops at farmers' fields. They also conduct need-based training programs for the benefit of farmers, farm women, and rural youths. KVKs are creating awareness about improved agricultural technologies through large number of extension programs. Critical and quality inputs like seeds, planting materials, organic products, biofertilizers, and livestock, piglet, and poultry strains are produced by the KVKs and made available to the farmers. The KVKs are evolving as the future grassroots level institutions for empowering the farming community. KVKs have made dent and has become part of decentralized planning and implementation instrument to achieve desired level of growth in agriculture and allied sector. The linking of 3.37 lakh common service centers, CSCs, with 721 KVKs has tremendously enhanced outreach of the KVKs and provided demand-driven services and information to farmers. 10.8 Farmers Producer Organization, FPO. Indian agriculture is dominated by marginal and small farmers who suffer serious disadvantage in terms of scale, uneconomic lot for marketing, and price risk. Small-sized farmers are also disadvantaged in terms of bargaining power in various transactions in the input and output markets. These handicaps can be overcome by organizing farmers under some institutional mechanism like the Farmers Producers Organizations, FPOs. FPOs can be a company, a cooperative society, trust, or any other form of legal entity which provides for sharing of profits benefits among the farmers. Ownership control is always with the members. Farmers and management is through the representatives of the members. The main aim of an FPO is to ensure better income for the farmers through an organization of their own. FPOs enable member farmers to reap the benefits of economies of scale and purchase of inputs, processing, and marketing of their produce, and can also provide access to timely and adequate credit facilities and linkages to market. Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium, SFAC, National Cooperative Development Corporation, NCDC, and NABARD are promoting and helping in establishment of FPOs. SFAC is running Equity Grant Fund, EGF, scheme, under which it is providing equity equal to the amount of shareholders' farmers' equity in the FPO subject to cap of Rs. 10 lakhs. Agriculture, Part 1. 312. NABARD provides loan to FPO members without any collateral for contribution towards share capital up to a cap of Rs. 25,000 per member. NABARD also provides credit support for business operations of FPOs. NABARD also provides technical, managerial, and financial support for handholding, capacity building, and market intervention efforts of the FPO. SFAC and NABARD provide training to top management of FPOs FPOs to enable them to function effectively. Further, Indian Council of Agricultural Research (ICAR) is providing technical support to FPOs through Krishi Vigyan Kendras (KVKs). There is some minimum number of member requirements to form an FPO depending on the legal form of PO, cooperative company trust. Studies have shown that an FPO will require about 700 to 1,000 active producers farmers as members for sustainable operation. The primary producers have skill and expertise in producing. However, they generally need support for marketing of what they produce. The FPO will basically bridge this gap. The FPO will take over the responsibility of any one or more activities in the value chain of the produce, right from procurement of raw material to delivery of the final product at the ultimate consumer's doorstep. In brief, the PO could undertake the following activities: procurement of inputs, disseminating market information, dissemination of technology and innovations, facilitating finance for inputs, aggregation and storage of produce, primary processing like drying, cleaning and grading, brand building, packaging, labeling and standardization, quality control, marketing to institutional buyers, participation in commodity exchanges, and exports. An FPO will support the farmers in getting more income by undertaking any menial of the activities above. By aggregating the demand for inputs, the FPO can buy in bulk, thus procuring at cheaper price compared to individual purchase. Besides, by transporting in bulk, cost of transportation is reduced, thus reducing the overall cost of production. Similarly, the PO may aggregate the produce of all members and market in bulk, thus fetching better price per unit of produce. The PO can also provide market information to the producers to enable them hold on to their produce till the market price become favorable. All these interventions will result in more income to the primary producers. Income derived by an FPO through agricultural activities is treated as agricultural income and is exempted from taxation. Presently, there are more than 1,000 FPOs registered and functioning. Example: potato papad making by Kashi Vishwanath Farmer Producer Company Limited, Varanasi. Agriculture, Part 1. 313. Government of India has launched a new central sector scheme titled Formation and Promotion of 10,000 FPOs, with a clear strategy and committed resources to form and promote 10,000 new FPOs in the country with budgetary provision of 6,865 rupees crore. 10.9 Marketing of Agricultural Produce. 10.9.1 Agriculture Produce and Marketing Committee (APMC) Acts. Agricultural markets in most parts of the country are established and regulated under the state APMC Acts. The whole geographical area in a state is divided into various market areas mandis, wherein each market is managed by a market committee constituted by the state government. Once a particular area is declared a market area and falls under the jurisdiction of a market committee, no person or agency is allowed freely to carry on wholesale marketing activities outside the market. The Act states that the first sale of agricultural commodities produced in the region, such as cereals, pulses, edible oilseed, fruits and vegetables, and even chicken, goat, sheep, sugar, fish, etc., can be conducted only under the aegis of the APMC through the commission agents licensed by the APMC's setup under the Act. The wholesalers, retail traders, retail chains like Reliance Fresh, etc., or food processing companies cannot purchase the farm output directly from the farmers. Rather, issues in agriculture credit. Cheaper credit has always helped in booming of any sector. But in case of agriculture, even if government is providing subsidy on agriculture credit to farmers, it is not helping the 86% small and marginal farmers, and their income is stagnated. Every year, government sets a target for agriculture credit in the budget. For the FY 2023-24, government has set a target of Rs 20 lakh crores through the private sector. But the question is where all this agriculture credit is going. The following issues have been observed. All this shows the diversion of agriculture credit for non-agriculture purpose. One reason for this diversion is that subsidized credit disbursed at a 4% to 7% rate of interest is being refinanced to small farmers and in the open markets at a rate of interest of up to 36%. The way forward to the above issues is give small and marginal farmers income support on per hectare basis or per farmer rather than subsidized credit. In most of the states, land record are getting digitized, so it can be easy for government to provide support on per hectare basis, provide agriculture credit through FPOs of small farmers. Agriculture, Part 1. 314. The following are the various issues with the APMC Acts. The wholesalers, retail traders, retail chains like Reliance Fresh, etc. Different states levy different mandi charges which create market distortion. These mandi charges at the first level of trading have significant cascading effects on the prices as the commodity passes through the supply chain. Mandis located across a state are not integrated, and there are substantial transaction costs for moving the produce from one mandi to another within a state. Separate licenses for each mandi are required for trading in different mandis within a state. How APMC Act has exploited the farmers and consumers getting a license involves paying bribes and leads to corruption. Auctioning does not take place, and even if it happens, the traders in these mandis form a cartel and collectively keep the prices low, ultimately hurting the farmers. During the peak season, when the traders buy from farmers at low prices, they don't reduce the prices to final consumers, and during the lean season, when consumer prices are high, traders don't pass it to farmers. NAM is not a parallel marketing structure, but rather an instrument to create a national network of physical mandis which can be accessed online. NAM seeks to leverage the physical infrastructure of mandis through an online trading portal, enabling buyers situated even outside the state to participate in trading at the local level. NAM provides a pan-India electronic trading portal which connects selected APMC mandis to create a unified national market for agricultural commodities. The scheme is being implemented through Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium (SFAC), which is an autonomous organization under Department of Agriculture and Cooperation (DAC). NAM was launched in April 2016 by Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, and the plan is to connect all the 2,500 APMC mandis across India through ENAM. In ENAM sale, traders from all over India could bid, and whoever quotes highest price, the farmer can sell his produce to that trader. It may be interstate. Then farmer will receive the payment in his account, and then only the trader can take the physical produce. Transportation charge will be on trader's farmer's account. Even if a farmer wants to sell his produce online through ENAM, he needs to take his produce in APMC Mandi or FBO Agriculture. Part 1. 315. Collection Center or WDRA registered warehouses. Actually, these have been integrated with ENAM platform. Government is working on the modalities so that farmers will be able to sell their produce online sitting at their home through their mobile with their physical produce at home, but it may take a year or more. The following are some of the important features benefits of ENAM. ENAM increases the choice for a farmer after he brings his produce to a Mandi. He can sell his produce to the local traders present in the physical Mandi, or he can sell the produce to traders on the electronic platform sitting in other states. The gradual integration of all major Mandis into the ENAM e-platform would ensure common procedures for issue of licenses, levy a fee, and movement of produce. Over the next 3 to 5 years, volume of business will significantly increase, creating greater competition and better price discovery, and resulting in major benefits through higher returns to farmers, lower transaction costs for buyers, and stable prices and availability to consumers. ENAM will facilitate the emergence of integrated value chains in major agricultural commodities across the country and help promote scientific storage and movement of agricultural goods. Respective APMC Mandis will have to ensure quality standards of agricultural goods sold through the e-platform. NAM envisages harmonization of quality standards of agricultural produce and provisions of quality testing infrastructure in every market to enable informed bidding by buyers. Logistics services has also been integrated with ENAM for transporting the agri-produce, and there are various other services which are also being integrated like QC services, transportation and delivery services, sorting grading services, packaging services, insurance, trade finance, warehouses, etc. through the ENAM platform. Challenges. The major challenge of the electronic portal is in making traders to move online who have been transacting physically and dealing in cash since long. Another challenge lies in knowing the quality of produce, as the farmers and traders may be in different Mandis places. Government is setting up quality labs so that when the farmers bring their produce in Mandi, a quality certificate is generated which is uploaded online, and the traders sitting in another Mandi can access the quality certificate. Still, the traders want to verify quality physically. Another major challenge is the storage capacity in the Mandis, as farmers still needs to bring their produce in the Mandi, and it takes time for traders in other Mandi to take this produce. First, the traders need to make payment online, then afterward they will be eligible to take the produce from the Mandi. Since the ENAM project was launched in April 2016, less than 5% of the wholesale trade in farm commodities has shifted online, and as far as inter-Mandi interstate ENAM trade is concerned, it has remained a non-starter. Agriculture Part 1. 316. 10.9.3 Model Agri-Produce and Livestock Marketing Act 2017. Central Government brought a model law, Agricultural Produce and Livestock Marketing, Promotion and Facilitation Act 2017, on April 25, 2017. The law seeks to liberalize the trade in agri-products and livestock and will thereby help in doubling the farmer's income by 2023. The new model law replaces the earlier model law proposed by the Center in 2003, which the states were not keen to adopt. The following are some of the important features of the Model Act. The law proposes private wholesale markets, direct sale by farmers to bulk buyers. Presently, the states restrict bulk buying directly from the farmers, and promotion of electronic trading. The law also allows go-downs, warehouses, and cold storages to act as regulated markets. Currently, a regulated market is available per 462 square kilometers, while ideally there should be one every 5 km. So, the goal is to increase the avenues where a farmer can sell the produce, which will in turn increase competition among buyers and lead to better farm gate prices for the farmers. The law proposes to have a single license and single point of levy of market fee Mandi charges at the state level, and then gradually move towards a single license and single point of levy of market fee at the national level. The idea is to remove disincentives for farmers and traders to trade across the country. Presently, a trader requires separate licenses for trading in each Mandi, and the Mandi charges are levied several times if the produce moves through several markets. The law also proposes a cap on levy of market fees at 2% of sale price for fruits and vegetables and 1% for food grains. Other proposals in the Model Act include promotion of national market for agriculture produce through provisioning of interstate trading license, grading and standardization and quality certification, rationalization of market fee and commission charges, provision for special commodity market yard, and promotion of e-trading to increase transparency. Impact benefit. The Center's decision to issue a new model law liberalizing marketing of farm produce is a long overdue measure that will not only give farmers a better deal, but will also help consumers with more stable prices of food items. Bringing down intrastate and interstate barriers to free movement of agriculture and livestock produce is also essential to transform India into one common market. Comment. The key to the success of the Act lies in efficient adoption and implementation by state governments of this Act, as it is a state subject and this law is not binding on the states. 10.10 Contract Farming Introduction. Contract farming can be defined as agricultural production carried out according to an agreement between a buyer and farmers, which establishes conditions for the production and marketing of a farm product or products. Typically, the farmer agrees to provide agreed quantities of a specific agricultural product. These should meet the quality standards of the purchaser and be supplied at the time determined by the purchaser. In Agriculture Part 1. 317. Turn. The buyer commits to purchase the product and, in some cases, to support production through, for example, the supply of farm inputs, land preparation, and the provision of technical advice. Advantages. Both partners engaged in contract farming can benefit. Farmers have a guaranteed market outlet, reduce their uncertainty regarding prices, and often are supplied with loans in kind through the provision of farming inputs such as seeds and fertilizers. Purchasing firms benefit from having a guaranteed supply of agricultural products that meet their specifications regarding quality, quantity, and timing of delivery. Issues. As with any other form of contractual relationship, there are also potential disadvantages and risks associated with contract farming. If the terms of the contract are not respected by one of the contracting parties, then the affected party stands to lose. Common contractual problems include farmer sales to a different buyer, side selling, or extra contractual marketing, a company's refusal to buy products at the agreed prices, or the downgrading of produce quality by the company. A frequent criticism of contract farming arrangements is the uneven nature of the business relationship between farmers and their buyers. Buying firms, who are invariably more powerful than farmers, may use their bargaining clout to their short-term financial advantage, although in the long run this would be counterproductive as farmers would cease to supply them. These problems notwithstanding, the balance between advantages and disadvantages for both firms and farmers seems to be on the positive side. Contractual arrangements are more and more frequently being used in agriculture worldwide. In 2003, central government had proposed a Model Agricultural Produce and Marketing Committee (APMC) Act to the states which had clear provisions for contract farming, which allowed buyers and sellers to transact without routing through mandis. Yet, contract farming has not been promoted or has become popular to the extent expected. Even in states that adopted the Model Marketing Act and allowed direct transactions between organized private sector and producers farmers, contract farming has been minimal. Contract farming in India have some major success stories. For example, in poultry it has been widely successful, but in numerous other commodities contract farming has not taken off or has failed. The roadblocks for contract farming relate to both demand as well as supply side of the market. On the supply side, the most important constraint has been the scale of farm produce. Most Indian farmers are marginal and small. 86% landholdings are less than 2 hectares. All states except Punjab have less than 1 hectare average size. With such small holding, the marketable surplus of individual farmer has turned out to be extremely small. Buyers have no incentive for contract farming with a large number of small and marginal farmers due to high transactions, X, costs related to negotiation, and marketing costs, X, cost of collecting produce. Further, the problem is heterogeneity in quality of produce with a large number of small farmers who can't be agriculture. Part 1. 318. Monitored for quality and safety. If contract farming is to succeed, we have to consolidate farmers through farmer-producer organizations, FBOs, and self-help groups as a precursor to firm-farm coordination. On the demand side, we allowed the big foreign retail chains like Amazon, Tesco to invest in India only recently. FDI in food retail was opened only in 2016. These retail chains have an efficient supply chain and a successful business model running in other countries. If these companies will come in India, they will bring in technology and expertise which will definitely create a demand for the direct sourcing of farm produce from the farmers. Model Contract Farming Act 2018. Government of India in May 2018 drafted the Model Agriculture Produce and Livestock Contract Farming and Services Promotion and Facilitation Act 2018 and asked states to implement the same. The Model Agricultural Produce and Livestock Marketing, Promotion and Facilitation Act 2017 left out all provisions relating to contract farming and paved the way for drafting an exclusive model law on the subject of contract farming. The following are the salient features of the Model Contract Farming Act 2018. Setting up of an appropriate and unbiased state-level agency called Contract Farming Development and Promotion Authority to carry out the assigned mandates under the provisions of contract farming and popularize it among the stakeholders. Constitution of a Registering and Agreement Recording Committee at District Block Taluka level for registration of contract farming sponsor, buyer, and recording of contract so as to implement effectively contract farming. No rights, title ownership, or possession to be transferred or alienated or vested in the contract farming sponsor. Enables production support, including extension services to the contracting farmers or group of farmers through supply of quality inputs, scientific agronomic package of practices, technology, managerial skills, and necessary credit. Promoting farmer-producer organization, FBOs, farmer-producer companies, FPCs, to mobilize small and marginal farmers to benefit from scales of economy in production and post-production activities. Providing contract farming facilitation group, CFFG, at village panchayat level to take quick and need-based decision relating to production and post-production activities of contracted agricultural produce, livestock and or its product. Caters to a dispute settlement mechanism at the lowest level for quick disposal of disputes arising out of the breach of contract or contravention of any provision of the Act. Agriculture Part 1. 319. 10.11 Agriculture-based clusters. Agriculture in the 21st century is reinventing itself as a new global business reshaped by globalization, standardization, high-value production, massive growth in demand, retail and packaging innovations, and a ramp-up in efficiency. Faced with constant productivity and market pressures, the new agriculture needs new tools to enhance its competitiveness and innovation capacity. One of these tools is the promotion of agriculture-based clusters. A cluster can be defined as the geographical concentration of industries which gain advantages through co-location. Agriculture clusters, ACs, are simply a concentration of producers, agro-industries, traders, and other private and public actors engaged in the same industry and interconnecting and building value networks, either formally or informally, when addressing common challenges and pursuing common opportunities. Agriculture clusters is based on creation of value networks, which is the aggregation of horizontal relationships among producers, which take the form of producer groups, self-help groups, or farmers-producers organization, FBOs. Vertical relationships among suppliers of raw materials production inputs, agricultural producers, processors, and exporters, branded buyers, and retailers. Agriculture clusters, ACs, seem to generate a number of advantages for small producers and agribusiness firms, from agglomeration economies to improving access to local and global markets to higher value-added production. Consequently, ACs raise the competitive advantage of farmers and agribusiness firms as they increase their current productivity and their innovative capacity. Clusters promotes co-opetition, a balance between competition and cooperation. ACs constitutes an important tool for the economic and social development of a given territory. They can have positive impacts on income enhancement, employment generation, and well-being of workers and entrepreneurs of the cluster, and, more generally, they offer great potential for improving the local economy. Challenges for agri-clusters: presence of large number favor of small and marginal farmers, 86%, regulatory hurdles like APMCs and land leasing. The 1966 Green Revolution in agriculture is not considered as market reforms. This is because Green Revolution was supported by huge government-led subsidies like MSP, fertilizer, electricity, water, etc. So, all the inputs were provided free of cost, and the produce was purchased by government at higher than market price, MSP. So, it was government-led boom and not market reforms. But government-led support is not sustainable, and government cannot support this for long for such a huge country, and now it has become unsustainable for the government to keep this support in terms of MSP and subsidies. So, government has introduced market-led reforms in agriculture through the 3 acts to which Punjab and Haryana farmers are protesting. Agriculture Part 1. 320. How to better meet consumer demands at the same time increase efficiency and productivity. The need to introduce market-driven innovation and new technologies, increasingly stringent environmental regulations. Example of agro-based clusters: jute-based industries in the rural parts of West Bengal, bamboo and organic food-based processing facilities in northeast, mega food parks in Punjab, Uttarakhand and few other states are an example of agro-based clusters as it connects farmers, suppliers, food processors and retail chains in an agricultural setting. 10.12 Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund is a central sector scheme which shall provide medium to long-term debt financing facility for investment in viable projects for post-harvest management infrastructure and community farming assets through interest subvention and financial support. Under the scheme, Rs. For all the loans under this financing facility, government is providing interest subvention of 3% per annum for loans up to Rs. 2 crore, and the subvention will be available for a maximum period of 7 years. Further, credit guarantee coverage will be available to borrowers from this financing fund facility under the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises (CGTMSE) scheme for a loan up to Rs. 2 crore, and the fee for this coverage will be paid by the government. The total budgetary support from Government of India against subvention and guarantee will be Rs. 10,736 crores. The scheme, by way of facilitating formal credit to farm and farm processing-based activities, is expected to create numerous job opportunities in rural areas. The duration of the scheme shall be from FY 2020 to FY 2033. It will help farmers and boost the rural economy in the following way. The scheme, by way of facilitating formal credit to farm and farm processing-based activities, is expected to create numerous job opportunities in rural areas. Storage and processing facilities created through this fund will help farmers get higher prices for their crops, as they will be able to store the produce for long-time agriculture. Part 1. 321. The infrastructure created through this fund will help in reducing wastage and increase processing and value addition. The scheme would give farmers and the agriculture sector a boost and increase India's ability to compete on the global stage. India has huge opportunities to invest in post-harvest management solutions like warehousing, cold chain, and food processing, through which it can build a global presence in areas such as organic and fortified foods. 10.13 Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund. The purpose of the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, a HIDF, is to incentive investments for establishment of dairy and meat processing and value addition infrastructure and establishment of animal feed plant in the private sector. The eligible beneficiaries under the scheme would be FPOs, MSMEs, not-for-profit companies, private companies, and individual entrepreneurs with minimum 10% margin, money contribution by them for the project, and the balance 90% would be the loan component to be made available by scheduled banks. Government of India will provide 3% interest subvention, 4% to beneficiaries from aspirational districts, to eligible beneficiaries. There will be 2 years moratorium period for principal loan amount and 6 years repayment period thereafter. 10.14 Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, PMFBY. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, PMFBY, is being implemented from Kharif season of 2016. The following are the salient features of the PMFBY scheme. Only one premium rate for each season for all food grains, oilseeds and pulses, removing all variations in rates across crops and districts within a season. Kharif, 2% and Rabi, 1.5%. For horticulture and cotton crops, the premium may go up to 5%. So, farmers' premium is fixed while government, center, and states equally bears the remaining financial burden of the premium. The farmers get full insurance cover. Coverage of crops: food crops, cereals, millets and pulses, oilseeds, commercial horticultural crops. Agriculture, Part 1. 322. Coverage of risks. Following stages of the crop and risks leading to crop loss are covered under the scheme. Prevented sowing planting risk. Insured area is prevented from sowing planting due to deficit rainfall or adverse seasonal conditions. Standing crop sowing to harvesting. Comprehensive risk insurance is provided to cover yield losses due to non-preventable risks, viz. drought, dry spells, flood, inundation, pests and diseases, landslides, natural fire and lightning, storm, hailstorm, cyclone, typhoon, tempest, hurricane and tornado. Post-harvest losses. Coverage is available only up to a maximum period of 2 weeks from harvesting for those crops which are allowed to dry in cut and spread condition in the field after harvesting against specific perils of cyclone and cyclonic rains and unseasonal rains. Localized calamities. Loss damage resulting from occurrence of identified localized risks of hailstorm, landslide, and inundation affecting isolated farms in notified areas. Losses arising out of war and nuclear risks, malicious damage, and other preventable risks shall be excluded. The scheme is optional. Use of technology for crop insurance. Drone technology can be used for crop insurance, which is experiencing explosive growth. Drones are low cost, can fly at low heights and capture images in all resolutions needed to assess crop damage. They are even better than satellites and remote sensing when it comes to avoiding cloud cover and have higher frequency images. Low-cost satellites called doves can also be useful in crop monitoring. They have good resolution, fly on low orbit, and are able to collect data from anywhere on Earth. With these technologies, monitoring and assessing crop damage will become much easier, faster, and cost-effective. Implementation of the scheme. The unit of insurance for a crop during a season is decided by the state. For major crops, the unit of insurance shall ordinarily be village panchayat level, and for minor crops, may be at a higher level, so that the requisite number of crop cutting experiments could be conducted during the notified crop season. The threshold yield for a crop in an insurance unit shall be based on average yield of last 7 years, and based on that, insurance protection shall be given to all the insured farmers in that insurance unit. The sum insured for the farmers will be up to the threshold yield x MSP, or gate price of the insured crop. State government would invite all the impaneled insurance companies to quote their premium rates for the notified crops in the notified insurance unit area, threshold yields, sum insured, etc., as indicated by the state for the season. The company quoting the minimum insurance premium will be selected, and there will be only one company for every district. To assess the damage loss, state has to conduct requisite number of crop cutting experiments, CCEs, at the level of notified insurance unit area for all the notified crops, and the yield data will be submitted to insurance company within the prescribed time limit, within a month of harvest. Insurance agency shall process the claims liability assessed and approve the claims. The claim amount along with particulars will be released to the individual nodal banks. The banks at the grassroots level, in turn, shall credit the accounts of the individual farmers and display the particulars of beneficiaries on their notice board. Agriculture, Part 1, 323. The banks shall provide individual farmer-wise details, claim credit details to insurance agency, and shall be incorporated in the centralized data repository. The scheme is doing well and coverage has increased to around 40% of the farmers, around 5.5 core farmers every year on an average. But some incidents were reported, like states not paying their part of the premium subsidy on time, and the delay in settlement of claims to farmers and insurance companies making huge profits. Under PMFBY, if the insurance company charges premium of 40%, then farmers pay 2%, fixed for Kharif crop, and the rest 38% premium is shared by center, and state equally means center will pay 19%, and state also 19%. And in case premium charged by insurance company increases, then farmers' burden always remain fixed at 2%, and center and states equally share the burden. But in February 2020, central government, that means whatever is the extra burden beyond 30%, will be borne by states. This 30% cap is for unirrigated area. For irrigated area, it is 25%. 10.15 doubling farmers' income. The government is planning to double the farmers' real income by the year 2022 to 23, measured from the agricultural year, July 1st to June 30th, 2015 to 16. It has to be noted that growth in agricultural output does not translate into a proportionate growth in farmers' income because of the price factor. The experience shows that in some cases, growth in output brings similar increase in farmers' income, but in many cases farmers' income did not grow much with increase in output. Farmers' welfare is more linked to farmers' income, output x price, rather than the agricultural output. As far as agriculture is concerned, our political and bureaucratic system has always been more tonnage-centric than farmer-centric. We are happy and satisfied when production goes up, but did not care whether farmers have gained from it. That is the reason why central government changed the name of Ministry of Agriculture to Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare in 2015. To double the farmers' income, strong measures are needed to harness all possible sources of growth in farmers' income within as well as outside agriculture sector. As recommended by Dalwai Committee, the major sources of growth operating within agriculture are: 1. Improvement in productivity of crops. Productivity of most of the crops in the country is low, and there is considerable scope to raise it. Except wheat, productivity of other crops in the country is below world average and much lower than agriculturally advanced countries. Even within the country, there is large variation in yield across states, which are due to variation in access to irrigation. Enhancing access to irrigation and technological advancement are the most potent instruments to raise agricultural productivity and production in the country. Agriculture, Part 1, 324. 2. Improvement in livestock productivity. The livestock plays an important role in the economy of farmers. The farmers in India maintain mixed farming system, i.e., a combination of crop and livestock where the output of one enterprise becomes the input of another enterprise, thereby realize the resource efficiency. Driven by the structural changes in agriculture and food consumption pattern, the growth of this sector has to match the rising demand reflected in increasing share of these items in consumption expenditure. 3. Increase in cropping intensity. India has two main crop growing seasons, namely Kharif and Rabi, which make it possible to cultivate 2 crops a year on the same piece of land. With availability of irrigation and new technologies, it has become possible to raise short-duration crops after the main Kharif and Rabi season. Land use statistics show that the second crop is taken only on 39% of net sown area. This implies that more than 60% agricultural land in the country remains unused for half of the productive period. Lack of access to water. Less than 50% of cultivable land is under irrigation, to meet crop requirement is said to be the main reason for low crop intensity. 4. Resource use efficiency or saving in cost of production. The improvement in total factor productivity, TFP, is an important source of output growth which directly contributes to cost savings and thus increase in farmers' income. TFP accounts for effects in total output growth relative to the growth in total inputs used in production. TFP growth represents effect of technological change, skill, infra, etc. 5. Diversification towards high-value crops. Diversification towards high-value crops, HVC, offers great scope to improve farmers' income. The staple crops, cereals, pulses, oilseeds, occupy 77% of gross cropped area but contribute only 41% of total output of the crop sector. Interestingly, almost the same value of output is contributed by HVC, fruits, vegetables, fiber, spices, sugarcane, which just occupy 19% of the gross cropped area. 6. Improvement in terms of trade for farmers. To arrive at the change in real income of farmers, we need to adjust the current income of the farmers with an appropriate inflation index. If the inflation in the economy is higher than the farm-produced prices, then actually it reduces the real income of farmers. And when prices received by farmers for agricultural produce rise faster than the inflation, it adds to the real income, even without an increase in the volume of output. The sources outside agriculture include 7. Shifting cultivators from farm to non-farm occupations. Approximately 43% of the labor force is involved in agricultural activities, contributing just 17% of the GDP. This shows overdependence of workforce on agriculture with significant underemployment. This also reveals large difference in per-worker productivity between agriculture and non-agriculture sectors. Thus, income of farmers can be improved substantially by shifting workforce away from agriculture to non-farm activities like agro-processing, food processing, tourism, leather, footwear, pottery, crafts, handlooms, etc., as the available farm income will be distributed to a lesser number of workforce. Agriculture, Part 1. 325. The neglect of required reforms in the agriculture sector has created wide disparity between agriculture sector and non-agriculture sectors. Till 1990 to 91, the growth rates in the two sectors moved in tandem and show very close correlation. As the LPG reforms progressed, the growth trajectories diverged. Growth rate in the non-agriculture sector accelerated from below 6% towards more than 8% for most of the period. However, agriculture sector moved on cyclical path around long-term trend of 3%. It emerges from this comparison that in the absence of market reforms in agriculture sector, the agriculture growth remained low and the sector could not keep pace with the growth in the non-agriculture sector. Doubling of farmers' income will require not only interventions to develop the agricultural sector, but it also requires strong linkages with manufacturing and service sectors to transform the agricultural units to agricultural enterprises. Thus, it is not an isolated game that would transform the face of Indian agriculture. Rather, it will need putting all forces together for the holistic development and to provide it more modern and professional orientation to this sector. 10.16 Agriculture Export Policy 2018 Introduction. The government has come out with a policy to double farmers' income by 2022. Exports of agricultural products would play a pivotal role in achieving this goal. In order to provide an impetus to agricultural exports, the government has come out with a comprehensive agriculture export policy aimed at doubling the agricultural exports and integrating Indian farmers and agricultural products with the global value chains. The agriculture export policy has the following vision: harness export potential of Indian agriculture through suitable policy instruments to make India global power in agriculture and raise farmers' income. Key recommendations. 1. Stable trade policy regime. Given the domestic price and production volatility of certain agricultural commodities, there has been a tendency to utilize trade policy as an instrument to attain short-term goals of taming inflation, providing price support to farmers, and protecting the domestic industry. Such circumstantial measures are often product and sector-specific. For instance, the ad hoc ban or imposition of minimum agriculture Part 1. 326. Export prices, MEP, for onion and non-basmati rice exports. Such measures require constant fine-tuning and keep the market anxious. India is seen as a source of high-quality agricultural products in many developing nations, ASEAN economies, and changes in export regime on ground of domestic price fluctuations, religious, and social belief can have long-term repercussions. While these decisions may serve the immediate purpose of maintaining domestic price equilibrium, they end up distorting India's image in international trade as a long-term and reliable supplier. It is imperative to frame a stable and predictable policy with limited state interference to send a positive signal to the international market. Thus, the policy aims to provide a policy assurance that the processed agricultural products and all kinds of organic products will not be brought under the ambit of any kind of export restriction, viz. MEP, export duty, export ban, etc. Even though the primary agricultural products which are essential from food security perspective or non-organic agricultural products is brought under some kind of export restrictions. 2. Infrastructure and logistics. Presence of robust infrastructure remains a critical component of a strong agricultural value chain. This involves pre-harvest and post-harvest handling facilities, storage and distribution, processing facilities, roads, and world-class exit point infrastructure at ports facilitating swift trade. Given their perishable nature and stringent import standards, efficient and time-sensitive handling is extremely vital to agricultural commodities. Identifying strategically important clusters, creating inland transportation links alongside dedicated agri-infrastructure at ports with 24/7 customs clearance for perishables will therefore go a long way in boosting trade exponentially. It is often pointed out that expenses towards logistics handling in India are about 14 to 15% of the cost of exports, benchmarked against 8 to 9% in some of the developed economies. The savings on account of improved logistics can make Indian agricultural exports significantly competitive in the global marketplace. 3. Cluster development. Exporting horticultural products requires significant volumes of high-quality produce of the same variety with standard parameters matching import demands. Small landholding pattern and low farmer awareness in India has often meant limited volumes of different varieties of multiple crops with little or no standardization. Export-oriented cluster development across states will be key to ensuring surplus produce with standard physical and quality parameters which meet export demands. 4. Promoting value-added exports. India's export basket is dominated by products with little or no processing or value addition. Industry estimates also suggest a significant quantity of our exports head to countries which conduct limited value addition and re-export it. There is a huge demand for processed products in the global market. Only a limited range of products, mango pulp, puree, byproducts of oil crops, soya meal, cakes, and few ready-to-eat products, and single processed products such as sugar, tea, edible oils, coffee, and essential oils are exported from India. India can look at exports of a whole range of value added fruits and vegetables, ready-to-eat products, pickles, soups and sauces, dairy products, processed livestock, aquaculture products, textile products, etc. 5. Ease of doing business. There has been a consistent demand from exporters across sectors for a dedicated platform to access trade and market-related information. There is Agriculture Part 1. 327. A portal on trade analytics which provides the trends for different commodities in different markets. Similarly, APEDA, Agricultural and Processed Food Exports Development Authority, and PETA, Marine Products Export Development Authority, run Agri-Exchange Portal and Fish Exchange Portal respectively to provide market intelligence to their stakeholders. India Trade Portal provides information relating to tariff scenarios in FTA and non-FTA situations, the SBS, sanitary and phytosanitary, notifications, and also provides a window for Indian embassies to offer market leads. Thus, relevant information on market intelligence is scattered in different web pages. There is a need to develop an integrated online portal for real-time updates relating to tariff, non-tariff, documentation, pesticide, and chemical MRL notifications. The portal may also include a grievance redressal mechanism, allowing exporters to flag off market-related issues and challenges. Exporters reveal that lengthy and cumbersome documentation and operational procedures at ports are a constant challenge. They have often recommended to implement 24/7 single window clearance of perishables imports and exports at key ports across the nation. It is equally important to station more quarantine officers at strategically important ports. 6. SBS and TBT, Technical Barriers to Trade, Response Mechanism. It is common knowledge that issues relating to market access go on for months, sometimes years before countries allow market access for products. Apart from tariff barriers, which have been declining over the years on account of free trade agreements and regional trade agreements, the non-tariff barriers, NTBs, and stringent quality phytosanitary standards are becoming the norm for preventing market access. It is necessary to respond to rapid alerts and warnings, and to ensure that the concern's problem areas percolate to the producers, processors, and exporters. In the absence of a response mechanism, the likelihood of temporary restriction ban looms large, and sometimes it may take years to lift the ban, e.g., ban on fruits and vegetables to EU, ban on green chili to Saudi Arab, etc. 7. Developing Sea Protocol. Developing sea protocols for perishables must be taken on priority for long-distance markets. Export of perishables requires special storage, transportation, and handling at desired temperatures. Time is a major constraint, and air freight proves costly for exporters. However, India's export of fresh produce can grow exponentially if sea protocols are established across exportable varieties of shortlisted commodities. A sea protocol will indicate at what maturity level harvesting can be done for transportation by sea. This exercise has to be carried out in partnership with shipping lines, reefer service providers, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and APEDA. Philippines and Ecuador are a classic case in point. Both countries were successful in developing sea protocols for exporting bananas for 40 and 24 days of sea journey respectively. Philippines has been shipping bananas to the Middle East, which takes around 18 days, while India has only been able to ship produce around 2 to 4 days transit period. Thus, developing sea protocol will go a long way in promoting trade. 8. Conformity assessment. Many importing countries do not recognize India's export inspection and control processes. The lack of recognition of Indian testing procedures and conformity standards proves costly to exporters and therefore farmers. Many times, Agriculture Part 1. 328. This means multiplicity and duplication of tests by various laboratories across the country. Spices, organic food, basmati products have been most affected by this. Equally, The government must make concerted efforts during bilateral discussions for mutual recognition of ethnic and organic products and standards. 10.17a Comparison of Indian agriculture with China, 2018 to 19. Comparison India-China agricultural land 158 million hectares 120 million hectares irrigation cover 48%, 41% agriculture output $407 billion, 17%, $1,367 billion, 8%. Expenditure on agriculture R&D and extension, $1.4 billion, $7.8 billion. Fertilizer consumption, 166 ka, 503 ka. Labor force in agriculture, 43%, 26%. Both have adopted modern technologies in agriculture, starting with high-yield variety, HYV, seeds. In the mid-1960s, increasing irrigation cover, and using more chemical fertilizers to produce more food from limited land. China started procuring at support prices from its farmers, which resulted in huge stocks, and it incurred large expenditure. Having burnt their fingers, China stopped price support scheme for corn and has started reducing support prices for wheat and rice. But India has kept on increasing the procurement at MSP. China has combined its major input subsidies in a single scheme, which allows direct payment to farmers on per hectare basis, and has spent $20.7 billion for this purpose in 2018 to 19. This gives the farmers freedom to produce any crop, rather than incentivizing them to produce specific crops. Inputs are priced at market prices, giving right signals to farmers to use resources optimally. India, on the other hand, spent only $3 billion under its direct income scheme, PM Kisan, in 2018 to 19, but the country has spent $27 billion on heavily subsidizing fertilizers, power, irrigation, insurance, and credit. This leads to large inefficiency in their use and also creates environmental problems. It may be better for India to also consolidate all its input subsidies and give them directly to farmers on per hectare basis and free up prices from all controls. This would go a long way to spur efficiency and productivity in Indian agriculture. China's productivity in most crops is 50 to 100% higher than India's. 10.18 Previous year's questions. 1. The Fair and Remunerative Price, RFP, of sugarcane is approved by the 2015 A. Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, B. Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices, C. Directorate of Marketing and Inspection, Ministry of Agriculture, D. Agricultural Produce Marketing Committee. Agriculture, Part 1. 329. 2. In India, markets in agricultural products are regulated under the 2015 A. Essential Commodities Act, 1955, B. Agricultural Produce Market Committee Act enacted by states, C. Agricultural Produce, Grading and Marking Act, 1937, D. Food Products Order, 1956, and Meat and Food Products Order, 1973. 3. With reference to Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, consider the following statements. 2016. Under this scheme, farmers will have to pay a uniform premium of 2% for any crop they cultivate in any season of the year. 2. This scheme covers post-harvest losses arising out of cyclones and unseasonal rains. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. I only, B. 2 only, C. Both I and 2, D. Neither I nor 2. 4. Consider the following statements. 2017. The nationwide Soil Health Card Scheme aims at I. Expanding the cultivable area under irrigation. 2. Enabling the banks to assess the quantum of loans to be granted to farmers on the basis of soil quality. 3. Checking the overuse of fertilizers in farmlands. Which of the above statements are correct? A. I and 2 only, B. 3 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. I. 2 and 3. 5. What are the advantages of implementing the National Agriculture Market Scheme? 2017. I. It is a pan-India electronic trading portal for agricultural commodities. 2. It provides the farmers access to nationwide market, with prices commensurate with the quality of their produce. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I only, B. 2 only, C. Both I and 2, D. Neither I nor 2. 6. In India, which of the following can be considered as public investment in agriculture? 2020. I. Fixing minimum support price for agriculture produce of all crops. 2. Computerization of primary agricultural credit societies. 3. Social capital development. 4. Free electricity supply to farmers. V. Waiver of agricultural loan by the banking system. 6. Setting up of cold storage facilities by the governments. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I. 2 and V. Only, B. I. 3, 4, and V. Only. Agriculture, Part 1. 330. C. 2, 3, and 6 only, D. I. 2, 3, 4, V. and 6. 7. Which of the following factors policies were affecting the price of rice in India in the recent past? 2021. Minimum support price. 2. Government's trading. 3. Government's stockpiling. 4. Consumer subsidies. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2 and 4 only, B. 1, 3 and 4 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Answer. 1. A. 2. B. 3. B. 4. B. 5. C. 6. C. 7. D. Mains questions. What do you mean by minimum support price? MSP? How will MSP rescue the farmers from the low-income trap? 2018. What are the main constraints in transport and marketing of agricultural produce in India? 2020. Agriculture, Part 2. 331. 11. Agriculture, Part 2. 11.1 Irrigation in India. Introduction. Agriculture is the nerve of any country as it is needed for survival of living beings. For growing crops, irrigation is major process. Irrigation is described as the artificial application of water to the land or soil, whereas rain-fed farming is the natural application of water to the soil through direct rainfall. It is the substitute or supplement of rainwater with another source of water. It is used in dry areas and during periods of insufficient rainfall. It is considered as basic infrastructure and vital input required for agricultural production. Sources of irrigation. 1. Canals. 24%. Canals are most important source of irrigation from the period of 1950s and 60s, but in the 1970s, they yielded first place to wells and tube wells and now constitute the second most important source of irrigation in India. Canals are most effective techniques of irrigation in areas of low-level relief, deep fertile soils, perennial source of water, and extensive command area. Therefore, the main concentration of canal irrigation is in the northern plain of India, especially the areas comprising Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, and Punjab. Canals are constructed by putting some form of barrage across the river which flows throughout the year and diverting its water by means of a canal to the agricultural fields, both far and near. Canals are also constructed by pumping water out of the river through big electric pumps. Indira Gandhi Canal is the longest canal in India and the largest irrigation project in the world. It is 649 kilometers long and starts from the Haryk Barrage at Haryk, a few kilometers below the confluence of the Satluj and Beas rivers in the Indian state of Punjab, and terminates in the Thar Desert in the northwest of Rajasthan state by flowing through Haryana. The canal is one of the projects of Green Revolution in India and also runs through the Great Thar Desert. 2. Wells. 17%. Wells provide the most widely distributed source of irrigation in India. A well is a hole dug in the ground to obtain the subsoil water. An ordinary well is about 5 meters deep, but deeper wells up to 15 meters are also dug. Well irrigation is more popular in those regions where groundwater is ample and where there are few canals for Eastern Up, Bihar, etc. Some or the other type of lift is always required for using the well water for irrigation, whereas old methods like MOT are still practiced widely in many areas. Power-driven pumps have become exceedingly popular in most part. 3. Tube wells. 46%. Tube wells are common in areas where the water table is rather deep, say, over 15 meters. The subsoil water is exploited through deep well pumping. Indo-Gangetic Valley, and in certain coastal deltaic areas tube well is common. 4. Tanks. 12%. Irrigation. A tank acts as an irrigation storage system which is developed by constructing a small bund of earth or stones built across a stream. The water agriculture, Part 2. 332. Impounded by the bund is used for irrigation and for other purposes. Some tanks are built partly as dugouts and partly by enclosing bunds. Tanks are of varying size, but most of the tanks are of small size and are built by individual farmers or groups of farmers. Tank irrigation is more suitable in the peninsular plateau area such as Andhra Pradesh, including Telangana and Tamil Nadu. In these states, tanks are formed through natural depression by building earthen embankments. There we have hard rocks and non-porous which hold water for long. Andhra Pradesh, including Telangana, is the largest state of tank irrigation which has about 29% of tank irrigated area of India. Odisha and Karnataka also have some tank irrigation. Techniques of irrigation. 1. Surface flood irrigation. Basin. Basin irrigation is the most common form of surface irrigation, particularly in regions with layouts of small fields. If a field is level in all directions, is encompassed by a dike embankment to prevent runoff, and provides an undirected flow of water onto the field, it is herein called a basin. A basin is typically square in shape, but exists in all sorts of irregular and rectangular configurations. It is suited for paddy, wheat crops. Agriculture, Part 2. 333. Furrow. Furrow irrigation is conducted by creating small parallel channels along the field length in the direction of predominant slope. Water is applied to the top end of each furrow and flows down the field under the influence of gravity. Water may be supplied using gated pipe, siphon, and head ditch. The speed of water movement is determined by many factors such as slope, surface roughness, and furrow shape, but most importantly by the inflow rate and soil infiltration rate. The spacing between adjacent furrows is governed by the crop species. Common spacings typically range from 0.75 to 2 meters. The crop is planted on the ridge between furrows. It is suited for crops such as cotton, sugarcane, and fruits, and vegetables. Bay border. Border strip or bay irrigation could be considered as a hybrid of level basin and furrow irrigation. The field is divided into a number of bays or strips. Each bay is separated by raised earth check banks, borders. The bays are typically longer and narrower compared to basin irrigation and are orientated to align lengthwise with the slope of the field. Typical bay dimensions are between 10-70 m wide and 100-700 m long. The water is applied to the top end of the bay, which is usually constructed to facilitate free-flowing conditions at the downstream end. One common use of this technique includes the irrigation of pasture for dairy production, generally used for large farms. Agriculture, Part 2. 334. 2. Drip trickle micro-localized irrigation. Drip irrigation involves dripping water onto the soil at very low rates, 2 to 20 liter shore, from a system of small-diameter plastic pipes fitted with outlets called emitters or drippers. Water is applied close to plants so that only part of the soil in which the roots grow is wetted, unlike surface and sprinkler irrigation, which involves wetting the whole soil profile. With drip irrigation water, applications are more frequent, usually every 1 to 3 days, than with other methods, and this provides a very favorable high moisture level in the soil in which plants can flourish. Drip irrigation is most suitable for row crops, vegetables, soft fruits like grapes, tree, and vine crops where one or more emitters can be provided for each plant. Generally, only high-value crops are considered because of the high capital costs of installing a drip system. Drip irrigation is adaptable to any farmable slope. Normally, the crop would be planted along contour lines and the water supply pipes, laterals, would be laid along the contour also. This is done to minimize changes in emitter discharge as a result of land elevation changes. Drip irrigation is suitable for most soils. On clay soils, water must be applied slowly to avoid surface water ponding and runoff. On sandy soils, higher emitter discharge rates will be needed to ensure adequate lateral wetting of the soil. Bamboo irrigation, a kind of drip irrigation in Meghalaya and some northeastern states. An ingenious system of tapping of stream and spring water by using bamboo pipes to irrigate plantations is widely prevalent. It is so perfected that about 18 to 20 liters of water entering the bamboo pipe system per minute gets transported over several hundred meters, and finally gets reduced to 20 to 80 drops per minute at the site of the plant. The tribal farmers of Khasi and Jaintia Hills use the 200-year-old system. The bamboo drip irrigation system is normally used to irrigate the beetle leaf or black pepper crops planted in arecanut orchards or in mixed orchards. Bamboo pipes are used to divert perennial springs on the hilltops to the lower reaches by gravity. The channel sections, made of bamboo, divert and convey water to the plot site where it is distributed without leakage into branches, again made and laid out with different forms of bamboo pipes. Manipulating the intake pipe positions also controls the flow of water into the lateral pipes. Reduced channel sections and diversion units are used at the last agriculture. Part 2. 335. Stage of water application. The last channel section enables the water to be dropped near the roots of the plant. 3. Sprinkler irrigation. Sprinkler irrigation is a method of applying irrigation water, which is similar to natural rainfall. Water is distributed through a system of pipes, usually by pumping. It is then sprayed into the air through sprinklers so that it breaks up into small water drops which fall to the ground. The pump supply system, sprinklers, and operating conditions must be designed to enable a uniform application of water. Sprinklers are buried in the ground along with their supporting plumbing, although above ground and moving sprinklers are also common. Sprinkler irrigation is often used when the land is uneven and thus not suitable for surface irrigation. This method is better than surface irrigation in that less water is wasted and water is distributed more evenly. Pipes fitted with sprinklers are laid over or along the field. The sprinklers have rotating heads, which spray water over the crops. Sprinklers are best suited to sandy soils with high infiltration rates, although they are adaptable to most soils. Sprinkler irrigation is suited for most row, field, and tree crops, and water can be sprayed over or under the crop canopy. Agriculture. Part 2. 336. 11.2 Farming system and cropping pattern in India. Agriculture is an age-old economic activity in our country. Over these years, cultivation methods have changed significantly depending upon the characteristics of physical environment, technological know-how, and socio-cultural practices. Farming varies from subsistence to commercial type. At present, in different parts of India, the following farming systems are practiced. Primitive subsistence farming. This type of farming is still practiced in few pockets of India. Primitive subsistence agriculture is practiced on small patches of land with the help of primitive tools like hoe, dhow, and digging sticks, and family community labor. This type of farming depends upon monsoon, natural fertility of the soil, and suitability of other environmental conditions to the crops grown. Farmers clear a patch of land and produce cereals and other food crops to sustain their family. When the soil fertility decreases, the farmers shift and clear a fresh patch of land for cultivation. This type of shifting allows nature to replenish the fertility of the soil through natural processes. Land productivity in this type of agriculture is low as the farmer does not use fertilizers or other modern inputs. Intensive subsistence farming. This type of farming is practiced in areas of high population pressure on land. It is labor-intensive farming, where high doses of biochemical inputs and irrigation are used for obtaining higher production. Though the right of inheritance, leading to the division of land among successive generations, has rendered landholding size uneconomical, the farmers continue to take maximum output from the limited land in the absence of alternative source of livelihood. Thus, there is enormous pressure on agricultural land. Commercial farming. The main characteristic of this type of farming is the use of higher doses of modern inputs, e.g., high-yielding variety, HYV, seeds, chemical fertilizers, insecticides, and pesticides in order to obtain higher productivity. The degree of commercialization of agriculture varies from one region to another. For example, rice is a commercial crop in Haryana and Punjab, but in Odisha, it is a subsistence crop. Plantation is also a type of commercial farming. In this type of farming, a single crop is grown on a large area. The plantation has an interface of agriculture and industry. Plantations cover large tracts of land, using capital-intensive inputs, with the help of migrant laborers. All the produce is used as raw material in respective industries. In India, tea, coffee, rubber, sugarcane, etc. are important plantation crops. Since the production is mainly for market, a well-developed network of transport and communication connecting the plantation areas, processing industries, and markets plays an important role in the development of plantations. Cropping pattern is defined as how crops are distributed in time and space. Cropping system comprises all cropping patterns grown on the farm and their interaction with farm resources, other household enterprises, and the physical, biological, technological, and sociological factors or environments. India has 3 cropping seasons: Rabi, Kharif, and Zaid, the summer months between Rabi and Kharif. Depending on the terrain, topography, slope, temperature, amount, and agriculture. Part 2. 337. Reliability of rainfall, soils, and availability of water for irrigation. The cropping patterns vary from region to region. Following are different types of cropping pattern followed in India: monocropping or monoculture. In this system, only one crop is grown on farmland year after year. 4x. Wheat, corn in areas where irrigation facility is not available. Multiple cropping. The growing of more than one crop on the same land in one year. Intercropping. Growing of 2 or more crops simultaneously in alternate rows or otherwise in the same area, where there is significant amount of inter-crop competition. Pigeon pea planted with sorghum. Mixed cropping. Cultivation of 2 or more than 2 crops simultaneously on the same piece of land without any definite row pattern or fixed ratio. Wheat and mustard crops in northern India. Sequential cropping. Growing of 2 or more crops in quick succession on the same piece of land in a farming year. The sowing of the succeeding crop and harvesting of the preceding crop may be done simultaneously or in a quick succession, e.g. just after the harvest of maize, potato is sown, and just after digging of potato, chili is sown. Rice wheat in northern India. Rice in Assam and West Bengal and coastal regions of Andhra, Tamil Nadu. Soya bean wheat in Maharashtra, MP, and Rajasthan. Rice pulses in Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Bihar. Relay cropping. Relay planting is intersowing of seedlings of the succeeding crop before harvesting the preceding maturing crop. Generally, second crop is planted after the first crop has reached its reproductive stage of growth, e.g. potato is planted before the harvest of maize and radish is sown before harvesting of potato. Crop rotation. Crop rotation means changing the type of crops grown in the field each season or each year, or changing from crops to fallow. For example, planting maize one year and beans the next. Ratooning. One of the important methods of intensive cropping, allowing the stubbles of the original crop to strike again after harvesting and to raise another crop. Mixed farming. A system of farming on a particular farm which includes crop production, raising livestock, poultry, fisheries, beekeeping, etc., to sustain and satisfy as many needs of the farmer as possible. The objective is subsistence, while higher profitability without altering ecological balance is important in farming system. The food system is composed of subsystems, e.g., farming system, waste management system, input supply system, etc., and interacts with other key systems, e.g., energy system, trade system, health system, etc. Therefore, a structural change in the food system might originate from a change in another system. For example, a policy promoting more biofuel in the energy system will have a significant impact on the food system. Agriculture, Part 2. 338. A sustainable food system, SFS, is a food system that delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental bases to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. Economic sustainability. It should generate benefits, or economic value added, for all categories of stakeholders: wages for workers, taxes for governments, profits for enterprises, and food supply improvements for consumers. Social sustainability. A food system is considered sustainable when there is equity in the distribution of the economic value added, taking into account vulnerable groups categorized by gender, age, race, and so on. Food system activities need to contribute to the advancement of important socio-cultural outcomes, such as nutrition and health. Environmental sustainability. Sustainability is determined by ensuring that the impacts of food system activities on the surrounding natural environment are neutral or positive, taking into consideration biodiversity, water, soil, animal and plant health, the carbon footprint, the water footprint, food loss and waste, and toxicity. A sustainable food system lies at the heart of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Adopted in 2015, the SDGs call for major transformations in agriculture and food systems in order to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition by 2030. 11.4 Animal husbandry. India's livestock sector is one of the largest in the world, comprising 5% of total GDP of India and 26% of agricultural GDP in 2010 to 11. The livestock sector has been growing faster than many other sectors of agriculture and is the engine of growth for Indian agriculture. The livestock plays an important role in the rural economy. The farmers in India maintain mixed farming system, i.e., a combination of crop and livestock where the output of one enterprise becomes the input of another enterprise, thereby realizing the resource efficiency. Livestock rearing is a key livelihood and risk mitigation strategy for small and marginal farmers, particularly across the rain-fed regions of India. The livestock serve the farmers in many different ways as follows. 1. Income. Livestock is a source of subsidiary income for many families in India, especially the resource poor who maintain few heads of animals. Cows and buffaloes, if in milk, will provide regular income to the livestock farmers through sale of milk. Animals also serve as sources of income during emergencies to meet exigencies like marriages, treatment of sick persons, children education, repair of houses, etc. The animals also serve as assets which provide economic security to the owners. 2. Employment. A large number of people in India, being less literate and unskilled, depend upon agriculture for their livelihoods. But agriculture, being seasonal in nature, could provide employment for a maximum of 180 days in a year. The landless and less land people depend upon livestock for utilizing their labor during lean agricultural season. 3. Food. The livestock products such as milk, meat, and eggs are an important source of animal protein to the members of the livestock owners. Agriculture, Part 2. 339. 4. Social security. The animals offer social security to the owners in terms of their status in the society. The families, especially the landless, which own animals, are better placed than those who do not. Gifting of animals during marriages is a very common phenomenon in different parts of the country. Rearing of animals is a part of the Indian culture. Animals are used for various socio-religious functions. Cows for housewarming ceremonies. Bulls and cows are worshipped during various religious functions. 5. Draft. The bullocks are the backbone of Indian agriculture. The farmers, especially the marginal and small, depend upon bullocks for plowing, carting, and transport of both inputs and outputs. 6. Dung. In rural areas, dung is used for several purposes, which include fuel, dung cakes, fertilizer, farmyard manure, and plastering material, permanent cement. Driven by the structural changes in agriculture and food consumption pattern, the utility of livestock has been undergoing a steady transformation. The non-food functions of livestock are becoming weaker. Importance of livestock as source of draft power has declined considerably due to mechanization of agriculture operations and declining farm size. Use of dung manure is increasingly being replaced by chemical fertilizers. On the other hand, their importance as a source of quality and nutritional food has increased. Sustained income and economic growth. A fast-growing urban population, burgeoning middle-income class, changing lifestyles, increasing proportion of women in workforce, improvements in transportation and storage practices, and rising of supermarkets, especially in cities and towns, are fueling rapid increase in consumption of animal food products. The following are some of the important aspects of animal rearing. In the rural sector, livestock wealth is much more equitably distributed than wealth associated with land. Thus, when we think of the goal of inclusive growth, we should not forget that from equity and livelihood perspectives, livestock rearing must be at the center of the stage in poverty alleviation programs. Livestock rearing at the household level is largely a women-led activity, and therefore income from livestock rearing and decisions related to management of livestock within the household are primarily taken by women. Interventions in India have demonstrated that support for livestock rearing has contributed significantly to the empowerment of women and an increasing role in decision-making at both the household and village level. Livestock rearing, particularly in the rain-fed regions of the country, is also emerging as a key risk mitigation strategy for the poorest. They face increasingly uncertain and erratic weather conditions which negatively impact crop productivity and wage labor in the agriculture sector. Although livestock products make important contributions to food security and poverty reduction for many low-income rural families, the policy and institutional framework has failed to serve the needs of these poorest households. Following are the major challenges faced by the livestock sector. Agriculture, Part 2. 340. As per the revised provisions of the Livestock Health and Disease Control Program, there is a major focus on establishment and strengthening of veterinary services, mobile veterinary units, MVU. MUVs will plug the challenges posed by the limitations of stationary hospitals by providing veterinary diagnostics and treatments facilities at a farmer's doorstep for ailments, diseases, or any other emergency veterinary conditions. 11.5 National Livestock Mission. Government of India launched the National Livestock Mission in 2014-15 for the sustainable and continuous growth of the livestock sector. The mission is designed to cover all the activities required to ensure quantitative and qualitative improvement in livestock production systems and capacity building of all stakeholders. This mission has been formulated with the objective of sustainable development of the livestock sector, focusing on improving availability of quality feed and fodder, risk coverage, effective extension, improved flow of credit, and organization of livestock farmers rearers. Given the high contribution of protein items and inflation, the growth of this sector has to match the rising demand reflected in increasing share of these items in consumption expenditure. National Livestock Mission has 4 submissions as follows. I. Submission on fodder and feed development. It will address the problems of scarcity of animal feed resources in order to give a push to the livestock sector, making it a competitive enterprise for India, and also to harness its export potential. The major objective is to reduce the deficit to nil. 2. Submission on livestock development. Under this submission, there are provisions for productivity enhancement, entrepreneurship development and employment generation, strengthening of infrastructure of state farms with respect to modernization, automation and biosecurity, conservation of threatened breeds, minor livestock development, rural slaughterhouses, fallen animals, and livestock insurance. 3. Submission on pig development in northeastern region. There has been persistent demand from the any state seeking support for all-round development of piggery in the region. For the first time, under the National Livestock Mission, A submission on pig development in northeastern region is provided wherein Government of India would support the state piggery farms and importation of germplasm so that eventually the masses get the benefit as it is linked to livelihood and contributes in providing protein-rich food in 8 states of the NE region. 4. Submission on skill development, technology transfer, and extension. The extension machinery at field level for livestock activities is very weak. As a result, farmers are not able to adopt the technologies developed by research institutions. The Agriculture, Part 2. 341. Emergence of new technologies and practices require linkages between stakeholders, and this submission will enable a wider outreach to the farmers. All the states, including NER states, may avail the benefits of the multiple components and the flexibility of choosing them under National Livestock Mission for a sustainable livestock development. A separate ministry, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, has been carved out of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, which emphasizes the focus of government in these areas. Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, under Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, recently released the 20th Livestock Census Report, as per which the livestock population has increased by 4.6% to 54 crores from the previous livestock census, and Uttar Pradesh has the highest livestock population. Share of livestock in the overall GDP is around 5%. 11.6 Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, MIDH. Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, MIDH, is a centrally sponsored scheme for the holistic growth of the horticulture sector covering fruits, vegetables, root and tuber crops, mushrooms, spices, flowers, aromatic plants, coconut, cashew, cocoa, and bamboo. Salient features under MIDH. Government of India, GI, contributes 60% of total outlay for developmental programs in the states and 40% share are contributed by state governments. In the case of northeastern states and Himalayan states, GI contributes 90%. In case of National Horticulture Board, NHB, Coconut Development Board, CDB, Central Institute for Horticulture, CIH, Nagaland, and the national level agencies, NLA, GI contributes 100%. MIDH also provides technical advice and administrative support to state governments' state horticulture missions, SHMs, for the saffron mission and other horticulture-related activities like Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, RKVY. The strategy of the MIDH is on production of quality seeds and planting material, production enhancement through productivity improvement measures, along with support for creation of infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses, and improved marketing of produce with active participation of all stakeholders, particularly farmer groups and FBOs. 11.7 National Bamboo Mission. The National Bamboo Mission envisages promoting holistic growth of bamboo sector by adopting area-based, regionally differentiated strategy, and to increase the area under bamboo cultivation and marketing. Under the mission, steps have been taken to increase the availability of quality planting material by supporting the setting up of new nurseries and strengthening of existing ones. To address forward integration, the mission is taking steps to strengthen marketing of bamboo products, especially those of handicraft items. Agriculture, Part 2. 342. Objectives: to increase the area under bamboo plantation in non-forest government and private lands to supplement farm income and contribute towards resilience to climate change as well as availability of quality raw material requirement of industries. The bamboo plantations will be promoted predominantly in farmers' fields, homesteads, community lands, arable wastelands, and along irrigation canals, water bodies, etc., to improve post-harvest management through establishment of innovative primary processing units near the source of production, primary treatment and seasoning plants, preservation technologies, and market infrastructure. To promote product development keeping in view market demand by assisting R&D, entrepreneurship, and business models at micro, small, and medium levels and feed bigger industry. To rejuvenate the underdeveloped bamboo industry in India. To promote skill development, capacity building, awareness generation for development of bamboo sector from production to market demand. To realign efforts so as to reduce dependency on import of bamboo and bamboo products by way of improved productivity and suitability of domestic raw material for industry, so as to enhance income of the primary producers. 67% of the bamboo in India is grown in northeast states, and government is providing support subsidy for establishment of bamboo-based clusters in northeastern states. 11.8 Genetically modified, GM, crops. GM crops are plants whose DNA, a molecule that encodes the genetic information, has been modified using genetic engineering. The following are some benefits of GM crops: more nutritional value, resistance to bacteria, virus, and other components that can damage the plant, longer shelf life, less costly GM foods, and higher yields. The Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, GEAC, is the apex body for regulating GM crops in the Ministry of Environment and Forest under the Environment Protections Act 1986. At present, the government allows commercial production of only one GM crop, which is BT cotton, and is allowed since 2002. Though BT brinjal has passed its field trials, it was not allowed to go for commercial production, and a moratorium is placed since 2010. Amid strong protest by civil society groups. There is a lobby that strongly opposes the use of GM foods. They claim that certain GM foods can trigger allergic reactions in humans, cotton pickers, and may also be of toxic in nature. Agriculture, Part 2. 343. GM mustard. In October 2022, the Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, GEAC, constituted under Environment Protection Act 1986 has recommended the environmental release of the genetically modified GM mustard variety DMH Dara mustard hybrid-11, paving the way for the commercialization of the country's first GM food crop. But GEAC nod is not the final approval for commercial release, but a step forward. It remains to be seen if the central government will accept the GEAC's recommendations or not. While giving the nod, the GEAC has said that simultaneous field studies will have to be conducted with ICAR on the effect of GM mustard on honeybees and other pollinators. DMH-11 has been shown to deliver 30% higher yields than existing varieties. The average yield of existing mustard varieties is around 1,000 to 1,200 kilograms per hectare, while the global average is over 2,000 to 2,200 kilograms. Government regulation regarding Bt cotton seed pricing. In India, Monsanto Mahiko Biotech, India, Limited, a joint venture between Mahiko Seeds Ltd and Monsanto, licensed its patented Bollgard 2 cotton seed technology to 50 seed companies in exchange for a royalty fee. More than 90% of the cotton grown in India use this technology. In March 2016, the government cut the price of genetically modified Bollgard 2 cotton seeds to Rs. 800 per 450g packet from Rs. 830, Rs. 1000 earlier and slashed royalty, trait, fees by 74% from Rs. 163 to Rs. 43 to bring uniformity in pricing of Bt cotton seeds across the country. The government said that the order to regulate the Bt cotton seed prices has been issued to safeguard the interests of the farming community under Section 3 of the Essential Commodities Act 1955. The industry lobby of R&D firms slammed the government's decision as it violates the principle of free market economics. They said that the decision has been taken for short-term populist measures which will be detrimental in the long run as companies may have to reconsider their investments in seed-based R&D in the country. This sends a bad signal internationally that we're fairly arbitrary. We have the power to regulate patents, no doubt, but it should be open, transparent, and based on robust methodology for a concrete, legitimate purpose. In one of the cases before the Delhi High Court, involving Monsanto and Nuzivedu, seed company, and the other with the Protection of Plant Variety and Farmers' Rights, PPVFR, authority, the government has submitted that the Indian Patents Act 1970, Section 3J, excludes patenting of seeds, plants and their varieties, and the patent granted to Monsanto is not legal. Whereas, Monsanto argues that it is not patenting Bt cotton seeds but the genes in them. When you buy a software on a CD, the copyright is for the software even though it is made available via the CD. The government is arguing that under PPVFR Act 2001, once a gene is inserted into the seed, it is a plant variety and hence not patentable under the Indian Patent Act 1970. That is, even if a patent is valid, it becomes invalid the moment the gene is put into a seed and cross-pollinated to create new hybrids. The Delhi High Court in April 2018 ruled in favor of Nuzivedu and PPVFR authority by declaring Monsanto's Bollgard and Bollgard 2 patent illegal and has allowed Monsanto to move to Supreme Court. Supreme Court in January 2019 gave judgment in favor of Monsanto and restored the Bt cotton patent in India till its validity is decided finally by the High Court. SC sent it back to the lower court for a full trial by evidence, considering the complexities involved in the case. But whether Monsanto will benefit or not is still not clear because the prices of Bt cotton seeds are still government regulated under Essential Commodities Act 1955. Agriculture, Part 2, 344. Environmental activists and the Swadeshi Jagran Manch, an affiliate of the RSS, have opposed the move and urged the government to not give a final nod as there are several issues and concerns like 1. Studies have shown a strong correlation between growth of GM crops, the herbicides they promote, and the diseases such as acute kidney injury, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and cancer in the past 20 years in U.S. 17 of the 20 most developed countries including Japan, Russia, Israel, and most Europe refuse to grow GM crops. 2. The GM crops are said to be herbicide tolerant, i.e., one can use the herbicide to remove the weeds in GM crops, but it promotes constant exposure to a single herbicide to which the weeds eventually become resistant. And to control these weeds, desperate farmers increase the use of these herbicides manifold, which is very hazardous to human health. 3. The GM mustard, if introduced in India, will affect every Indian who consumes mustard in any form, as he will consume the herbicide residues in it. The millions of poor women who depend on weeding to support their family who will be displaced. The beekeepers whose honey will be contaminated. Farmers whose yields will fall eventually as bees die out. And the Indian nation, which will find that it has lost its seed diversity and the international competitive advantage of its non-GM mustard and honey. 4. Our small and marginalized farmers, 86%, will not be able to afford the high cost of cultivation of GM mustard crops, and it will further push them into poverty. Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights, PPVFR, Act 2001. The Act provides for the establishment of an effective system for protection of plant varieties, the rights of farmers and plant breeders, and to encourage the development of new varieties of plants. Following are the rights granted to breeders and farmers under the PPVFR Act. Breeders' rights. A breeder can be a person or group of persons or a farmer or group of farmers or any institution which has bred, evolved, or developed any plant variety. And the breeder, or his successor, his agent or licensee, of the protected variety will have the right to produce, sell, market, distribute, export, and import such variety. The farmer shall be deemed to be entitled to save, use, sow, exchange, share or sell his farm produce including seed of a variety protected under this act in the same manner as he was entitled before the coming into force of this act, provided that the Agriculture Part 2. 345. Farmers shall not be entitled to sell branded, packaged, seed of a variety protected under this act. National Gene Fund. The central government shall constitute a national gene fund. The breeder will have to pay royalty on the basis of benefit gained by such breeder agent, which will go to the National Gene Fund. If someone gives a claim that the genetic material possessed by him was used in the development of the seed variety by the breeder, then the claimant will get benefit sharing from the National Gene Fund. The amount of the benefit sharing to a variety will have to be deposited by the breeder of such variety to the National Gene Fund. Benefit sharing, in relation to a variety, means such proportion of the benefit accruing to a breeder of such variety for which a claimant shall be entitled as per the authority. 11.9 Organic Farming Introduction. Organic farming is a form of agriculture that relies on techniques such as crop rotation, green manure, and biological pest control. It is a method of farming system which primarily aims at cultivating the land and raising crops in such a way as to keep the soil alive and in good health by use of organic wastes and other biological materials along with beneficial microbes, biofertilizers, to release nutrients to crops for increased sustainable production in an eco-friendly pollution-free environment. This is a method of farming that works at grassroots level, preserving the reproductive and regenerative capacity of the soil, good plant nutrition and sound soil management, produces nutritious food rich in vitality which has resistance to diseases. Among all the states, Madhya Pradesh has covered largest area under organic certification followed by Himachal Pradesh and Rajasthan. Sikkim is the first truly organic state of India in January 2016, as declared by PM Narendra Modi. Organic products produced in India includes all varieties of food products namely sugarcane, oilseeds, cereals and millets, cotton, pulses, medicinal plants, tea, fruits, spices, dry fruits, vegetables, coffee, cotton fiber, etc. Organic products and certification. Once used to refer to a natural, balanced, and eco-friendly system of farming, the definition of organic has become a lot more specific in recent years. With the rules governing certification of organic food becoming more stringent, the term is used solely to refer to foods produced without using chemical pesticides, fertilizers, or genetically modified raw materials and processed without using chemical additives or other synthetic substances. The definition also extends to meat, poultry, and dairy products produced without using antibiotics or artificial growth hormones. While this is the generic, universally accepted understanding of organic food, the exact definition varies from country to country. Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, regulates organic foods in India. FSSAI in November 2017 published regulations on organic food which regulates manufacture, sale, distribution, and import of organic food in India. As a consequence, any food to be sold as organic in India will have to be certified under either of the two prevailing systems. The Agriculture Part 2. 346. Two systems are National Program for Organic Production, NPOP, and the Participatory Guarantee System for India, PGS India. PGS, India NPOP Self-Certification, Third-Party Certification, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Both the programs, NPOP and PGS India, are independent of each other and products certified under one system cannot be processed or labeled under another system. While NPOP certified products can be traded in export and in domestic market including imports, PGS India certified products can be traded only in domestic market. Apart from operationalizing these regulations, FSSAI has also developed a unified logo for organic food, either certified under NPOP or PGS India, from India called Javik Bharat, as an identity mark to distinguish organic products from non-organic ones. All products labeled as organic shall be required to be certified either under NPOP or PGS India and shall bear logo of Javik Bharat, FSSAI organic food logo, along with the concerned certification program, PGS India or NPOP logo. The organic regulations allow import of organic food into India without being recertified in India if the organic standards of the exporting country have been recognized as equivalent to NPOP. NPOP, the National Program for Organic Production, NPOP, is a third-party certification program run by the Ministry of Commerce and Industries since 2001, which lays down the norms governing the production of organic food. The guidelines have a sweeping scope and cover even the smallest details. These norms need to be followed by the farmers and enterprises who are involved in the production of organic fruits, vegetables, grains, and process and packaging. For instance, for a honey manufacturing enterprise to be certified, everything from bee box to farmer's land on which the bee box is kept, to farms within a 5 kilometers radius of the bee box, all have to meet organic standards. While the NPOP lays down the guidelines, central bodies such as National Accreditation Board, NAB, and Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, APIDA, accredit the certifying bodies that carry out inspections and grant organic status to individual farmers and enterprises after verification of their farms, storages, and processing units. Apart from a number of private certifying bodies like Indian Organic Certification Agency, IndoCert, Natural Organic Certification Private (LTD). The central government agency FSSAI and state government bodies, such as Uttarakhand State Organic Certification Agency, also issue certification for organic products. Indian organic products duly certified by the accredited certification bodies of India are accepted by the importing countries. PGS India. PGS India is implemented by Ministry of Agriculture through the National Centre for Organic Farming. Unlike the top-down approach of NPOP, PGS India involves a peer review approach and is a self-certification process supported through the Organic Products Agriculture, Part 2, 347, Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. Here, farmers play a role in certifying whether the farms in their vicinity adhere to organic cultivation practices. The PGS is an internationally applicable organic quality assurance system, like ISO 9000, implemented and controlled by the committed organic farmer producers through active participation, along with the consumers, in the process based on verifiable trust. It is not an inspection Raj certification system but, rather, one that is based on personal integrity and peer pressure. Integrity is honesty when no one is looking over your shoulder to see what you are doing. The farmer pledges that the production process is free from manufactured chemicals, fertilizers, insecticides, herbicides, hormones, etc., and lives by his word of honor. The local group of 5 or more organic farmers is the fulcrum of the self-regulatory support system of PGS. The quality assurance standards are harmonized by the PGS Organic Council, which permits the use of its PGS label on a product as a mark of quality. Advantages of organic farming products. Organic farming is inherent farming technique in India. Since ancient times, best practices of farming include methods such as crop rotation and natural compost, which boosts crop health and increases soil fertility. With rise in use of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and insecticides, crop quality as well as soil fertility has reduced a great deal. Organic farming has the potential to reverse these changes. Following are the various benefits of organic products from consumption point of view. Increased nutrition content in food. Organic farming practice ensures that nutrition and fertility of soil is maintained. This results in better nutrition retention in the form of minerals and vitamins in the food grown as well. Free from poisonous content. Since organic farming discourages use of chemical products such as pesticides and fertilizers, toxic content absorbed by crop is also very less. This results in toxin-free food and reduces health issues caused due to these toxins. Better and original taste. Organic food have better nutrition quotient, and thus they even taste better. If processed food has been prepared organically, then they are also free of preservatives and thus taste is more similar to that of freshly prepared food. Longer storage life. Organic plants have greater metabolic and structural integrity in their cellular structure than non-organic grown crops. This enables storage of organic food for a longer time. Scope of organic farming in India. The scientific way of agricultural production, green revolution, by use of excessive fertilizers and pesticides is perceived as creating several health-related and environmental problems. It is contaminating the vegetables and food grains and causing health-related issues and lifestyle diseases. Organic farming can be used to revive traditional farming practices and methods to save the soil and agricultural produce from contamination caused by the chemical inputs. It is a proven fact that productivity of organic cultivation will be lower and that more organic resources will be required to ensure there is no substantial decline in productivity. Agriculture, Part 2, 348. Hence, organic farmers will be forced to sell their produces at premium prices which will be unbearable to the common man. Organic farming may not be practical for large-scale cultivation, essential for feeding a country with a population of 130 crore people. India's arable land is 2.4% of the total arable land in the world, while US's share is 6% and India's population is 16% of the world's population, while the US population is just around 2%. The US can completely go organic if they want, but India will have to take a balanced approach that makes a judicious blend of organic methods and science and technology both. Following are the various challenges faced by organic farming products in India. First, the supply chain is underdeveloped and small and mid-sized farmers located in hilly regions and tribal belts find it extremely difficult to access the market. There is a shortage of pack houses and refrigerated vehicles, which leads to spoilage. Organic products have to be stored separately from conventional products to avoid cross-contamination, and the existing supply chain does not often provide that facility. Second, while the government is subsidizing farmers under the Participatory Guarantee System, PGS, for India, these farmers are not allowed to export. In fact, the APIDA has made it mandatory to have a third-party certification for exports. Third, as a farmer converts hinterland from conventional chemical-based farming to organic farming, there is a risk of loss in yield due to the withdrawal of chemical inputs and high-yielding varieties of seeds. A number of countries have carefully designed subsidies to compensate for the yield loss during the conversion period. However, in India, there is no such subsidy. Fourth, there is a serious shortage of good quality organic inputs, which increases the risk of loss of yield. The available organic fertilizers are much below the required quantity, and there is a shortage of good quality organic seeds also. The fifth and the biggest challenge is, there are many brands available which offer organic products, but all are not strictly compliant to government guidelines, and the question arises that among the ocean of organic brands available, which brand is authentic? 11.100 Budget Natural Farming, ZBNF, Natural farming is a system where the laws of nature are applied to agricultural practices. This method works along with the natural biodiversity of each farmed area, encouraging the complexity of living organisms, both plants and animals that shape each particular ecosystem to thrive along with food plants. ZBNF is based on stimulation of microbial activity in the soil, which is to be achieved by applying bacterial culture made by fermenting cow dung and urine. The neoliberalization of the Indian economy led to a deep agrarian crisis that is making small-scale farming an unviable vocation. Privatized seeds, inputs, and markets are inaccessible and expensive for peasants. Indian farmers increasingly find themselves in a vicious cycle of debt because of the high production costs, high interest rates for agriculture. Part 2. 349. Credit. The volatile market prices of crops, the rising costs of fossil fuel-based inputs, and private seeds. Debt is a problem for farmers of all sizes in India. Under such conditions, zero-budget farming promises to end a reliance on loans and drastically cut production costs, ending the debt cycle for desperate farmers. The word budget refers to credit and expenses. Thus, the phrase zero budget means without using any credit and without spending any money on purchased inputs. Natural farming means farming with nature and without chemicals. Features of zero-budget natural farming. ZBNF. The premise of ZBNF is that soil has all the nutrients plants need. To make these nutrients available to plants, we need the intermediation of microorganisms. For this, 4 wheels of ZBNF have been suggested. Bijamrit is the microbial coating of seeds with formulations of cow urine and cow dung. Jivamrit is the enhancement of soil microbes using an inoculum of cow dung, cow urine, and jaggery. Mulching is the covering of soil with crops or crop residues which creates humus and encourages the growth of friendly microorganisms. Wafasa is the building up of soil humus to increase soil aeration. According to ZBNF principles, plants get 98% of their supply of nutrients from the air, water, and sunlight, and the remaining 2% can be fulfilled by good quality soil with plenty of friendly microorganisms. Just like in forests and natural systems, the system requires cow dung and cow urine obtained from Indian breed cow only. Desi cow is apparently the purest as far as the microbial content of cow dung and urine goes. In ZBNF, multi-cropping is encouraged over single-crop method. Example, Surat model of natural farming. In connection with 75 years of independence, i.e., Amrit Kaal, 75 farmers in every panchayat in Surat district is adopting natural farming. Similarities between organic farming and ZBNF. Organic and natural farming, both systems discourage farmers from using any chemical fertilizers, pesticides on plants, and in all agricultural practices. Both farming methods encourage farmers to use local breeds of seeds and native varieties of vegetables, grains, pulses, and other crops. Both farming methods promote non-chemical and homemade pest control methods. Differences between organic farming and ZBNF. In organic farming, organic fertilizers and manures like compost, vermicompost, cow dung manure, etc., are used and added to farmlands from external sources, while in natural farming, neither chemical nor organic fertilizers are added to the soil. In fact, no external fertilizers are added to soil or given to plants whatsoever. In natural farming, decomposition of organic matter by microbes and earthworms is encouraged right on the soil surface itself, which gradually adds nutrition in the soil over the period. Agriculture, Part 2. 350. Organic farming requires basic agro practices like plowing, tilling, mixing of manures, weeding, etc. to be performed, while in natural farming there is no plowing, no tilting of soil and no fertilizers, and no weeding is done just the way it would be in natural ecosystems. Organic farming is still expensive due to the requirement of bulk manures, and it has an ecological impact on surrounding environments, whereas natural agriculture is an extremely low-cost farming method, completely molding with local biodiversity. 11.11 Integrated Farming System, IFS. Integrated Farming System, IFS, is an innovative approach wherein solo agriculture systems are integrated with livestock, aquaculture, forestry, or other interrelated set of enterprises to multiply gains and reduce input cost. Waste from one enterprise becomes an input for other, thus cost is reduced, production is increased, and the ultimate income gets multiplied. The integration of various enterprises not only supplement the income of the farmers, but also help in increasing the family labor employment and mitigating risk, and is best suited for small-sized farms with limited resources. Presently, the farmers concentrate mainly on crop production, which is subjected to a high degree of uncertainty in income and inefficient resource utilization by the farmers. In this context, it is imperative to evolve suitable strategy for augmenting the income of a farm by adopting integrated farming system. The following are the advantages of the IFS. Reduced production cost of components through input recycling from the byproducts of allied enterprises and optimal utilization of resources. For example, poultry droppings are used as a feedstock for fish. Another example is, cattle dung mixed with crop residues and farm waste can be converted into nutrient-rich vermicompost. Sustainable soil fertility and productivity through organic waste recycling, and is resilient and adaptive to climate variability. Integrated farming will help in environmental protection through effective recycling of waste from animal activities like piggery, poultry, and pigeon rearing, and will help in water conservation too. Integration of allied activities will result in the availability of nutritious food enriched with protein, carbohydrate, fat, minerals, and vitamins. Regular stable income through the products like egg, milk, mushroom, vegetables, honey, and silkworm cocoons from the linked activities in integrated farming. A judicious mix of agricultural enterprises like dairy, poultry, piggery, fishery, sericulture, etc., suited to the given agroclimatic conditions and socio-economic status of the farmers would bring prosperity in the farming. IFS approach has multiple objectives of sustainability, food security, farmer security, and poverty reduction. And there can be different IFS models, depending on agroclimatic zones like rice fish poultry model, pig poultry fish vegetable model, rice fish vegetable model, etc. Agriculture, Part 2, 351. Figure. Integrated farming system. Due to the above advantages, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare has laid major emphasis on IFS while planning for doubling farmers' income by 2022. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR, has developed 60 location-specific, cost-effective, eco-friendly, socially acceptable multi-enterprise IFS models in farmers' participatory mode to reduce risk in farming, enhance farm productivity, profitability, and secure livelihoods of resource-poor small and marginal farmers. Although these models are highly location-specific, but choice of a model varies from place to place and even farmer to farmer in the same area. Net return from an IFS also varies depending on the selected model, characteristics of soil, input of resources, etc. Bio-intensive cropping systems having higher productivity potential for different agroclimatic zones have been included in the Crop Production Guide package of practices of respective states. These models are also being disseminated to small and marginal farmers through the nationwide chain of ICAR Krishi Vigyan Kendras, KVKs. 11.12 Agroecology. Agroecology is farming that centers on food production that makes the best use of nature's goods and services while not damaging these resources. Farming thrives when it works with local ecosystems, for example, improving soil and plant quality through available biomass and biodiversity, rather than battling nature with chemical inputs. Agroecology is an integrated approach that simultaneously applies ecological and social concepts and principles to the design and management of food and agricultural systems. It seeks to optimize the interactions between plants, animals, humans, and the environment while taking into consideration the social aspects that need to be addressed for a sustainable and fair food system. Worldwide, scientists, grassroots organizations, NGOs, consumers, universities, and public agencies are working with farmers to construct sustainable and nutritious food systems based in agroecology. Agriculture, Part 2, 352. Present system of agriculture, not sustainable. The present system of farming has resulted in the threat to food systems and biodiversity. As a result of industrial farming, friendly insects are no longer part of the agricultural landscape. Water pollution is rampant, depleted soils are commonplace, and plunging groundwater tables have become the norm. The opportunity cost incurred from investing only in industrial methods of agriculture is one that has been borne largely by the farming community and the natural systems. There are now unprecedented opportunities to advance agroecology globally as corporate food system has negative impacts on people's health, the environment, and the well-being of family farmers. Agroecology is recognized as both a mitigation and adaptation strategy for climate change. Consumers are increasingly demanding healthier food and a closer connection to food producers. Social movements around the globe, many with significant leadership by women's and indigenous organizations, are campaigning for a healthy food system built on an environmental and human rights ethos. The demand for agroecology is rising. What makes agroecology distinct? Agroecology is fundamentally different from other approaches to sustainable development. It is based on bottom-up and territorial processes, helping to deliver contextualized solutions to local problems. Agroecological innovations are based on the co-creation of knowledge, combining science with the traditional, practical, and local knowledge of producers. By enhancing their autonomy and adaptive capacity, agroecology empowers producers and communities as key agents of change. Rather than tweaking the practices of unsustainable agricultural systems, agroecology seeks to transform food and agricultural systems, addressing the root causes of problems in an integrated way and providing holistic and long-term solutions. This includes an explicit focus on social and economic dimensions of food systems. Agroecology places a strong focus on the rights of women, youth, and indigenous peoples. Benefits. We presently have a subsidy-based agricultural system where farm inputs are firmly in the hands of corporations and their elite networks. Agroecology-based farming is not regressive, but rather a technology of the future with a traditional idiom. Agroecology has the following benefits: enhances fertile landscapes, increases yields, restores soil health and biodiversity, promotes climate resilience, and improves farmers' well-being. 11.13 Conservation agriculture. Conservation agriculture, CA, is defined as a sustainable agriculture production system comprising a set of farming practices adapted to the requirements of crops and local conditions of each region, whose farming and soil management techniques protect the soil from erosion and degradation, improve its quality and biodiversity, and contribute to the preservation of the natural resources, water, and air, while optimizing yields. Agriculture, Part 2, 353. This novel resource conservation practice encompasses no or minimum soil disturbance, providing a vegetative soil cover through crop residues or other cover crops, and crop rotations for achieving higher productivity and reducing adverse environmental impacts. Conservation agriculture is based on three core principles: minimum soil disturbance, No tillage or reduced tillage. Maintenance of permanent soil covers cropping system diversity, crop rotations. Advantages of conservation agriculture. CACA-based crop management practices not only enhance crop productivity but also reduces cost of production, improvement of resource use efficiency through residue decomposition, increased recycling and availability of plant nutrients, protection of organic matter and soil and water conservation, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. A paradigm shift has become a necessity in view of widespread problems of resource degradation, which accompanied the past strategies to enhance production with little concern for resource integrity. Some distinguishing features of conventional and conservation agriculture are as follows. Conventional agriculture. Conservation agriculture. Cultivating land using science and technology to dominate nature. Least interference with natural processes. Excessive mechanical tillage and soil erosion. No-till or drastically reduced tillage. Biological tillage. Residue burning or removal, surface retention of residues. Permanently covered. Use of ex situ composts. Use of in situ organic composts. Monocropping. Less efficient rotations. Diversified and more efficient rotations. Agriculture. Part 2. 354. 11.14. Protected cultivation. Protected cultivation is the most contemporary approach to produce, mainly, horticulture crops qualitatively and quantitatively, and has spread extensively the world over in the last few decades. It is also known as controlled environment agriculture, CEA, and is highly productive, encourages water and land conservation, as well as protects the environment. The technology involves cultivation of horticulture crops in a controlled environment wherein factors like the temperature, humidity, light, soil, water, fertilizers, etc., are manipulated as per the requirement of the crop to attain the maximum produce, as well as allow a regular supply of them even during off-season. Crops grown in the polyhouses are protected from intense heat, bright sunlight, strong winds, hailstones, and cold waves. Every factor influencing a crop can be controlled in a polyhouse. High-tech polyhouses even have heating systems as well as soil heating systems to purify the soil of unwanted viruses, bacteria, etc. Protected cultivation of high-value horticultural crops have great potential to enhance income, especially of small farmers in India, which can help them to produce more crops each year from their land, particularly during off-season when the prices are higher. Objectives of protected cultivation: to create a favorable environment for the sustained growth of crop, so as to realize its maximum potential even in adverse climatic conditions. Protection of plants from abiotic stress, physical or by non-living organism, such as temperature, excess deficit water, hot and cold waves, and biotic factors such as pest and disease incidences, etc. Efficient water use with minimum weed infestation. Enhancing productivity per unit area. Minimizing the use of pesticides in crop production. Promotion of high-value, quality horticultural produce. Year-round and off-season production of flower, vegetable, or fruit crops. Production of disease-free and genetically better transplants. There can be different types of protected cultivation. 1. Greenhouse. Polyhouse. Polyhouse or a greenhouse is a house or a structure made of translucent material like glass or polyethylene where the plants grow and develop under controlled climatic conditions. A greenhouse is a glass house whose interiors become warm when exposed to sunbeams, as the house stops the greenhouse gas to leave. So, when it is cold outside, the temperature inside is survival-friendly and warm for the plants. There can be different structures of polyhouses. Greenhouse. A. Semicircular. It is a frame structure covered with UV stabilized, absorbs UV radiation and prevents damage. Plastic films in which crops are grown under partially or controlled environment conditions. It warms up during the day via penetration of the sun's rays, which heat the plants, soil, and structure. This heat is given up gradually throughout the night. Agriculture. Part 2. 355. B. Walk-in tunnels. These are covered with UV film, suitable for all types of crops, flowers, and vegetables. C. Plastic tunnel. These are miniature structures producing greenhouse-like effect. Facilitates entrapment of carbon dioxide, thereby enhancing the photosynthetic activity. It protects plants from harsh climatic conditions such as rain, wind, hail, snow, etc. These are mainly used for raising nursery. 2. Shade nets. A shade net house is a structure enclosed by agro nets or any other woven material to allow required sunlight, moisture, and air to pass through the gaps. Shade net house are considered as one of the major technologies to provide development of healthy graft seedlings and hardening for various horticultural crops irrespective of climatic conditions. Agriculture. Part 2. 356. 3. Plastic mulching. Covering the soil around the plant with plastic film to conserve the soil moisture that prevents weed growth and regulates soil temperature. Advantages of protected cultivation. Better quality of produce, higher productivity, efficient use of resources, better insect and disease control, and reduced use of pesticides, production of exotic non-native and off-season vegetables, and for raising quality seedlings. Challenges to protected cultivation: high cost of initial infrastructure, capital cost, non-availability of skilled human power, and lack of technical knowledge requires close supervision and monitoring. Repair and maintenance are major hurdles. Requires assured marketing, since the investment of resources like time, effort, and finances is expected to be very high. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare is providing various investment, project cost, subsidies for the creation of different structures like polyhouses, shade net, etc. through various schemes like Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, National Horticulture Mission, Horticulture Mission for Northeast and Himalayan states. 11.15 Permaculture, originally permanent agriculture, is often viewed as a set of gardening techniques. But it has in fact developed into a whole design philosophy, and for some people a philosophy for life. Its central theme is the creation of human systems which provide for human needs, but using many natural elements and drawing inspiration from natural ecosystems. Its goals and priorities coincide with what many people see as the core requirements for sustainability. Following are some important points related to permaculture. Permaculture is an innovative framework for creating sustainable ways of living. It is a practical method of developing ecologically harmonious, efficient, and productive systems that can be used by anyone, anywhere. Agriculture, Part 2, 357. Permaculture tackles how to grow food, build houses, and create communities, and minimize environmental impact at the same time. By thinking carefully about the way we use our resources, food, energy, shelter, and other material and non-material needs, it is possible to get much more out of life by using less using permaculture. We can be more productive for less effort, reaping benefits for our environment and ourselves, for now and for generations to come. The essence of permaculture is the design of hives of protected cultivation to create a favorable environment for the sustained growth of crop, so as to realize its maximum potential even in adverse climatic conditions. Protection of plants from abiotic stress, physical or by non-living organism, such as temperature, excess deficit water, hot and cold waves, and biotic factors such as pest and disease incidences, etc. Efficient water use with minimum weed infestation. Enhancing productivity per unit area. Minimizing the use of pesticides in crop production. Promotion of high-value, quality horticultural produce. Year-round and off-season production of flower, vegetable, or fruit crops. Production of disease-free and genetically better transplants. There can be different types of protected cultivation. 1. Greenhouse. Polyhouse or a greenhouse is a house or a structure made of translucent material like glass or polyethylene where the plants grow and develop under controlled climatic conditions. A greenhouse is a glass house whose interiors become warm when exposed to sunbeams, as the house stops the greenhouse gas to leave. So, when it is cold outside, the temperature inside is survival-friendly and warm for the plants. There can be different structures of polyhouses. Greenhouse. A. Semicircular. It is a frame structure covered with UV stabilized, absorbs UV radiation and prevents damage. Plastic films in which crops are grown under partially or controlled environment conditions. It warms up during the day via penetration of the sun's rays which heat the plants, soil, and structure. This heat is given up gradually throughout the night. Agriculture, Part 2, 355. B. Walk-in tunnels. These are covered with UV film, suitable for all types of crops, flowers, and vegetables. C. Plastic tunnel. These are miniature structures producing greenhouse-like effect. Facilitates entrapment of carbon dioxide, thereby enhancing the photosynthetic activity. It protects plants from harsh climatic conditions such as rain, wind, hail, snow, etc. These are mainly used for raising nursery. 2. Shade nets. A shade net house is a structure enclosed by agro nets or any other woven material to allow required sunlight, moisture, and air to pass through the gaps. Shade net house are considered as one of the major technologies to provide development of healthy graft seedlings and hardening for various horticultural crops irrespective of climatic conditions. Agriculture, Part 2, 356. 3. Plastic mulching. Covering the soil around the plant with plastic film to conserve the soil moisture that prevents weed growth and regulates soil temperature. Advantages of protected cultivation. Better quality of produce, higher productivity, efficient use of resources, better insect and disease control, and reduced use of pesticides, production of exotic non-native and off-season vegetables, and 4. Raising quality seedlings. Challenges to protected cultivation: high cost of initial infrastructure, capital cost, non-availability of skilled human power, and lack of technical knowledge requires close supervision and monitoring. Repair and maintenance are major hurdles. Requires assured marketing, since the investment of resources like time, effort, and finances is expected to be very high. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare is providing various investment, project cost, subsidies for the creation of different structures like polyhouses, shade net, etc. through various schemes like Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, National Horticulture Mission, Horticulture Mission for Northeast and Himalayan states. 11.15 Permaculture, originally permanent agriculture, is often viewed as a set of gardening techniques. But it has in fact developed into a whole design philosophy, and for some people a philosophy for life. Its central theme is the creation of human systems which provide for human needs, but using many natural elements and drawing inspiration from natural ecosystems. Its goals and priorities coincide with what many people see as the core requirements for sustainability. Following are some important points related to permaculture. Permaculture is an innovative framework for creating sustainable ways of living. It is a practical method of developing ecologically harmonious, efficient, and productive systems that can be used by anyone, anywhere. Agriculture, Part 2, 357. Permaculture tackles how to grow food, build houses, and create communities, and minimize environmental impact at the same time. By thinking carefully about the way we use our resources, food, energy, shelter, and other material and non-material needs, it is possible to get much more out of life by using less using permaculture. We can be more productive for less effort, reaping benefits for our environment and ourselves, for now and for generations to come. The essence of permaculture is the design of an ecologically sound way of living in our households, gardens, communities, and businesses. It is created by cooperating with nature and caring for the earth and its people. Permaculture principles are being constantly developed and refined by people throughout the world in very different climates and cultural circumstances. 11.16 Use of technology in agriculture. The agriculture industry has radically transformed over the past 50 years. Advances in machinery have expanded the scale, speed, and productivity of farm equipment, leading to more efficient cultivation of more land. Seed, irrigation, and fertilizers also have vastly improved, helping farmers increase yields. Now, agriculture is in the early days of yet another revolution, at the heart of which lie data and connectivity. Artificial intelligence, analytics, connected sensors, Internet of Things, IoT, and other emerging technologies could further increase yields, improve the efficiency of water and other inputs, and build sustainability and resilience across crop cultivation and animal husbandry. Application of technology in agriculture. Artificial intelligence can be used with historic weather data to predict the best time for sowing of seeds. With the help of historic data from the farms, AI can predict other stages of the farming process, such as when to irrigate the field and apply fertilizers, etc. To get the maximum yield with least input cost, farmers are also using AI to create seasonal forecasting models to improve agricultural accuracy and increase productivity. These models are able to predict upcoming weather patterns months ahead to assist decisions of farmers. IoT-led devices with remote sensors can be placed at farms to record crop, soil, humidity, and weather conditions in real time, and the data collected by the device is harnessed using AI and ML to generate farm-specific, crop-specific, and crop stage agriculture Part 2. 358. Specific intelligence that can be delivered to farmers through app messages. Farmers can use these insights and predictions to plan their irrigation management, pest and disease management, fertilizer, fungicide and pesticide application, or make any other adjustments needed to create optimal growth conditions for crops. Farmers over-irrigate because they have no definitive way to assess the amount of water or other inputs needed in the crop's life cycle. The soil may look dry on top, but it retains water at the root zone. As a result, agriculture is fast depleting India's largest natural resource, i.e., water, which can be protected using technology. In addition to ground data, farmers are also taking to the sky to monitor the farm. By using drone technology with AI-enabled cameras, agricultural farmers and pest control companies can virtually walk every crop and provide nearly full-time monitoring to look for irregular crop degradation, pests, disease spots, or dead soil. A farmer can then collect data from a specific crop area and stop the spread of disease. Unmanned drones are able to cover far more land in much less time than humans on foot, allowing for large farms to be monitored more frequently. The volume of data collected through technologies like farm machinery, drone imagery, and crop analytics is too abundant for humans to process. Farmers and agricultural technology workers are turning to AI to help analyze data points, thus enhancing the value derived from these data sources. With the implementation of AI, farmers can analyze weather conditions, temperature, water usage, and soil conditions collected from their farm to make informed decisions on business choices like determining the most feasible crop choices that year or which hybrid seeds decreased waste. Big data analysis also determines optimized irrigation, helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and pinpoints the exact soil, light, food, and water requirements necessary for propagation. Blue River Technology is working with Facebook AI and machine learning to create camera-enabled machines that use image recognition technology to label weeds at point of contact and immediately remove or spray them. Microsoft has developed an AI sowing app for farmers in India. The tech giant is using AI and historic weather data to predict the best time for sowing seeds and other stages of the farming process, and pass on that information to farmers via SMS, which has resulted in 30% increase in yields. Precision farming. Precision farming is an approach where inputs are utilized in precise amounts and accurate way to get increased average yields. Compared to traditional cultivation techniques, it is information and technology-based farm management system which identifies analyses and manages variability in fields by conducting crop production practices at the right place and time and in the right way for optimum profitability, sustainability, and protection of the land resource. In India, one major problem is the small field size. More than 58% of operational holdings in the country have size less than 1 hectare ha. Agriculture Part 2. 359. Precision farming uses AI technology to aid in detecting diseases in plants, pests, and poor plant nutrition on farms. AI sensors can detect and target weeds while deciding which herbicides to apply within the right buffer, preventing over-application of herbicides and excessive toxins that find their way in our food. Precision farming can be very helpful for horticulture crops. Horticulture crops are high-input and high-output crops which require continuous monitoring and active management of soil nutrients, pests, and diseases. That is where most farmers face problems. Resolving labor challenge. With less people entering the farming profession, most farms are facing the challenge of a workforce shortage. One solution to help with this shortage of workers is AI agriculture bots. These bots augment the human labor workforce and are used in various forms. These bots can harvest crops at a higher volume and faster pace than human laborers, more accurately identify and eliminate weeds, and reduce costs for farms by having a round-the-clock labor force. Chatbots are also helping farmers to answer a variety of questions and provide advice and recommendations on specific farm problems. Smart farming represents the application of modern information and communication technologies, ICT, into agriculture. Smart farming employs hardware, IoT, and software, SaaS i.e. software as a service, to capture the data and give actionable insights to manage all the operations on the farm, both pre- and post-harvest. The data is organized, accessible all the time, and on every aspect of finance and field operations that can be monitored from anywhere in the world. IoT, Internet of Things, in agriculture involves sensors, drones, and robots connected through internet which function automatically and semi-automatically performing operations and gathering data aimed at increasing efficiency and predictability. Semi-automatic robots with arms can detect weeds and spray pesticides in the affected plants, saving up the plants as well as overall pesticide costs. These robots can also be used in harvesting and lifting. Heavy farming vehicles can also be navigated from the comfort of homes through phone screens to perform tasks, and GPS can track their positions at every time. Drones equipped with sensors and cameras are used for imaging, mapping, and surveying the farms. They can be remotely controlled, or they can fly automatically through software-controlled flight plans in their embedded systems, working in coordination with sensors and GPS. From the drone data, insights can be drawn regarding crop health, irrigation, spraying, planting, soil and field, plant counting and yield prediction, and much more. IoT-based remote sensing utilizes sensors placed along the farms like weather stations for gathering data, which is transmitted to analytical tool for analysis. They monitor the crops for changes in light, humidity, temperature, shape, and size. The data collected by sensors in terms of humidity, temperature, moisture precipitation, and dew detection agriculture, Part 2. 360 helps in determining the weather pattern in farms so that cultivation is done for suitable crops. Computer imaging involves the use of sensor cameras installed at different corners of the farm or drones equipped with cameras to produce images which undergo digital image processing. The images are used for quality control, disease detection, sorting and grading, yield and irrigation monitoring through image processing combined with machine learning, which uses images from database to compare with images of crops to determine the size, shape, color, and growth, therefore controlling the quality. Traditional farming, smart farming. Same set of practices for cultivation of a crop throughout the region. Geotagging and zone detection not possible. Application of fertilizers and pesticides throughout the field. No way to predict weather. Traditional irrigation method is used to irrigate the field, wasting a lot of water resources. Each farm is analyzed to see the suitable crops and water requirements for optimization. Satellite imagery detects the different zones and farms. Early detection and application at the affected region only, saving costs. Weather analysis and prediction. Drip irrigation system with smart IoT-enabled sensors track moisture level and apply the water effectively where needed. Advantages: higher crop productivity, decreased use of water, fertilizers, and pesticides, which reduces production cost, greater efficiency, and lower agricultural product prices, reduced impact on natural ecosystems, less runoff of chemicals into rivers and groundwater. Challenges: high cost, lack of technical expertise, knowledge, and technology, not applicable or difficult, costly for small land holdings, heterogeneity of cropping systems. 11.17 Previous year's questions. How has the emphasis on certain crops brought about changes in cropping patterns in recent past? Elaborate the emphasis on millets production and consumption. 2018 Agriculture, Part 2. 361. Sikkim is the first organic state in India. What are the ecological and economical benefits of organic state? 2018. Assess the role of National Horticulture Mission, NHM, in boosting the production, productivity, and income of horticulture farms. How far has it succeeded in increasing the income of farmers? 2018. How fair is integrated farming system, IFS, helpful in sustaining agricultural production? 2019. What are the major factors responsible for making rice wheat system a success? In spite of this success, how has this system become bane in India? 2020. What are the present challenges before crop diversification? How do emerging technologies provide the opportunity for crop diversification? 2021. How and to what extent would micro-irrigation help in solving India's water crisis? 2021. What is integrated farming system? How is it helpful to small and marginal farmers in India? 2022. Supply chain and food processing industry. 362. 12 Supply chain and food processing industry. 12.1 Supply chain. An introduction. A supply chain is a system of organizations, people, activities, information, and resources involved in moving a product or service from supplier to customer. Supply chain activities transform natural resources, raw materials, and components into a finished product that is delivered to the end customer. Supply chain management is an integrating function with primary responsibility for linking major business functions and business processes within and across companies into a cohesive and high-performing business model. It includes all the logistics management activities, manufacturing processes and operations, channel partners, which can be suppliers, intermediaries, third-party service providers, and customers. Supply chain management requires coordination of processes and activities within across marketing, sales, product design, finance, and information technology. Within an organization, such as a manufacturer, the supply chain includes all functions involved in receiving and filling a customer request. Example, consider a customer walking into a big bazaar store to purchase a detergent. The supply chain begins with the customer and their need for detergent. The next stage of this supply chain is the Big Bazaar retail store that the customer visits. Big Bazaar stocks its shelves using inventory that may have been supplied from a finished goods warehouse that Big Bazaar manages or from the wholesaler distributor. The wholesaler in turn is stocked by the manufacturer, Hindustan Unilever Ltd. The HUL plant receives raw material from a variety of suppliers who may themselves have been supplied by lower-tier suppliers. The arrow indicates the direction of movement of products from the supplier to the customer and is referred as the forward direction. And the direction opposite to the forward direction is referred as the backward direction. A supply chain is dynamic and involves the constant flow of information, product, and funds between different stages. The information regarding availability, pricing, and funds flow is also a part of supply chain. So, a typical supply chain may involve customers, retailers, wholesalers, distributors, manufacturer, raw material supplier, supply chain, and food processing industry. 363. Upstream stage. The upstream stage of the production process involves searching for and extracting raw materials. The upstream part of the production process does not do anything with the material itself, such as processing the material. Downstream stage. The downstream stage in the production process involves processing the materials collected during the upstream stage into finished products. The downstream stage further includes the actual sale of that product also. Upstream and downstream are business terms applicable to the production process that exist within several industries. Earlier, these terms were basically used for oil and gas and metals industries, but nowadays these terms are used across all the industries. Upstream and downstream terms depend on the point of reference. For example, in the above case, with reference to the wholesaler, the manufacturer and raw material supplier belongs to upstream sector and the retailer will belong to downstream sector. Vertical and horizontal integration. Consider an example from the power sector. Coal mine power generation transmission and distribution customer. Tata Power. Tata Power was in power generation business while it was procuring coal from some other coal mining company, and it was selling its power to the government distribution company in Delhi. Since Tata Power deals regularly with the coal company for procurement of coal, and it also deals with distribution company to sell its power, Tata Power gets considerable experience of the coal mining sector and transmission and distribution sector. If Tata Power acquires a coal mine company or starts a new business in coal mining sector, then it is called backward integration. When Tata Power acquires a transmission and distribution company or starts a new business in transmission and distribution sector, then it is called forward integration. And either forward or backward integration is called vertical integration. But when Tata Power acquires another company in the same sector of power generation like Reliance Power to increase its market share, then it is called horizontal integration. 12.2 Food processing industry introduction. India is one of the world's largest producers as well as consumer of food products, with the sector playing an important role in contributing to the development of the country. Food and food products are the largest consumption category in India, with a market size of $250 billion. Food processing is a sunrise industry in India and is increasingly seen as a potential source for driving the rural economy as it brings about synergy between the consumer, industry, and agriculture. A well-developed food processing industry is expected to increase farm gate prices, reduce wastages, ensure value addition, promote crop diversification, generate employment opportunities, as well as export earnings. Major industries constituting the food processing sector are grain milling, sugar, edible oils, beverages, fruit supply chain, and food processing industry. 364. Vegetables processing, meat and poultry, dairy products, chocolates, confectionery, soya-based products, mineral water, and high-protein food. Facts of food processing sector industry in India. Annual growth rate of around 10% contributes 9% to manufacturing GDP. Food processing, unorganized, organized, no. Of enterprises 25,000, 40,000 value addition 28%, 72% investment in plant and MC 7%, 93% employment 74%, 26%. Location. In India, majority of the food processing industries are concentrated in the coastal states of Andhra, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and West Bengal, and in non-coastal states of Up and Punjab. India has a strategic geographical location and proximity to food importing nations which favor it in terms of exporting processed foods. Exports of food items have been rising steadily, the main export destinations being Middle East and Southeast Asia. Government's policy. Following are some of the major initiatives taken by the Government of India which will lead to the future growth of the food processing industry. 100% FDI is permitted under the automatic route in food processing industries. 100% FDI is allowed in multi-brand retail through government approval route for trading, including through e-commerce in respect of food products sourced from Indian farmers or manufactured or produced in India. RBI has classified loan to food and agro-based processing units and cold chain under agriculture activities for priority sector lending, PSL, many food processing sectors like pickles, etc., that were earlier reserved for small-scale industries under the reserved list till 2015 have now been de-reserved. Scope and growth drivers. India possesses large arable land resources of 160 million hectares with 127 agroclimatic zones and has 46 of the 60 soil types in the world. It is the largest producer of milk and second largest producer of fruits and vegetables. With liberalization of the economy and the growth of organized retail, the Indian retail market has become more attractive for global players. With a large agricultural resource base, abundant livestock, and cost competitiveness, India is fast emerging as a sourcing hub of processed foods. The following are some of the major growth drivers for the Indian food processing industry. With favorable economic and cultural transformation, shift in attitudes and lifestyles, consumers are experimenting with different cuisines, tastes, and new brands. 1/3 of the population will be living in urban areas by 2022, and this urbanization will shift the consumption towards packaged and ready-to-eat foods. Demand for processed food rising with growing disposable income, urbanizing young population, growing middle class, and nuclear families. Supply chain and food processing industry. 365. The large population base and distinct consumer segments support customized offerings, new categories, and brands within each segment. Changing lifestyle and increase in awareness and concern for wellness and health has increased the expenditure on health and nutritional food like high protein, low fat, whole grain, and organic food. Job creation. There is a sizable presence of small-scale industries in the food processing sector, which points to the sector's role in employment generation. Food processing industry is one of the major employment-intensive segments and can play a major role in encouraging the movement of labor from agriculture to manufacturing, thereby removing the problem of disguised unemployment and increasing the productivity of labor and wages. By 2024, food processing sector is expected to employ 9 million people in India. Challenges in food processing industry. Many of the problems faced by the food processing units arise primarily on account of the perishable nature of raw material, seasonal nature of their operation, and low scale of operation. With a sizable number of units in micro and small scale segment, these enterprises are embroiled in a vicious circle of low level of invested capital, inadequate access to credit, high cost of credit, lower return and profitability, and lower investable surplus. So, the challenges for the food processing sector are diverse and demanding, and need to be addressed on several fronts to derive maximum market benefits. Some of the major challenges are: 1. Inadequate infrastructure facilities. Inadequate support infrastructure is the biggest bottleneck in expanding the food processing sector, in terms of both investment and export includes long and fragmented supply chain, inadequate cold storage and warehousing facilities, road, rail, and port infrastructure. Also, lack of modern logistics infrastructure such as logistics parks, integrated cold chain solutions, last-mile connectivity, dependence on road over rail, customized transportation, technology adoption, barcodes, RFID, are some of the lacunae that exist in supply chain and logistics sector. In India, the road and railway transportation infrastructure are very poor, slow, and costly, which creates problem in transporting the fruits and vegetables from the hinterland to the urban centers and makes the products costly to the end consumers. The wastage of food from the farm before it reaches the consumers is estimated to be about 25% because of inadequate cold chain and logistics infrastructure. 2. The key reasons for this are segregation of academics from applied research, inadequate industry interface, low commercial orientation, and lack of collaborative efforts with global peers. Technology is still being imported for establishment of large-scale export-oriented units supply chain and food processing industry. 366. For production of items like banana paste, concentrates of various fruit juices, sorting, cleaning, washing, waxing, and packaging of raw fruits and vegetables. 3. Lack of skilled manpower. Many positive developments in the food processing sector in the past few years have resulted in the apprehension about the emerging skill shortages due to mismatch between the demand for specific skills and available supply. Of late, shortage of skilled and semi-skilled workers has emerged as a critical factor impacting the competitiveness of Indian food industry. Many organizations in this industry are dissatisfied with the skills of the available trained manpower and their ability to use appropriate and modern tools, equipment, and technologies specific to their job. 4. Lack of organized retail. The above is a general flow diagram for an Indian market for the sale of fruits and vegetable from the farmer to the end customer. The farmer supplies its fresh fruits and vegetables to the local traders or aggregators who in turn supply to the wholesale mandi present in that area. The retailers then buy out these fruits and vegetables from the wholesale mandis and supply it to the end consumers. The supply chain is quite lengthy and big corporate retailers are missing from the scene. More than 95% of the retail market is captured by small unorganized retailers. Entry of corporate retailers will lead to creation of more cold storage facilities and selling of processed items, which has not been done till now by small retailers. 5. Competitiveness. India, despite being one of the major producers of agri-commodities, the level of food processing and value addition continues to remain low, impacting our competitiveness and export performance and income of farmers. 6. Inadequate linkage of processors, exporters, and bulk purchasers with farmers, resulting in mismatch between the requirements of industry and supply of agri produced by the farmers. The problem is often compounded by legal provisions relating to restrictions on commodity storage and movement. 7. Regulations. The food supply chain is highly regulated through APMC acts by the state governments. Retailers and food processing units are not allowed to buy directly from farmers, resulting in higher input costs. 8. Regulatory clearances. multiple clearances are required for setting up of food processing units. The small processors are also required to go through the same processes as is applicable to larger units. Availing permission for change in land use, CLU, environmental clearance, water and power connections are not only time-consuming but costly also. Supply chain and food processing industry. 367. 12.3 Essential Commodities Act 1955 Introduction. While India is a market economy where prices are ostensibly decided by demand and supply, ECA empowers the center to intervene in the market to protect consumer interests. This act empowers the central government, and under the delegated powers, the state government's UT administrations to regulate production, distribution, pricing, and other aspects of trading in respect of the commodities declared as essential in order to make them available to consumers at fair prices. The list of items under the act includes drugs, fertilizers, foodstuffs, petroleum and petroleum products, hank yarn, raw jute and seeds of food crops for its vegetables. Food crops including sugarcane and sugar are also regulated through this act. There is no specific definition of essential commodities in the act, which says that essential commodity means a commodity specified in the schedule of the act. The center, in consultation with state governments, can include new commodities as and when the need arises and takes them off the list schedule once the situation improves. How it works. If the center finds that a certain commodity is in short supply and its price is spiking, it can notify stockholding limits on it for a specified period. The states act on this notification to specify limits and take steps to ensure that these are adhered to. Anybody trading or dealing in a commodity, be it wholesalers, retailers, or even importers, are prevented from stockpiling it beyond a certain quantity. A state can, however, choose not to impose any restrictions. But once it does, traders have to immediately sell into the market any stocks held beyond the mandated quantity. This improves supplies and brings down prices. As not all shopkeepers and traders comply, state agencies conduct raids to get everyone to toe the line, and the errant are punished. The excess stocks are auctioned or sold through fair price shops. Pros. The ECA gives consumers protection against irrational spikes in prices of essential commodities. The government has invoked the act several times to ensure adequate supplies. It cracks down on hoarders and black marketeers of such commodities. Cons. Given that almost all crops are seasonal, ensuring round-the-clock supply requires adequate buildup of stocks during the season. So, it may not always be possible to differentiate between genuine stock buildup and speculative hoarding. Also, there can be genuine shortages triggered by weather-related disruptions, in which case prices will move up. So, if prices are always monitored, farmers may have no incentive to farm. With too frequent stock limits, traders also may have no reason to invest in better storage infrastructure. Also, food processing industries need to maintain large stocks to run their operations smoothly. Stock limits curtail their operations. In such a situation, large-scale private investments are unlikely to flow into food processing and cold storage facilities. Without the ECA, the common man would be at the mercy of opportunistic traders and shopkeepers. It empowers the government to control prices directly, but it hurts investment in storage infrastructure in the country. Supply chain and food processing industry. 368. This act was enacted at a time when India was facing scarcity in food production and was dependent on import of foodstuffs, and there was a need to prevent hoarding and black marketing. But now the situation has changed, and we have moved from an era of food scarcity to become a major exporter of agri-commodities. 12.4 Supply Chain Schemes. 12.4.1 Price Stabilization Fund, PSF. The Price Stabilization Fund, PSF, was set up in 2014 to 15 under the Department of Consumer Affairs to help regulate the price volatility of important agri-horticultural commodities like onion, potatoes, and pulses were also added subsequently. The scheme provides for maintaining a strategic buffer of aforementioned commodities for subsequent calibrated release to moderate price volatility and discourages hoarding and unscrupulous speculation. For building such stock, the scheme promotes direct purchase from the Farmers Association at Farm Gate Mandi. The PSF is utilized for granting interest-free advance of working capital to central agencies like NAFT, National Agricultural Cooperative Marketing Federation of India Ltd, and SFAC, Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium, state UT governments agencies to undertake market intervention operations. Apart from domestic procurement from farmers' wholesale mandis, import may also be undertaken with support from the fund. 12.4.2 Sampada, Scheme for Agro-Marine Processing and Development of Agro-Processing Clusters. The objective of Sampada scheme is to supplement agriculture, modernize processing of marine and agri-produce, and decrease agri-waste. With an allocation of Rs. 6,000 crores, the scheme is expected to leverage investment and create a handling capacity of 33.4 million ton, benefiting 20 lakh farmers, and in the process generating 5 lakhs of direct and indirect jobs. Sampada is an umbrella scheme incorporating ongoing schemes of the government like mega food parks, integrated cold chain and value addition infrastructure, food safety and quality assurance infrastructure, etc., and covering new schemes like infrastructure for agro-processing clusters, creation of backward and forward linkages, creation of food processing and preservation capacities, Operation Greens. 369. 12.4.3 PM Matsya Sampada Yojana, PMMSY, Fisheries constitute 1.24% of national GDP and 7.28% of agriculture GDP. The PMMSY is implemented as an umbrella scheme, Underdepartment of Fisheries, with two separate components, namely A. Central Sector Scheme, CS, and B. Centrally Sponsored Scheme, CSS. The scheme will bring about blue revolution through sustainable and responsible development of fisheries sector in India. Under the scheme, central government is funding some percentage of the project cost, investments in plants and machinery, up to a certain limit, doubling fishers and fish farmers' incomes and generation of employment-enhancing contribution to agriculture GVA and export social, physical and economic security for fishers and fish farmers. Robust fisheries management and regulatory framework. Government will register Sagar Mitra to provide fisheries extension services and will encourage formation of fish farmers producer organizations to help achieve its goals. 12.4.4 Formalization of micro food processing enterprises scheme. The unorganized food processing sector in the country, comprising nearly 25 lakh food processing enterprises, are unorganized and unregistered. Nearly 66% of these units are located in rural areas, and about 80% of them are family-based enterprises. This sector faces a number of challenges, including the inability of the entrepreneurs to access credit, high cost of institutional credit, lack of access to modern technology, and inability to integrate with the food supply chain and compliance with the health and safety standards. To address these challenges, government has launched an all-India centrally sponsored scheme. The aim of the scheme is to modernize and enhance the competitiveness of the existing individual micro-enterprises and ensure their transition to formal sector. To support FBOs, SHGs, cooperatives for delivery of package of services, creation of common infrastructure along the value chain, ensure backward and forward linkages, branding and marketing, etc. Salient features of the scheme. The expenditure is shared in 60-40 ratio between central and state governments and will be implemented over a period of 5 years from 2020 to 21 to 2024 to 25 with an outlay of 10,000 rupees crores and will cover of 2,000,000 enterprises cluster approach and focus on perishable supply chain and food processing industry. 370 existing individual micro food processing units desirous of upgradation of their unit can avail credit-linked subsidy at 35% of the eligible project cost with a maximum ceiling of Rs. 10 lakhs per unit. Additionally, FBOs, SHGs, producer cooperatives would be provided credit-linked grant of 35% for capital investment and common infrastructure along the value chain. Hand-holding support for farm-level upgradation plan, DPR preparation, skill training, obtaining bank credit, FSSAI local body license, Audiobook Aadhaar, etc. Support to SHGs, FBOs, cooperatives in brand building and marketing for the microenterprises. The scheme adopts one district, one product, ODOP, approach to reap benefit of scale in terms of procurement of inputs, availing common services and marketing of products. The states would identify food product for a district, keeping in view the existing clusters and availability of raw material. The ODOP product could be a perishable produce-based product or cereal-based products, or a food product widely produced in a district and their allied sectors. The scheme also places focus on waste-to-wealth products, minor forest products, and aspirational districts. 12.4.5 Operation Greens, top, in the Union Budget 2018-19, a new scheme, Operation Greens, was announced on the line of Operation Flood, with an outlay of Rs. 500 crore to promote farmer producers organizations, FBOs, agri-logistics, processing facilities, and professional management. Accordingly, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, MOFPI, has formulated a scheme for integrated development of tomato, onion, and potato, top, value chain. Now it has been brought under Sampada scheme and enlarged to include 22 more perishable products. Objectives: enhancing value realization of top farmers by targeted interventions to strengthen top production clusters and their FBOs, and connecting them with the market. Price stabilization for producers and consumers by proper production planning in the top clusters and introduction of dual-use varieties. Reduction in post-harvest losses by creation of farm gate infrastructure, development of suitable agro-logistics, and creation of appropriate storage capacity linking consumption centers. Increase in food processing capacities and value addition in top value chain with firm linkages with production clusters. Setting up of a market intelligence network to collect and collate real-time data on demand and supply and price of top crops. Strategy: the scheme will have two-pronged strategy of price stabilization measures, for short-term, and integrated value chain development projects, for long-term. Short-term price stabilization measures. NAFT will be the nodal agency to implement price stabilization measures. MOFPI will provide 50% of the subsidy on the following two components: transportation of tomato, onion, potato, top crops from production to storage, hiring of appropriate storage facilities for top crop supply chain and food processing industry. 371 long-term integrated value chain development projects, capacity building of FPOs in their consortium, quality production, post-harvest processing facilities, agri-logistics, marketing, consumption points, creation and management of e-platform for demand and supply management of top crops. Ministry of Food Processing Industries gives subsidy 50% on transportation of notified fruits and vegetables through Kisan Rail trains. Kisan Rail helps in transporting the produce of farmers to different parts of the country at a nominal cost, subsidized by government. 12.5 Supply chain infrastructure for food processing industry. Following are some of the major food processing supply chain infrastructures where there is a huge investment potential in India, and government is also encouraging entrepreneurs to invest in this emerging sector by granting various subsidies and tax breaks. 1. Mega Food Park. The scheme aims at providing a mechanism to link agricultural production to the market by bringing together farmers, processors, and retailers so as to ensure maximizing value addition, minimizing wastage, increasing farmers' income, and creating employment opportunities, particularly in rural sector. The Mega Food Park scheme is based on cluster approach and envisages creation of state-of-art support infrastructure in a well-defined agri-horticultural zone for setting up of modern food processing units in the industrial plots provided in the park with well-established supply chain. Mega Food Park typically consists of supply chain infrastructure including collection centers, primary processing centers, central processing centers, cold chain, and around 25 to 30 fully developed plots for entrepreneurs to set up food processing units. The aim is to build 42 mega food parks, now under Sampata scheme, out of which 22 have become operational. Supply chain and food processing industry. 372. Cold chain. The objective of the scheme of cold chain, value addition, and preservation infrastructure is to provide integrated cold chain and preservation infrastructure facilities without any break from the farm gate to the consumer. It covers creation of infrastructure facility along the entire supply chain, viz. Pre-cooling, weighing, sorting, grading, waxing facilities at farm level, multi-product multi-temperature cold storage, CA storage, packing facility, IQF, blast freezing in the distribution hub and reefer vans, mobile cooling units for facilitating distribution of horticulture, organic produce, marine, dairy, meat, and poultry, etc. The scheme allows flexibility in project planning with special emphasis on creation of cold chain infrastructure at farm level. 12.6 Warehouse receipts. A warehouse receipt is a document which proves ownership of a given commodity that is stored in a recognized location, like a warehouse or a godown. Whether it's for bars of steel or sacks of grain, warehouse receipts are used as proof to show which party owns a given commodity, alongside specific details of the products being stored. Primarily a proof of ownership document, a warehouse receipt is also used by warehouse operators themselves as evidence that a commodity of a specified quantity and quality has been secured and is being safeguarded at their premises. Negotiable warehouse receipts, NWRs, allow transfer of ownership of a commodity stored in a warehouse without having to deliver the physical commodity. Government of India enacted the Warehousing, Development and Regulation Act 2007, under which it has constituted the Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority, WDRA, under Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution for the implementation of the provisions of the Act. The main objectives of the Act are to make provisions for the development and regulation of warehouses, negotiability of warehouse receipts and related matters, supply chain and food processing industry. 373. Any person commencing or carrying on the warehousing business and intending to issue negotiable warehouse receipts, NWRs, has to get the warehouse registered with the Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority, WDRA. The WDRA checks the warehouse on various parameters like whether the construction has been according to norms, does it have trained staff, is it equipped with modern pest control and fumigation facilities, its security, firefighting and goods weighing facilities, etc. And then WDRA issues a booklet containing the NWRs. The warehouse then issues these receipts to customers, farmers, and people who have stored their produce in the godowns. As these receipts are recognized by the government, banks can easily grant loans against them. The farmer gets an officially recognized receipt against which he can take loan from bank for further farming activities, or alternatively sell his produce to a third person by endorsing the receipt, without even taking physical possession. As per the Act, as on January 2021, WDRA has notified 119 agricultural commodities and 26 horticulture commodities for issuing NWRs. In 2017, government launched the Electronic Negotiable Warehouse Receipts, ENWRS. ENWRS would have no chances of any tempering, mutilation, fudging, loss, or damage, and with no possibility of any multiple financing. Hence, these NWRs will not only facilitate an easy pledge collateral financing, warehouse receipt finance, by banks and other financial institutions, but also smooth trading on various trading centers like commodity exchanges, electronic national agriculture markets, ENAM, and other electronic platforms. Since April 2020, government has allowed ENWRS to be sold on ENAM platform. These ENWRS will save expenditure in logistics as the stocks could be traded through multiple buyers without physical movement and can be even split for partial transfer or withdrawal. It will revolutionize the marketing of agricultural commodities and help farmers realize better price for their produce, which will be a step towards doubling the farmer's income by 2022. Use of blockchain technology in warehouse receipt finance, WHRRL, is a startup which provides blockchain platform for warehouse receipt financing, and it has now onboarded Maharashtra State Coop Bank as a lender on this platform. Earlier, the loan process for farmers used to take 7 to 15 days with a lot of documentation and verifications, but now, WHRRL allows the transfer of the loan amount to farmers in just 5 minutes in a secure and transparent way. WHRL's solution combines blockchain along with IoT and smart contracts to make it easier for farmers to get loans against any commodity lying in the warehouse without any guarantors. For the banks, it becomes a risk-free lending process and brings transparency into the system. 12.7 FSS Act 2006 and FSSAI Introduction. The subject of adulteration of foodstuffs and the production, supply, and distribution of foodstuffs comes under concurrent list. Were repealed after the enactment of Food Safety and Standards, FSS, Act 2006. Supply Chain and Food Processing Industry. 374. The Act establishes a single reference point for all matters relating to food safety and standards by moving from multi-level, multi-departmental control to a single line of command. For the above purpose, the Act establishes an independent statutory authority, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, with head office at Delhi. FSSAI, along with respective state food safety authorities, shall enforce the various provisions of the Act. Accordingly, various state governments have set up their own agencies for Food and Drug Administration to implement the provisions under the Act. For example, as per Section 30 of the Act, every state government shall appoint Commissioner of Food Safety for efficient implementation of food safety and standards as laid down under the Act. As per Section 94 of the Act, any state government can make rules to carry out the functions under the Act with the previous approval of FSSAI, and the rules shall be passed by the state legislature. Functions of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI. As per the Act, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the administrative ministry for the implementation of FSS Act. FSSAI has been mandated by the Act for performing the following functions: receive rapid, reliable, and objective information about food safety, provide training programs for persons who are involved or intend to get involved in food businesses, contribute to the development of international technical standards for food, sanitary, and phytosanitary standards. 12.8 Previous year's questions. 1. Consider the following statements. 2018. The Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 replaced the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, 1954. 2. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, is under the charge of Director General of Health Services in the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. I, only, B, 2, only, C, both I, and 2, D, neither I nor 2. Supply Chain and Food Processing Industry. 375. 2. With reference to organic farming in India, consider the following statements. 2018. The National Program for Organic Production, NPOP, is operated under the guidelines and directions of the Union Ministry of Rural Development. 2. The Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, APEDA, functions as the secretariat for the implementation of NPOP. 3. Sikkim has become India's first fully organic state. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. I, and 2, only, B, 2, and 3, only, C, 3, only, D, I, 2, and 3. Answers. 1. A. 2. B. Mains questions. Examine the role of supermarkets in supply chain management of fruits, vegetables, and food items. How do they eliminate number of intermediaries? 2018. Elaborate the policy taken by the government of India to meet the challenges of the food processing sector. 2019. What are the challenges and opportunities of food processing sector in the country? How can income of the farmers be substantially increased by encouraging food processing? 2020. Elaborate the scope and significance of the food processing industry in India. 2022. What are the main bottlenecks in upstream and downstream process of marketing of agricultural products in India? 2022. International organizations. 376. 13 international organizations. 13.1 Bretton Woods Conference, United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference. In July 1944, the representatives of 44 allied nations met at the Mount Washington Hotel situated in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, United States to regulate the international monetary and financial order after the Second World War. During the interwar period, First and Second World War, the financial system had been chaotic due to the collapse of the gold standard, the Great Depression, and the rise of protectionism. It was decided that the conference should do away with the economic evils, the competitive devaluation and destructive impediments to trade which preceded the Second World War. Hence, the conference proposed the following. 1. Creation of an International Trade Organization, ITO, to establish rules and regulations for international trade. 2. Creation of International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, to help in the reconstruction of nations devastated by the Second World War. 3. Creation of International Monetary Fund, IMF, to monitor exchange rates and lend reserve currencies to nations with trade deficits. 13.2 General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, 1947. Regarding the first agenda, it was decided that ITO will be created at a UN conference on trade and employment scheduled to happen in Havana, Cuba in 1947. Meanwhile, 15 countries, out of the 44 countries that were part of the Bretton Woods Conference, had begun talks in December 1945 to reduce and bind customs tariffs to promote trade. They wanted to give an early boost to trade and liberalization, and to begin to correct the legacy of protectionist measures which remained in place from the early 1930s. The first round of negotiations resulted in a package of trade rules and 45,000 tariff concessions affecting $10 billion of trade. The group had expanded to 23 countries by the time the deal was signed on October 30th, 1947 in Geneva. The tariff concessions came into effect by June 30th, 1948 through a Protocol of Provisional Application, and hence the new General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade was born with 23 founding members. The 23 countries were also part of the larger group negotiating the ITO Charter. The Havana Conference began on November 2, 1947, less than a month after GATT was signed. The ITO Charter was finally agreed in March 1948, but ratification in some national legislatures proved impossible. The most serious opposition was in the U.S. Congress. There were differences between U.S. and European nations related to sovereignty, as EU wanted judicial powers to ITO, which U.S. thought could lead to sovereignty issues. And in 1950, the U.S. government announced that it would not seek congressional ratification of the Havana Charter, and the ITO was effectively dead. International organizations, 377 rounds of negotiations and package. Any multilateral issue cannot be negotiated and concluded in a single sitting at one time. Generally, they take various sittings to resolve the complex issues, and that is why GATT negotiations happen through rounds of discussions. GATT rounds also offer a package approach, a set of issues, to trade negotiations that can sometimes be more fruitful than negotiations on a single issue. Agreements can be easier to reach through trade-offs if it consists of a package, so that if a member compromises on one issue to reach a deal, then other members can also make a trade-off on other issues to reach a final deal on the package and conclude the discussions. Hence, any GATT round of discussions starts when there are a set package of issues, and the place at which the first meeting of that round takes place is assigned the name of that round. For example, the 8th round of GATT negotiations started in 1986, and its first meeting was in Uruguay. Hence, the 8th round is also called the Uruguay round. Uruguay 8th round, September 1986 to April 1994. Apart from the normal talks on trade and goods, this round of talk extended the trading system into several new areas, notably trade in services and intellectual property rights, and to reform the trade in sensitive sectors of agriculture, and all the original articles of GATT were up for review during this round. There was also the agenda for creation of a new institution to streamline the dispute settlement system and the trade policy review mechanism, which provided for the first comprehensive, systematic, and regular reviews of national trade policies and practices of GATT members. The Uruguay round of negotiation was concluded in 1994, and a deal was signed on April 15th by ministers participating from 123 countries at a meeting in Marrakesh, Morocco. The following were the main agreements signed during the Uruguay round. Agreement establishing the WTO Agreement, Updated General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, 1994 General Agreement on Trade and Services, GATS, Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS, Trade Policy Review Mechanism Dispute Settlement Agreement on Agriculture. All these agreements were negotiated during the Uruguay round and signed on April 15, 1994, and came into effect on January 1, 1995. There were around total 60 agreements signed. The Marrakesh Agreement included commitments to reopen negotiations on agriculture and services at the turn of the century, which began in early 2000, and were incorporated into the Doha Development Agenda in late 2001. Intellectual property rights were also to be considered in post-Uruguay round agenda. Free trade agreements, FTA. A free trade agreement is a preferential arrangement in which members reduce tariffs on trade among themselves, while maintaining their own tariff rates for trade with non-members. Customs union, CU. A customs union is a free trade agreement, FTA, in which members apply a common external tariff, CET, schedule to imports from non-members. Common market, CM. A common market is a customs union, CU, where movement of factors of production is relatively free amongst member countries. Economic union, EU. An economic union is a common market, CM, where member countries coordinate macroeconomic and exchange rate policies. International organizations, 378. 13.3 WTO agreements. WTO agreements. Agreement establishing WTO, goods, services, intellectual property, GATT, 1994. GATT's TRIPS, other goods agreements, and annexure, services annexure, country schedules of commitments, dispute settlement, trade policy review mechanism. These agreements are often called the WTO's trade rules, and the WTO is often described as rules-based, a system based on rules. But it is important to remember that the rules are actually agreements that governments negotiated. These documents provide the legal ground rules for international commerce. They are essentially contracts, binding governments to keep their trade policies within agreed limits. The goal of WTO is to help producers of goods and services, exporters, and importers conduct their business, while allowing the government to meet social and environmental objectives. The overriding purpose of WTO is to help trade flow as freely as possible, so long as there are no undesirable side effects. As this is important for economic development well-being, it also ensures that individuals, companies and governments know what the trade rules are around the world and give them the confidence that there will be no sudden change of policy. In other words, rules have to be transparent and predictable. International organizations. 379. 13.4 Principles of WTO Trade. WTO agreements are lengthy and complex because they are legal texts covering a wide range of activities. They deal with agriculture, textiles, clothing, banking, telecommunications, government purchase, industrial standards, products and safety, food sanitation regulations, intellectual property, and much more. But a number of simple fundamental principles run throughout all these documents. These principles are the foundation of the multilateral trading system. Following are the principles. 1. Trade without discrimination. Most favored nation, MFN. Under WTO agreements, countries cannot normally discriminate between their trading partners. In general, MFN means that every time a country lowers a trade barrier, import duties, or opens up a market, or gives some country a special favor, it has to do so for the same goods or services from all its trading partners, whether rich or poor, weak or strong. Certain exceptions are allowed in case of developing countries, or if a product is traded unfairly from a country, but only under strict conditions. However, exceptions allowed to this rule include the following. A. Free trade agreements. FTA. WTO member countries are allowed to sign free trade agreements, but WTO says that whatever benefits are offered to the FTA partners, the same should be passed on to all WTO member countries progressively, no time limit specified. B. Security clause. India accorded the MFN status to Pakistan in 1996 as per India's commitments as a member of the WTO. But after the attack in Pulwama, in February 2019, India withdrew MFN status, making use of a security exception clause in the GATT. This is because Article 21(b)(3) of GATT states that nothing in this agreement shall be construed to prevent any contracting party, including India in this case, from taking any action which it considers necessary for the protection of its essential security interests taken in time of war or other emergency in international relations. C. Special and differential treatment given to developing poor nations. Under the Generalized System of Preferences, GSP, developed countries offer non-reciprocal preferential treatment, such as zero or low duties on imports, to products originating in developing countries. Preference-giving countries unilaterally determine which countries and which products are included in their schemes. National treatment. It says that imported and locally produced goods should be treated equally after the foreign goods have entered into the domestic markets. The same should apply to foreign and domestic services and to foreign and local trademarks, copyrights, and patents. National treatment only applies once a product, service, or item of intellectual property has entered the market. Therefore, charging customs duty on an import is not a violation of national treatment, even if locally produced goods products are not charged an equivalent tax. International organizations. 380. 2. Free trade. Gradually through negotiation, lowering trade barriers is one of the most obvious means of encouraging trade. The barriers are tariffs, customs duties, and quotas, quantitative restrictions. Opening markets can be beneficial, but it requires adjustments. The WTO